Good morning, everyone. It is Powell Ponder on Weather coming to you live with storm coverage this morning and into the afternoon. So we're going to be covering this mesoscale convective system that we talked about in this morning's video. And then the Storm Prediction Center is actually upgraded to an enhanced risk for severe storms today and along this boundary. So we're still kind of waiting for all this to kind of develop over the next couple of hours. So everything is moving essentially northeast right now, but I'm essentially waiting on kind of a southeast trajectory, a southeast turn. And I think that might happen another hour or two. And then when that happens, I do feel things are really going to start developing in a big way. And then that's going to be coming a kind of a massive squall line event over the coming hours, and it could actually even maybe elongate. We'll just have to see how all this plays out in a possible derecho heading into the later evening time frame. But so far, the Storm Prediction Center has went ahead and highlighted that enhanced risk for severe storms today, and they have an elevated wind threat as well. So if everything does kind of congeal together like the latest thinking, we could be looking at some 75 mile per hour wind gust or even potentially greater in a lot of these areas, impacting, say, the Milwaukee area, places into Chicago, back into Toledo later on this afternoon. So everything right now is essentially in kind of Minnesota area right now. And so we're just kind of waiting for convection. So how's it going, everyone? Thanks for coming on live with me. Hey, Randy. Hey, Ross. How's it going? I do have some help as well. I have Hunter with Weather on the Go with me. He's going to be helping me out today, doing storm coverage as well. So, hey, Hunter, how are you doing?
Pretty good. Good Monday morning, everybody.
So, can everybody hear Hunter? Well, so we're gonna be breaking this down for you. So let's kind of review what's happening here. So here's your main threat is going to be your wind through this fairly significant event. So they did have an elongated, more or less what they call hatched risk in places into Milwaukee, going into South Bend, back into the Fort Wayne area. This is Toledo, Ohio, later on this afternoon, basically into the Detroit area. These areas could be the most susceptible to seeing that mesoscale convective system. You can definitely see as it kind of comes to fruition, it's going to be moving more or less east, southeast along a boundary. So we've got plenty of intense heat to the south side. So that's what's going to happen with these storms. You've got the ridge really building, the heat dome dominating over much of the southern plains. And as the warm front lifts further north, we've got what they call these ridge rider effects as these storms are going to be traversing to the north of that boundary there. And they're going to be fighting a cap to the southern side of that. But where the cap is able to break, that's where we're going to have supercell thunderstorms starting to break out, in a big way. So how's it going, Snowies? How are you doing? Hey, Barb.
People said I was a little quiet. Is this a little better now?
Yeah, so is that a little better?
Still turn up my thing here. Yeah, is this a little better for everybody? Comment down in the chat if I'm a lot clearer now, so we make sure it's all working well.
So we're gonna be highlighting everything this afternoon. Go over different models, go over different convection models, go over different current radars, what's happening right now. Watching everything unfold over the next couple hours or so. So here's the it looks like right now we do have actually there's nothing really happening currently right now. We do have several flash flood watches and flash flood warnings out for some of these convective systems that has dumped a lot of rain over the last couple of hours or so in and around the Minnesota area. So you can definitely see the convection happening right now just south of St. Paul. We do have a mesoscale, update which these storms right now are packing winds of about 40 miles an hour, about penny-sized hail. They were moving northeast, and now they're moving east. So we're starting to see the beginning effects of this system. So we're waiting kind of more of a southeast turn. So, right now everything is basically non-severe because they're essentially moving northeast, but we are seeing a kind of a subtle change moving more of an eastward direction. We're waiting for that southeast tilt. Once the storms, I feel, turns, more or less southeast, that's when I feel like these things are really going to be rapidly intensifying as we get through the afternoon hours. Hey, Snowies.
There's a lot of wind shear out there today. I was just looking at the latest observations from the NWS, the Quad Cities, Davenport, Iowa, and there's 5,000 to 6,000 joule per kilogram instability or kind of energy for these storms to work once they dive southeast today across maybe northeast Illinois, southeastern Wisconsin, and then down through Indiana and lower Michigan. So there's plenty of fuel to the south. And like Roy was mentioning, once the southeast turn occurs and these storms start to push into that energy, then we'll really start to see these things blow up in intensity later today.
Yeah, it's been no stranger for severe weather the last couple of days. I mean, with all this heat building, these storms really blow up in the heat of the afternoon. I'm looking at some of their storm reports just from yesterday. I mean, it's almost like on a daily basis that we have 4-inch hail reports. There was another one yesterday in Butte, South Dakota, had a 4-inch hail report. Just yesterday we had, or the other day, we had a 5-inch hailstone in Beatrice, Nebraska. But yeah, numerous. Pennington, South Dakota had 4.5-inch hail. I mean, that's fairly rare. I mean, that's softball size hail, guys. That does a lot of damage to anything in its path, and that usually falls about 100 miles an hour from the atmosphere. And then the wind gusts have been prevalent too. So it's not really just today. This has almost been happening almost on a daily basis. There was a 75 mile per hour wind report in Morgan, Illinois yesterday. A lot of tree damage with that. And then we just kind of go down the list here. There's numerous ones in Harding, South Dakota. There was an 84 mile per hour wind gust, 77 mile per hour wind gust. So I'm actually looking at numerous wind gusts just yesterday of hurricane force strength. And I think that's basically what we're going to have the capability of today once everything just kind of congeals together and they kind of take that southeast turn. Hey, questions for tomorrow about the severe threat. Do you think that it will get worse for the Lincoln area? Yeah, a lot of times what's happening with these systems, what happens today really depends on what happens for tomorrow with these mesoscale convective systems leaving outflow boundaries, leaving, subtle, boundaries in the atmosphere. So these things are very tricky to forecast beyond 24 hours out to be like really detailed, essentially. So I mean, even with this mesoscale system, there's still an uncertainty on the actual turn, when it's going to turn, how it's going to evolve in the afternoon. So I mean, the Storm Prediction Center has highlighted, I feel like, the best area of when it's going to be able to turn, because they're fighting, essentially there's a lot of things happen in the atmosphere. You've got that dominating heat dome from the south. You've got the capping inversion. Hunter mentioned the extreme Cape values. You got a lot crazy instability. That is by far there, no question. It's just where the demarcation line is going to be. I showed this morning on this morning's video, we could be hitting like 110, 110 degree heat index in places like central Illinois, but just to the north of there, we're like 74, under that supercell thunderstorm. So it is one of those things that you're probably looking outside your window. Hey, if you live in the Chicago area and say, hey, it's sunny day, there's hardly any clouds in the sky, and you're looking off, then all of a sudden, when once this thing comes together about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I mean, wham, it just kind of hits you with a ton of bricks and has those 60, 70 mile per hour, winds coming in, straight line winds. some hail associated with it, and you can't rule out like even an isolated spin up tornado, and and this type of atmosphere. And it's about a 1 to 2 hour type event with these particular cells. It's not really a training. It's not really a training flash flood type setup. It's more of a come in with a vengeance, hit it really hard, and then do a lot of wind damage, and then fairly clearing on the backside.
Yeah, and just bouncing off of what Roy was saying. So if you look on the radar here on the live stream, everybody, see these storms just west of Rochester, Minnesota. And these storms are starting to take more of an east-southeasterly track. And I think those are the storms west of this main core of rain across western Wisconsin. If you look west of Rochester, Minnesota, these will start to turn more to the southeast. And I think those will be the ones to blow up as they push more to the southeast and turn more into Wisconsin and then towards Lake Michigan here later today.
Yeah, so it's almost like a waiting game. We're just kind of watching and waiting, watching everything kind of unfold this morning. Let me kind of zoom out to give you a bigger picture of what's happening here. We've got some numerous shower activity happening right now in the Pacific Northwest. They've just been kind of inundated with those daily rain showers out there. It's been really cool for this time of year, for the middle of June standards, even for them. So they've been getting high temperatures up there, like, in the 60s. And then today we've got this little new event happening here in Montana, where they do have some colder air pushing down from Canada. And yeah, I mean, it's still snowing up there, guys. Now, granted, it's over 6,000 feet, but hey, there's definitely still some snow that's going to be flying. And the higher elevations, we're talking 4 to 8 inches in some spots. You get upwards to 7,000 feet. You're getting over the foot range. Even 2-foot range is not out of the question. So we're still talking snow, where it's definitely cold enough to snow. And then everything kind of forms right along that ridge. I mean, it's you've got a little basically a dominating high pressure. I mean, the heat indexes are covering. I think the stat was today that 30, like by the end of the week, we could be looking at 30 states out of the 50 hitting a record high temperatures at some point during the progressive heat wave. That's a lot. That covers a huge area. So we're talking 30 different states in the United States out of the 50 could be looking at a record high temperature by the time the week's over for the United States. So that goes to show you that is an expansive ridge happening for a good chunk of the country, but not for everybody. If you're the north side of that, you're kind of more or less in the danger side. You're in the firing side, and that's where you're on the severe threat side. Well, kind of well to the north there.
Yeah, there's a lot of kind of ridge riders around this high pressure, and then next week, believe it or not, we actually have another stronger ridge across the middle of the country, and this pattern might actually repeat itself. However, there are indications that there may even be stronger storms pushing farther to the north as you get up towards, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and then Ontario, Canada up at that point as well. So it'll kind of the active storm track by then into the Father's Day weekend, and then into early the following week will start to kind of shift more into southern Canada during that time frame, as most of the U.S. is baking under all that heat, the 90s, the 100s, all that type stuff.
Yeah, so the high pressure is really parked over, I would say, basically Arkansas today. It actually heads further east over the next couple of days. And then what happens is, and then by the time the weekend rolls around or into early next week, that high pressure just more or less moves back. So it's only kind of it's only pivoting back and forth. It really never moves over this part of the country. So this is more or less your heat dome right here. And everything, comes off the Pacific, and then you got all this heat transporting from the south. And then once these upper level winds really kind of have any sort of like kink in the hose, any kind of kink in the jet stream, that's where you have some of the instability going to be tapping into that. And all it takes is some of that daytime heating to kick off, big time thunderstorms just to the north of that boundary.
Yeah, I know where I live. I live just west of Chicago. If anybody's familiar with that, I don't know if they've ever asked me, but yeah, I live west of Chicago, about 2 hours west, and right now, looking out the window, it's we got low mid-level clouds kind of hanging around today. Pretty cloudy where I'm at. Temperatures are warming up where I live right now into the 70s. So the warm front is just south of me. So I'm not clearly in the warm sector quite yet, but the warm front is expected to shift north of my area toward the Wisconsin-Illinois state line this afternoon. And that's kind of where these storms are expected to kind of propagate and move through the afternoon hours.
Hey, I want to touch on the tropics a little bit while we're here. I mean, I'm thinking this system out in the Pacific Ocean does have a 90% chance of developing. And these two systems, this one has about a 30% chance for developing, and down here further to the south, this also has another 30% chance of developing. So the reason why this one actually plays a crucial role in what happens to our water, the United States, even though it won't have any direct impacts, I think it will have more or less indirect impacts, because when the high pressure system essentially moves further off into the east, that's going to allow some sort of weakening, right? We've got a lot of Saharan dust inundating the Gulf of Mexico right now. That usually is an inhibitor for like any tropical storm development down there. So we do have this little system, but it is pulling further to the coast. So it's near land. So it's going to have a hard time developing. But even if it does cross over into the Bay of Campeche, it's more or less going to be impacting Mexico with this particular system. That's what I feel. And actually won't bring any rain, to the state of Texas, unfortunately. But this system down here into the Pacific, where they are going to be probably going to have your second named storm of the season, probably by tomorrow. Once this ridge breaks down, that's going to open the door for this monsoonal flow. And that's going to be a welcome sight for anybody that lives in the Phoenix area, in the Santa Fe area, and the portions of Utah up here in the Four Corners region, where you basically haven't had much rain at all to speak of for the last 3, 4, 5 months. And that's going to be changing in a big way. It's almost right on time, because monsoon season essentially starts June 15th. We're 2 days away, and it typically lasts around the end of September. So this is typically when you do get your rains. And fortunately, this is all going to play out for some healthier rains moving back into the area by the time we get into, late Friday night, especially into Father's Day weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and even early next week. There's definitely stronger indications that once that flow starts, we're going to have like kind of daily rain showers in those areas. So it's going to be having some definitely some beneficial rains going to be impacting that area by the time we get into Father's Day weekend.
Yeah, pretty active down in the side of the tropics down that way. And I'm sure as we get towards later in June, I'm sure that's going to start to heat up even further, especially in the Gulf and through portions of the the Western Atlantic and that type of area as well.
Yeah, so right now we're just kind of watching and waiting. We do have some severe thunder flash flood warnings down here. Like I mentioned, some of these have been training since they have not moved. They're more or less northeast turns. They're a lot slower movers. Some of these areas have picked up some 2 to 5 inches of rain, and they're expecting another 1 to 2 inches of rain in the next hour or so. And that's why they do have some flash flooding concerns out here into portions of, right here into portions of Minnesota here, as well as, I guess, just kind of south of St. Cloud area. Yeah, definitely very dangerous heat this week, Red, for sure.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just going through radar kind of analysis myself here, just kind of looking at what's expected here. I know the new SPC update, the Storm Prediction Center's update, will come out here in around 10 minutes at 11:30. So I'm sure Roy will put up their update if anything changes or what remains the same. That'll be updated here about 10 minutes at 11:30 this morning.
Yeah, most definitely. We're kind of all waiting on pins and needles for that update on how that's going to play out. the mesoscale models every hour have not been consistent with these systems of this elongation of when the turn's going to happen and when exactly when that's going to happen. So let's look at the latest HRRR model. And these, again, this model runs every single hour, and so it just kind of maybe gives you an idea of how all this might come together. Uh, like I said, this is just one convection model trying to see what's happening, how it's going to unfold this afternoon. So, as we get into, say, the noon time frame, this is about 30 minutes from now. It's got a lot of the convection kind of where it is right now. But once we move into, say, the 2 o'clock time frame, we could be looking at more showers and storms. Maybe some stronger storms. The storms definitely start to take that kind of the east-southeast trajectory during that time. So we could be looking at some convective systems anywhere in the Milwaukee area, back into Stevens Point, back into the La Crosse area. This will continue to dive south. There's the Chicago area. This one, like I said, the latest run has it pulling well north. I mean, I'm not maybe agreeing with this particular setup because I think it's going to be a lot further south than this. So what it's picking up on right now is the strong capping inversion that's coming in off that warm front. So that there's still uncertainty, even though we're literally, the day of, there's definitely uncertainty. So that's why the Storm Prediction Center might even kind of wait on and getting the full analysis before they even update. Because even yesterday, they waited about another 45 minutes or so before they actually released the afternoon update to get the best update as possible. But yeah, it definitely has that convective system possibly heading over the Detroit area through the 7 o'clock time frame, but it does have a lot more convection trying to blow up over Lansing, over the Traverse City area. But that's not until about 10 o'clock time frame heading into the Toledo area. And then once we get, into the Detroit, Michigan area, midnight time frame into the overnight hours, like I said, I feel like this is going to be much sooner than what this model is actually showing right now. But we could be looking at convective systems in and around the Cleveland area by that time frame, and then that stops it right there because it's still updating. But yeah, so we're just kind of watching and waiting for all this unfolding. Oklahoma will have 110 plus heat index. Any relief in sight in the near future? Not really, unfortunately. It doesn't appear, you had these northwest flow events in Oklahoma. You had some pretty good rains over the past week or so. And then everything kind of stopped and that heat wave really started building in. And I don't really see that breaking down in any substantial basis for a ways to come. I mean, it is one of those years that I feel like it's going to be a pretty hot summer, if not almost a brutal summer for a lot of people, and at least in the Southern Plains for sure, over Texas and Oklahoma, the desert Southwest, Arkansas, Kansas. All those areas are going to be probably seeing their hottest summer they've seen, in a while. This has a lot of similarities to the 2011 summer. We've got back-to-back La Ninas. I mean, the La Nina just won't go away. It seems like it just keeps hanging on and hanging on, month to month. But now that it's summertime and we have La Nina, that is a different ball game because that basically spells plenty of heat along the deep south. So no, unfortunately, I don't feel like that the heat wave is going to be ending in Oklahoma anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm keeping my tabs still on the Storm Prediction Center site. Still nothing. Still 5 minutes early. I'll keep looking at it, refreshing it every now and again as we get past 11:30. Once I get the green light that it's out, then I'll let you know to show the outlook, and we'll go over that, I guess.
Hey, Kathy. Yeah, your shoe all ready for that monsoon in Arizona for sure. Yeah, just hold on a little bit longer. I think it's definitely coming by this weekend for sure. Yeah, you said you had 8 inches of rain in in those 5 days. Yeah, so you had these northwest flow events. That's also pretty prevalent in the month of June. These storms typically blow up east of the Rocky Mountains, and then they traverse, northwest winds aloft, and they hit a lot of the Oklahoma area. A lot of the areas in Texas did not get hit because they didn't have any, like, say, outflow boundaries to keep them pushing further south. But you would think with all that rain that you just recently had, that would kind of put the brakes on some of this heat, but no, it didn't. It just only made it more intense because I think there was a mesosite yesterday in Oklahoma that hit 120 degrees heat index. That was intense. So, I mean, with all that moisture in the ground, the ground fairly still wet, and then all that heat building, it just makes it just unbearable at times. And that's why they've had, heat advisories, excessive heat warnings, which is typically when you have the heat index of 110 degrees or even greater. Northeast Texas, like in Paris area yesterday, was 114 degrees heat index. So that's dangerous stuff, guys. I mean, you got to take plenty of breaks. You got to stay hydrated. Heat is nothing to play with. And hey, Carmen. Yeah, so I think it's going to be in. Go ahead. Go ahead, owner.
Yeah, across portions there of West Virginia, it's going to be in the very late nighttime hours, or probably later this evening into the overnight hours. It's not going to be reaching you until that time frame if you live in West Virginia for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Tomorrow, the Storm Prediction Center has that slight risk for severe storms into Richmond, back into Virginia Beach, into Wilmington. That is the mesoscale system that we're talking about right now. That's the system that's going to traverse east southeast into the later in the afternoon, into the overnight, and then by tomorrow be over this area. So yeah, that's why that won't happen until probably sometime tomorrow morning, 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning time frame. By the time it's actually into the Richmond area, it might pass West Virginia towards 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. So that's more or less a kind of an overnight threat for sure.
Yeah, still no word on the Storm Prediction Center's new update yet. I'm still looking. But any other questions you guys have about the severe weather or the short term type of weather coming up?
And then
feel free to ask.
Yeah, and then in Ohio, it doesn't appear that it might not be until later on this evening, into the Ohio area. So I think once these storms do start to turn east southeast, they're going to be picking up speed. But until they do, they're not even moving in the direction of what we're doing this live for. Everything's moving northeast right now, and we're starting to see some of the east turn. So we're definitely starting to see the turn in these storms, but I think it's just a tad bit soon yet to watch these storms really start to intensify. And we're still only at like 11:30. We haven't even kind of tapped into that daytime heating, some of that peak heating time frame. A lot of that fuels the storms as well. So it's kind of a compounding effect. Once we do get the storms to turn that southeast direction, once we have the heat, and if there's any sort of cap breakage, and if it's able to penetrate that cap with that warm air aloft, then it's all hands on deck by then, with supercell thunderstorms really starting to explode.
Yeah, very well with these type of setups too. I know because I've been kind of researching derechos for the past several years, and if you have one missing ingredient, it throws off the whole system. So if you have just one single ingredient, whether it's energy, the wind shear, or just something in the upper levels or mid levels of the atmosphere kind of that evolved with this, and it's missing, then yeah, the system is totally thrown off, and then we will not have a huge severe weather day today. So it's pretty conditional across these areas. I did want to note as well.
Hey, Brett, how's it going, buddy? Thanks for tuning on live with me here. Hey, Brian. Yes, I am staying hydrated for sure. I'm in Dallas myself, so yes, I'm experiencing that 110 degree heat index. So the AC is the so I'm at the point where I water my lawn every day. I got the sprinklers going, and until we have water restrictions, I'm still watering. Hey, Carmen, new to the channel. Will you go live later as they pick up? Hey, yeah. So we're live right now. From the convection models have subsided a little bit from what we were seeing this morning. I can tell you that. So, maybe they're seeing more of a capping inversion than they were what they were seeing 6-8 hours ago, and then it kind of delays that process. But we'll stay on live here as long as possible.
Yeah, it's kind of given a lot of meteorologists some fits today, whether or not it's one of those days where you either get very big severe weather or you don't get anything at all. That's kind of what the pendulum is swinging here back and forth through that today until something happens. So.
Yeah, so they always forecast what the atmosphere is capable of, not that exactly it's going to play out like that. And then sometimes these systems overperform, which we actually have seen a lot lately with a lot of slight risk, storms. And then some of those have produced, just the other day, it actually produced 7 tornado reports, numerous, 3, 4, 5-inch hail reports, and numerous, hurricane force wind type reports. So if anything, a lot of these slight risk days have actually been overperforming the last, several days. So yeah, definitely, don't take your guard down today. We do have an enhanced risk for portions, but there's a lot of areas that are still under that slight risk for severe weather today. But yes, we always kind of forecast what the atmosphere is definitely capable of doing in this type of atmosphere if the dynamics come together.
Yeah, we're just getting going through the month of June. We got a lot of June left still. We're not even halfway through completely yet, and we got all of July and all of August yet. So the severe weather across the Midwest, if you've been missing it, I think the severe weather front is going to start to heat up very nicely through the rest of this month and into July as well across the Midwest.
Hey, I'm located in the Dallas area. I live in Dallas, Texas. But yeah, typically June is when you get derecho type setups. You get these massive ridges like we have been seeing. Yeah, there's a lot of similarities this year to say 2011, 2012. I know there was a famous derecho back in, I think, late June 2012 that did a lot of damage. So, I mean, derechos are more prevalent in the month of June. So that's why I've been kind of talking about them recently. It's all it essentially is a straight line wind event. So, but it's a huge straight line wind event. It's basically a massive squall line that's able to evolve and widen up to 240, 400 miles. Some have seen as much as 600 miles. Just kind of a massive wall of wind, essentially what they are. And they typically come in fast and furious. And then whenever you see those bowing out of the initial, the initial storms, that's when they're always going to be able to pick up speed, but also pick up an intensity as it continues to dive in that direction. So
yeah, I do see a new warning. There's actually a warning that just came out, a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Wisconsin. This is just west of Janesville in southern Wisconsin for quarter-size hail right now.
Yeah, there it is. This is the one he's mentioning in. It's got some severe storms. It does have a moving northeast. So this one still is moving northeast trajectory. but it has turned severe. It has turned severe because it has some quarter-size hail with that particular storm. So you essentially have to have at least a quarter-inch hail or minimum to qualify for severe. You at least have to have 58-mile-per-hour wind gust or greater to qualify for severe, or you have to have it, some sort of tornado or even radar indicated tornado to qualify for severe. So this one barely kind of meets the threshold, but that's definitely the beginning stages of what could be, numerous storms developing into the afternoon hours.
Yeah, still, it looks like one of those days the storm, like Roy was mentioning, the Storm Prediction Center is waiting till the very last minute to send out this the outlook for today, which is fine because we definitely want an accurate reading on this. But I still not seeing anything quite yet. But I'm sure soon, within minutes, any minute now, this outlook will be out.
Yeah, they're waiting. They're waiting because trust me, there is definite uncertainty. They're looking at the same stuff we're looking at, and there's a lot of uncertainty out there. So they're looking at all different dynamics of what's happening and watching all this unfold. So hey, they would rather wait and be delayed 30 or 45 minutes to get it right versus trying to put out something too soon and maybe not come to fruition. So hey, trust me, they'll do the best possible and put the best outlook out there. But we are, like I said, we are beginning to see the first severe thunderstorm warning of the day. Is this little cell right here? It does have a lot of red with it. It's got a lot of convectiveness. You can definitely see it's moving off to the northeast. It's moving fairly quick. So these are still moving northeast. That's not the direction that we're most concerned about today. We're trying to wait for that southeast turn. So at some point, they are going to be diving southeast. It's just when that turn is going to be. That's going to be, and that is going to be setting the beginning stages of, this elongation of this mesoscale system that's going to be, diving east, southeast into the later afternoon time frame.
Yeah, it looks like that warm front still stuck in eastern Iowa and getting into north central Illinois now, north of Peoria. That warm front is slowly progressing to the north and northeast here today. So we're starting to see a little movement in that. And we'll start to see a lot more energy to the south of that. That'll start to impinge on all these, showers and storms to the north. And we very well could have some, new convection starting to fire up as well. So there's just a ton of uncertainty today. One of those days where all these meteorologists are kind of just scratching their head and big headache type of severe weather today. And I knew this was going to be the case earlier this week when I saw this pattern. These derecho patterns are very headache type of patterns. They're very subtle. You don't have a lot of, model guidance kind of, featuring this. You kind of have to guess sometimes. And that's kind of what we're doing sometimes here with some of this, observations today, just to see what this, the atmosphere is thinking. But yeah, big head scratcher today for sure.
Absolutely. So, like I said, we got a lot going on because we've got, this warm front draped right here. This is all lifting to the north, right? We've got cells moving northeast. So it's the combination of this warm front lifting to the north. We've got high pressure to the south of here, and then we're waiting on this turn. So it's the it's like who's going to make it first? The warm front lifts to the north, and then this turn of these storms turning off to the east southeast. So that's where the uncertainty is, right? So there's always a lot of moving parts in the atmosphere, but once there's going to be a lot more certainty once these storms turn, and once they turn, we'll have a lot more certainty on the intensity of these storms as we get deeper into the afternoon.
Yeah, there's no new mesoscale discussions out right now. The Storm Prediction Center is not thinking about, not even considering a watch at this point. But that, like I said, that is possible as we get into the early afternoon hours, that some of these trends start to emerge. But as of now, there's no chance of a watch at this time. But I will also continue to monitor those mesoscale discussions into the early afternoon here as well, moving forward.
Yeah, they had one early this morning, potential watch. It never came to fruition. But yeah, the cap, like again, just the uncertainties of the atmosphere, as we head deeper into the afternoon hours. And we might, oh, yeah, hey, we probably maybe came on a tad bit early to cover this event, but I also wanted to come on board and kind of show you what else is all happening across the nation, not just this particular event. And of course, answer all your questions and everything else. So,
Yeah, for sure. If anybody has any questions, not just for the Midwest or the Great Lakes region, if you guys have questions about, the Pacific Northwest, the Desert Southwest, the Northeast, feel free to put any questions in here while there's nothing really going on too much right now, because we'll definitely be able to answer those for sure.
yeah, and so I really wanted to do a lot more of these live streams, even if it was just an hour or two a day coming on in the afternoon hours to kind of be more detailed with the weather analysis and maybe zoom into certain cities and kind of give you an idea. So it's not just today. I'm going to be going live a lot more, especially in the afternoon time frame. Again, to answer all your questions, more importantly, but also help kind of zoom into areas that. Other areas that are happening. So I mean, we got look at that. I mean, we got a lot of rain happening up here in Calgary, right? I mean, there's with that system, you got the snow to the south of there, but in the higher elevations, but we do got a lot of heavier rain impacting portions of the Calgary area up there in Canada. So yeah, they're definitely seeing that particular system, and that surface low just continues to move northeast, and by Wednesday it's going to be parked over central Canada to the
snowies. If you're wanting a hot summer, trust me, there's a big ridge coming. I think it's even higher up into Canada this next week than the last one. So if you live did you say you lived in Ontario? So if you live in Ontario,
she's in Ontario.
Lower 100s, possibly all the way up into Canada.
Yeah, absolutely. I know you've been cool. I know you've been cool, but the ridge is heading your way. Trust me. So you want to flip to heat. It's going to happen in a big way. It's just a matter of time. And especially as we get towards Father's Day and beyond, I feel that heat is going to be creeping up your way. And you're going to be wondering where that coolness was, where it went. So really the only places that I feel like are going to remain cool for the rest of the month are going to be the Pacific Northwest. I don't really see that going away anytime soon, and maybe far extremes northeast, maybe in the Maine areas, but I feel like the coolest spot, I mean, where they've seen all the cool weather lately, and I think that's just going to continue through the month of June, especially for the Pacific Northwest for sure.
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm being pretty quiet. I'm kind of going over all these observations myself here and all the model data and trying to look through and try to pinpoint what I'm thinking as well. Still, like I said, I have a bald head right now because I'm scratching it so hard for all this weather today.
Yeah, so let's go over some of the storm reports just from yesterday. Like I said, it's been very active lately. So this is just kind of gives you an idea. These are some of the hail reports just in the last 24 hours, right? This is some of the hail reports. If we really zoom in, we've see a numerous this kind of a hail core, 4-inch hailstones. I mean that's kind of hard to do. I mean you got to have cloud tops to reach up to 60,000 feet to typically get hail something of that size to reach the surface. And we almost been doing that almost on a daily basis. So that's why, I mean, nothing has changed in the overall synoptic pattern for today. I still feel like we're going to be seeing some of that capability as we head into the afternoon into the early evening time frame. But this just kind of gives you an idea on some of the larger hailstones where they fell just in the last 24 hours. This is the last 24-hour storm reports. There was a pretty good swath through Kansas the other night, and then northeast of the Colorado area, but also in South Dakota, they got just get pummeled last night. Not just with the hail. I mean, there were numerous there were numerous wind reports of 75, 77, 79. There were even some 80, 84. I think the max I saw was 91 miles an hour in South Dakota last night. So you can definitely see these storms, once they get going and once they're able to tap into some of that impressive heat that we're going to be getting into the afternoon hours. It's all hands on deck with this kind of a squall line that's going to be developing in the later evening time frame.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we got active patterns still. I was kind of sweeping through, getting a quick glance at kind of the medium range as well, since there's nothing going on. Looking at the GFS, looking at the the Canadian model, and looking at the European that's just about to come out here, and it's we got a pattern again, like with that ridge building, maybe another derecho potential after Father's Day weekend. We got a chance of the derecho potentially as we go through the Great Lakes, the Midwest, or the Northeast again. But that all, like I said, depends on a lot of the dynamics of the atmosphere. A lot of stuff has to come together. But I have been noting that the long range pattern is not just supportive of today. The derecho today. We're like looking longer range, and even the long range pattern. I mean, we have windstorm potential probably through the July 4th holiday, just with the pattern we're seeing. And not just in the U.S. either. This could actually extend up into Ontario and portions of Quebec. Definitely have to watch out up into those areas for derecho potential as well, with what I'm seeing within the new guidance here this morning. So something to note there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just watching and waiting. I know Charles had a question about the derecho. That, again, that's uncertainty. Yes, it has the possibility. The Storm Prediction Center has highlighted that several times. A lot of the convective models have been hinting at that. So we're watching everything try to come to fruition, try to come together over the course of the next couple of hours. So like I mentioned, we've been waiting for these storms to turn more east and more southeast over time, and they have not yet done that. So as long as they stay northeast, the severe threat is going to be on the lower side. So once they turn that southeast turn, I think that's when things are really going to be ramping up in a big way.
Yeah, it looks like the Storm Prediction Center's outlook probably is Prague to come out around noon or 12:15, just the way it looks now. It's 11:48 Central Time this morning, and still no new outlook yet. So still kind of waiting on the new outlook for everybody in the chat to see what the atmosphere is doing here this afternoon. And once that comes out, Roy will be putting that on the screen, and me and him will be going over all the kind of dynamics with the new outlook for this afternoon.
Yeah, trust me. If they had any certainty of this, it would have been out at 11:15. It would have been out already for sure. So you got all of them in the room right now scratching their head. So they're like, okay, yeah. So the one in Monroe here lost the severe threat here.
Yeah, I do see that as well. Yeah, that was mainly just an elevated type of thunderstorm. Nothing surface-based so far this morning. All this up in Wisconsin is more elevated because it's north of the warm front. Where you go along the warm front and then to the south of the warm front, that's where you get that surface-based convection, where that the surface-rooted type of storms, where you have that damaging wind threat, the large hail threat, and even along that warm front, we do have to still watch for the tornadoes, because they do have, at least in their outlook from earlier this morning, a 5% tornado risk. So the chance is still there, and like we said, we're just waiting on the new outlook. But most of these storms this morning have been elevated in nature.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they're definitely not surface based right now. Hunter did mention the tornado threat. We went over the wind and the hail, but we did not touch on the tornado threat because that's still fairly prevalent. Is not like a huge outbreak or anything like that. But these storms can always spawn up a smaller tornado for sure. So all these areas into the Milwaukee area, Chicago, or essentially the areas that are under that enhanced risk, do have that elevated 5% chance of seeing a quick spin up tornado along that leading edge of that squall line that's going to develop in the afternoon, early evening time frame. So yes, essentially from Rochester to Indianapolis, all the way to Chicago, Milwaukee, South Bend, Toledo, Pittsburgh, well into the overnight hours after midnight, Cincinnati area, Dayton, Columbus, all those areas, Canton, Akron, all those areas do have, the possibility of seeing a possible tornado or two, this afternoon into the evening time frame. So the further southeast you live, the later on in the evening, and really, this area is not going to be until probably well after midnight by the time it actually reaches here. Just kind of give you an idea, because the storms are well up here right now, and they're not turning east southeast. So you can see what they're betting on right now. The storm motion is east, and then a lot of them moving northeast. So there's no severe stuff, forecasted here. They're all expecting that east southeast turn.
Yeah, I'm just reading the National Weather Service's from the Chicago office's mesoscale discussion that came out around 11 o'clock this morning, about an hour ago, and they are noting that this is taking a little longer than expected. The trends have been for the storms to develop a little later into the early and mid-afternoon hours, and then propagating southeast toward the evening into portions of the Ohio Valley with their mesoscale discussion. So that is something to note as well. And that is more important because if they do fire off early to mid-afternoon and to the late afternoon hours, that does mean more instability, more heat, and potentially more intense severe weather. So that is something to note as well across portions, of Indiana, southern Lake Michigan, and over to the east in the Ohio Valley. Something to note.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a very good point, because it's all about time of day with these storms, and typically peak heating this time of year is 4, 5, 6 o'clock, because the sun angle and getting just the duration of the daylight hours. It's well after 8 o'clock. A lot of times the sunset doesn't even. We're getting into the longest time of the year, right? I mean, it's almost the summer solstice. We're almost at the longest day of the year, so which is typically like over 14 hours of daylight. So, but yeah, that adds a very good point. Just because there's nothing really technically happening right now, could actually make it even worse later on this afternoon, because everything's fairly delayed instead of it starting now and then hitting a lot of the areas before peak heating. If it's delayed, a lot of these areas could have, more peak severe rather than it could be if they have developed earlier.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the latest SPC's mesoscale analysis. There is instability downstate Illinois, relative, but 7,000 joule per kilogram instability. Now, folks, this has been instability I haven't seen in my lifetime. I mean, this is high up of the high end for instability. If anybody remembers the Derecho in 2020, and I believe it was, what was it, Roy? Was it July or August? I think it was August in Iowa. And they had 4,500 joule per kilogram instability. This is up to near 7,000 today. So this is very significant compared to that event. So that is something very, this is a loaded atmosphere that is moving northward in towards this storm system today.
Yeah, so I have the instability on here. This is around 4 o'clock. So this is you can see these numbers are well into the 5,000 range. I mean, you typically only need about 1,000 to have a severe thunderstorm. So when you're seeing stuff like 4 or 5 times, even 6 times the normal capability, that is extreme instability. Typically, you're talking 60,000 foot. Some cloud tops have actually reached 65,000 feet just the last couple of days. But yeah, you can definitely see as we go through the evening time frame, closer to the evening time frame, those Cape values continue to lift further north to the Chicago area. And then, yes, they're approaching well into the 5, even the 6,000 range.
Yeah, I see a very small corridor of maybe 6,500 to 7,000. That's down centered around the Springfield, Illinois area, and then getting over towards the Champaign, Urbana, the Effingham, Illinois area. Very small area, but this is starting to expand a little further. So the energy is continuing to ramp itself up. We're just waiting. That's all.
Yeah. So absolutely. Yeah. So if we let this, yeah, right now, I mean, we're talking these areas right here. This is where the storms are. You know, we're not even talking 1,000, right? I mean, this is, you know, everything is all where all the storms are right now. It's barely anything, you know, less than 1,000. That's why a lot of these storms are not severe at the moment. But if we zoom out, you can definitely see all the unstable air mass just kind of just to the south, and all that is lifting more or less northeast. And so that's what they're waiting on. It's just like I said, it's kind of a kind of a 1-2 punch, you know, waiting on this warm front to lift further north. That's the instability. They're waiting on the turn of these storms, you know, turning more of that southeast trajectory. So I think all that's just kind of come together as we get deeper into the afternoon hours.
Just taking a look at some of these observations here. Let's see here. We got temperatures already into the lower 90s downstate Illinois as well. So a lot of heat coming up through the south. We got dew points already rising through the 70s, even into the mid 70s downstate Illinois, south of I-80 and even south of I-74 there in Illinois, south of Peoria. Dew points are in the mid 70s with temperatures rising through the 80s and into the lower 90s already. Just a few minutes before noon. So some pretty hot temperatures, you know, moving north.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So let's look at.
There's still nothing on the outlook quite yet. Like I said, this is still, you know.
Yeah, I don't see any hail out there whatsoever.
Right now.
There's no current hail happening right now. Nothing hitting the surface.
Yeah, there was a storm near Monroe in Janesville. That one did weaken. I do believe that warning did allow to be canceled.
Yes, they did have that one warning that took place, and they did actually allow that to cancel for sure. But yeah, here's some noontime temperatures. Yeah, well, yeah, 91 degrees. That's definitely warm for noon. You hit 91 at noon, you're getting close to potentially maybe 100 near the century mark for your afternoon high.
Yeah, that's all due to that warm front moving north as well. That's why they're in the 90s downstate Illinois, downstate Indiana down there. That warm front's moving north, kind of centered around the I-74 to I-80 corridor there in Illinois and Indiana, kind of over toward the Indianapolis area. The warm front has moved north of Indianapolis, I do want to note as well. So the Indianapolis corridor there is in the warm sector firmly now. So is Peoria, Illinois, getting down towards Springfield, Illinois. Chicago, you're getting close to that warm front, but the warm front is just still south of you at this time.
I mean, I've got the dew points on here. This is crazy high, folks. I mean, you're seeing dew points in 80-degree dew point in Bloomington. That is just insane right now. That's why the heat index, this is why they have the heat advisories and, the excessive heat warnings. It's the combination of the dew point and the temperature. So, I mean, this is the moisture. This is basically the amount of moisture in the atmosphere. So, I mean, 80 dew point is almost like living in a tropical rainforest. I mean, anything over 70 is considered oppressive. So yeah, anything over 70 dew point is oppressive. So when you're seeing numerous areas, 77, 78, 79 to the 80, that is like, I mean, just yucky. It's almost like sitting in a sauna, so you can definitely see the moisture is, the atmosphere is prime for storms start to, kind of explode in the afternoon hours once they tap into that atmosphere.
So you guys really can't hear me. I know I'm close to the phone. I don't know. I can try and still turn the volume up. if that works. Let me know if it's clearer now. I'm trying to do something different today. Our original idea was to have a different kind of software to kind of hear me through this today, but that did not, it kind of failed, didn't work. So we're kind of trying something a little different to try and still get me on here and still.
Hey, Sean. Yeah, Sean says he hears you okay. Everybody should be able to hear you okay.
Yeah, there's some people in the chat saying they can barely hear me and I sound like a tin can.
A tin can. Yeah, TF says they can hear you just fine. Snowy says you can hear you just fine. Your audio is just low. So, I mean, you know.
James Hall, you might have to turn your whatever you're streaming this live stream off of, just turn the volume up maybe like 10 or 15 higher. You probably might be able to hear me a little better. Just see if that works and let me know.
Yeah, so those are the current dew points, happening right now.
Yeah, 1201, still no new outlook. They're last string on this here today. So.
I mean, the winds right now are not like terribly an issue. We're only seeing winds of 30 and 40 knots. That's these are just kind of higher gust. Right now, 32 knots is more like 37, 38 miles an hour gust out there. So the winds right now aren't that big of an issue currently at the moment.
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm being so quiet. I'm looking through just all the guidance. It's my kind of my morning ritual. Kind of just looking through all the guidance today and just seeing down the pike what's kind of the atmosphere today and everything.
Yeah, so here's a weather station in St. Louis area. So pretty severe clear up in St. Louis there, but the temperature is well into the 90s already. And they're expecting some pretty maximum dew points there.
TF in the chat, will cloud cover stop bad storms from forming in northern Illinois? Probably in northern Illinois specifically, it's very tough to say. The cloud cover today probably won't help. It's just one of those ideas where we have a warm front moving north, and the cloud cover is not going to be the saving grace today. However, in northern Illinois, we're not really expecting anything too significant. I think the more significant weather is expected a little farther to the east across southern Lake Michigan, and then Chicago and points east-southeastward is really where the main show is expected to be later today. Just kind of going through some of the questions here in the chat. Yeah, 80-degree dew points this afternoon already in downstate Illinois. And these storms will be pretty efficient rainfall producers as well, and in addition to all the severe weather hazards. So flash flooding may be an issue across some of these areas today. But I don't think flash flooding will be too significant just due to the fact that these storms will be racing to the east-southeast as we get through the afternoon. So I think this, they'll be moving quickly enough that this, the hydro type of effects for these are not going to be too significant for flash flooding today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're moving northeast right now. That's why you're actually seeing that one flood warning there just south of St. Cloud. But once they turn east southeast, they're going to be moving way too fast to support flash flooding with this type of atmosphere. It's going to be coming in with a ton of bricks essentially. So they may only last for an hour, maybe two, if that. But it's going to be a pretty solid squall line that could move through, impacting your area.
Oh man, yeah, this new guidance. See, for meteorologists, the guidance is not supposed to be taken verbatim now. The guidance is more kind of, like what it means, guidance. I mean, it's not, verbatim, never will be. But the guidance today is not very helpful with any of the severe weather. So it's kind of just a, analog and type of, just observational nowcast type of severe weather today.
Yes, nowcast. It is one of those days, and it basically comes down to nowcast. That is it in the nutshell. So it's you know, trust me, if the SBC's outlook came out at 3, they would be like, okay, this is great because the storms turn, and they are going to put out another outlook at 3. They're right now they're 35 minutes behind on this outlook.
Yeah, I see in the chat, Brett Rose. Yeah, the dew points are pretty widespread for noon already. The lower 80s downstate Illinois and across portions of the mid Missouri Valley down there. Just imagine if this was the case during the middle of July with all the corn crops maturing across the Midwest. We'd be talking mid 80 dew points with temperature, heat index values up to around 120. So I mean, this could be worse across these areas. Definitely for this time of year.
I mean, there's always a maximum. I mean, I know in Dallas, the all-time record's like 86-degree dew point. So anything in the 80s is almost like unheard of. I mean, that does not happen very often at all. But like Brett mentioned, to be so widespread like what we're seeing, and that's why we're seeing probably 20 states with a heat advisory right now. And I said the stat this morning that 30 states could be seeing a record high temperature this week in the United States. So only 20 are not going to be able to see a record high temperature. That's a lot. That's over 60% of the country. At some point, some area within their state is going to be seeing a record high temperature breaking. So that just goes to show you just the expansiveness of this ridge of high pressure, what we're dealing with. So if you're under that high pressure, it's basically you just get penetrating sun, a lot of substances, a lot of sinking air. It's almost impossible to reign in that type of atmosphere. But once you get outside of that, like I said, the extreme instability is definitely there. The dew points are definitely there. And if you get outside of that atmosphere, then that's where you're on the storm side.
Yeah, definitely. It's air you can wear is what I call it up here in the Midwest. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that term, but it definitely feels like you're wearing a winter coat out there, especially with these dew points so high. And it's these storms will be wringing out all that energy with all that rainfall. Heavy rainfall rates could be over 1 inch an hour with some of these storms, maybe even over 2 inches an hour with some of the torrential rain with these storms today. I know it's raining pretty heavily up there and near and just north of Madison today. If you were up toward the Wisconsin Dells area, getting down toward Madison, Wisconsin, you're seeing some pretty heavy rainfall right now. There was a couple of storms earlier that were capable of producing quarter-size hail. They were not surface-rooted storms. They were elevated, so not seeing any damaging winds with those, but because they were north of the warm front. But yeah, definitely seeing some rainfall across portions of Wisconsin there, that garden variety type, stratiform rain, maybe some embedded thunder in there right now. But yeah, that's...
Yeah, Jackson Maxwell pointed this out. There is a little bit of convection near Indianapolis here, or these are kind of discrete pop-ups here that's happening right now near the Covington area, near the Lafayette area. These are out ahead of the main system. So
definitely need to be watched. Those are in the warm sector, and if those can start to really strengthen, those will be something to watch, even for tornadoes, because that's near the warm front. So
yeah, absolutely. So that's a good catch there to really zoom in to see those. But yeah, that's definitely, those are, I would be more worried about that right now than that main system coming in.
Okay, so it looks like the new outlook for the Storm Prediction Center is out, and they have actually expanded the wind probabilities today across the Indiana and especially through the entire state of Ohio today. So
let's see if it's on here. At 12:04, so it updated at 12:04. I think that looks like the new one.
yeah, there's
okay, yeah.
Some tornadoes, and especially they expanded that wind risk today a little farther southeast.
Yeah, they did. So this is definitely the new update here. So what we're looking at here, this is the latest update we've been waiting on from the Storm Prediction Center, and really anywhere in that outside black area, that's what they considered a hatched risk. That's where they could possibly see some of those 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts later this afternoon. But like I said, since it really hasn't developed yet and taken shape, they went ahead and have actually pulled it a little bit further south and southeast. So now places near Indianapolis, essentially into the Cincinnati area, really into Pittsburgh there, Cleveland, those areas, Detroit. So it's they moved it subtle. I think they moved it towards the Cincinnati area. I think before Cincinnati was actually not in it. So they did actually expand. They basically just kind of expanded the hatched risk area for that wind threat later on this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm even reading the SPC's discussion. They did even note that an upgrade to a moderate risk may still be warranted across portions here of lower Michigan, northern Indiana, and portions of Ohio by the 3 o'clock update. So that is something to note as well. But they're still expecting to be an intense MCS complex moving across these enhanced risk areas. But an upgrade to a moderate risk, they do say, is possible at the 3 o'clock update this afternoon.
Oh, absolutely. I do see that. That's because essentially they have not yet formed yet. They're everything's kind of been delayed. And so the delayment of even a couple hours with a combination of that instability, the extreme dew points happening right now, and then heading towards that peak heating. Once they do that 3 o'clock update, we'll be on the cusp of that peak heating of the afternoon. And between now and then, they may actually end up upgrading that for that wind threat, for that moderate risk wind threat. It's high 90s and dew points in the high 80s. That's good for tornadoes. Pretty big area of fat values over 2 inches. That is crazy high, boiling point nearly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, hey, it's almost like the calm before the storm, right? I mean, nothing's happening right now, not too much. But it does appear that, at least with the latest update on things trying to kind of come together here, that we could be looking at a fairly significant event later on this afternoon.
Yeah, northern Indiana. Yeah, you guys have been missing out on the severe weather. I know I've been, itching for some severe weather because I want to take some photos here of, I like taking photos of the clouds and stuff here in northern Illinois where I live. And we've been kind of in a bubble all year with the springtime and into the early portion here, getting in towards the early portion of the summer. And kind of itching for some severe weather. Looks like it'll miss out most of northern Illinois, but if you live in northern Indiana, you are in that enhanced risk zone with even potential for 75 or greater mile per hour wind gusts too today. So that is something to watch. If you live in South Bend, getting down toward Fort Wayne, Indiana, those areas still in that hatched wind risk today.
I think it was Sean. Oh yeah, Sean had a question about Pittsburgh. Yeah, it doesn't appear to impact Pittsburgh until well into the after midnight time frame. So I guess you could say it could be towards, on Tuesday morning, but it definitely appears that's going to be fairly delayed into the Pittsburgh area. We're just looking at some timing. Yeah, a lot of the activity doesn't really reach Pittsburgh until possibly 2 o'clock in the morning, essentially. Maybe, in the wee hours of the morning, towards sunrise. That time frame in Pittsburgh. I mean, right now they're just kind of north of Madison here.
What is the red hatched for? That is a 30% or greater probability of 75 plus mile per hour wind gusts, especially if you were in that 30% and also that hatched. All of that 30% is in the hatched wind risk here today. So you can have a chance, if you were in that red today, of 75 mile per hour or greater winds in that red area.
Yeah, absolutely. So that means, 70% of you might not see hurricane force wind gust, right? So there's 30% within this red shaded area that could possibly see some of those, hurricane force type wind gust. But so these are all like probability forecast. It doesn't say everybody's going to get that, right? But these are all probabilities saying the atmosphere is capable of producing some 75-mile-per-hour wind gust. And once they have more clarity and more certainty, that's when they elevate the probability, from say 5% to 15% to 30%. If they are more certain into the afternoon update, this could possibly be upgraded to a 45% chance. And then I've seen it as high as 60%, at times when there's like almost like somewhat of a guarantee thing it's going to happen.
Yeah, Roy, these storms in western, those kind of popcorn type storms in eastern Illinois and then getting into western Indiana they're popping up an instability of 6,000 plus. I mean, there's an observation in east central Illinois around Champaign-Urbana of 7,500 joule per kilogram instability. I'm looking on the mesoscale analysis on the SPC's page, and it's showing 7,500 joule per kilogram instability or CAPE.
Wow.
In eastern Illinois. So that's crazy.
You see, they're all discrete too, and that's what makes kind of a red flag, if you will, saying, "Hey, well, we got to watch these things," because you're talking, hey, 7,000 instability. We're talking dew points well into the 70s. We're getting past the noon time frame. You see a lot of these deepening oranges, even some red starting to pop up. So that just kind of gives you an indication the cloud tops are getting a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. And they're definitely expanding, right? So there's several more that's popping up with the latest frame here. So we're gonna have to watch this because there's actually nothing else around it, right? So there's nothing else around it kind of to stop these things from picking up in intensity. So these things have already got a start button on them, and now that they've started, we'll just have to watch and see if they're able to break through that warm layer aloft, and then maybe get a little bit more surface based and maybe turns more severe as we get, later in the afternoon.
Yeah, they're in an area that could produce, 2-inch or greater potentially hail. I know the SPC didn't have a hatched hail risk, but I mean, when you have instability up to 7,500 joules per kilogram, I mean, it's almost a given that there's golf ball size hail or even larger possible with these storms, at least for brief periods of time. Across these, really high CAPE type of environments that we're seeing this afternoon. So some big hail is definitely an issue. The damaging winds is definitely a bigger issue across a more widespread scope across the Ohio Valley. And then that tornado risk is also an issue, especially if you live near that warm front as that continues to lift to the north and east very slowly this afternoon.
Someone asked about the tornado risk in Northeast Ohio. Yes, there is definitely a possibility of seeing a tornado risk in Ohio. I think this is the latest update. It doesn't appear they actually changed the tornado risk outlook as far as the probabilities go. But yeah, definitely as this squall line comes to fruition later on this afternoon, there's an elevated tornado risk. With a 5% chance of seeing an isolated spin up tornado in this area. Yeah, I know the term Derecho has been, thrown out there. I even talked about it. It's a possibility. So yes, I mean, that is a possibility. We've got to see that squall line forming first. We've got to see that initial turn in the storms first. We have not yet seen that. But that is what's forecasted, at least the turn in these storms. The Derecho, I mean, once these form into a squall line, we'll be able to tell you a little bit more with more certainty if this actually has the capability of saying, hey, yes, it is in fact may turn into a Derecho. But we've got to see that kind of the squall line forming first, and that turn. But yes, that is definitely of concern this afternoon for sure.
Yeah, those storms are struggling down into Indiana of really growing tall because there is a cap on the atmosphere. So even though you have instability that's off the charts necessarily, does not mean that these storms will blow up. We do have a cap that is also they're working against, but if they can erode and breach the cap, we're going to have some big issues across the Indianapolis and Lafayette area here rather soon if these storms can really start to blow up. So that will be something to watch.
Oh yes, it's all about the cap. It is. It's all
That's
about the
all it's
cap.
been all year. It seems like it's just the cap, and the cap. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. That's always you can have all the dynamics in the world, but if there's that capit inversion aloft, it's going to squash most, if not all, storm activity. Hey, Barbara.
That's something I'm going to look at right now to see the meso analysis, to see what the cap strength is at.
Yeah, look at the SEN for us.
See if I can find it here. Yeah, the Storm Prediction Center has an amazing page I just discovered just a few weeks ago. And yeah, it's an amazing page. It's got a lot of dynamics in here. It's open to anybody that could, look on here. You just go to spc.gov and it's their meso analysis. And yeah, there's some great stuff on here. And I'm just looking through to see if there's any capping, issues with this. And I know there is, but I don't know the strength of it right now.
Hey, they do have the SEN on here.
Yeah. Yeah, the SIN is pretty high on the scale here. So yeah, there's some pretty strong capping.
Yeah, I would say 600. That's high. That is definitely high. But there's pockets here. I mean, there's pockets here that basically don't have a cap. So there's definitely holes. There's holes in the atmosphere for sure.
Right. And particularly today, what we're talking about also, if anybody knows or has heard of the term lapse rates, that is as cooling through the column of air as you go up into the low levels, the mid levels, and then the upper levels as you travel up and through the atmosphere. And the higher the number of the lapse rate, the more of the cooling aloft there is. So we have lapse rates today, like an example of 6 degrees Celsius per kilometer. So as you go up in the atmosphere, every 1 kilometer, the temperature cools off by 6 degrees Celsius as you go up into the mid and even the upper levels of the atmosphere. And they're at about 6 to 7 degrees Celsius per kilometer as you go up in the atmosphere across these areas. So some pretty supportive lapse rates, but although, like we've been saying, the capping inversion is really the big kind of caveat to all of this right now as well.
Hey, thanks so much, Sue. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, so we're just looking at some of these dew points again as we get about the 3 o'clock time frame. And yeah, so just that wall of water heading northeast to San. I mean, that's basically what you can call it, I guess. I mean, it's just kind of a wall of water, and they're just waiting, kind of a trigger in the atmosphere in the upper levels to tap into that water.
Yeah, I don't know if there's some type of a boundary moving through or some type of a energy, because the winds did pick up a little bit pretty strong at my house, as there's kind of a string of some very light sprinkles and showers moving through. I see a little bit of some water droplets on my driveway.
Oh, do you have an outflow boundary come through?
Picking up probably around 25, 30 mile an hour gusts right now.
Oh, you might have had a little outflow boundary come in.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
I'm trying to see if I can see. I'm trying to see if I can see anything.
Still pretty cloudy west of the Chicagoland area. That's where I live. There's a couple of, I live between Davenport, Iowa and Chicago, Illinois, kind of along the I-80 corridor there. And yeah, pretty cloudy right now, but seeing a little bit of light shower activity and some gustier 30 mile an hour wind gusts right now.
Okay, well, you might be getting this this tail of the system here.
Yeah,
you might have got some of that.
Right over my area right now.
That's probably what you're feeling right now.
Obviously, I'm not outside, so I can't tell if it's cooling off or not with it. But yeah, I can definitely see that from the window here.
Just zooming in some of these initial sites. I'm using the Milwaukee radar now. Yeah, these storms have a ton of lightning with them.
Yeah, and there's just sprinkling here where I live now, so there's nothing like too heavy or anything like that, but just some sprinkles.
But they're still heading northeast. They are definitely still heading more northeast, east bound.
Yeah, it does look like the winds at the surface here, or looking out the window, the trees are swaying more to the north and east with the top of the trees there with the gusts. So kind of more southwest to northeast kind of surface winds here.
Okay, so it almost appears like these initial storms are moving northeast, but these storms back here are moving east.
Huh. Yeah, it's one of those things. Really is. I'm kind of wondering if the storms that are moving east right now are going to start turning southeast in that kind of.
Well, these are the storms. I mean, I would say, yeah, by far, these are the storms to be concerned about right here. I mean, because there's Milwaukee right here off the. Yeah, so if we zoom in, I'm looking at the Milwaukee radar, so I'm really kind of zooming in now. Yeah, so and these have some purple with them. Look, I mean, yeah, if we kind of really zoom into this area, that deepening purple stays together as it pushes along 33 there. So these storms are definitely kind of holding their own and keeping that intensity as they push east. So yeah, because here's Madison and there's the Milwaukee area, and these are expected to traverse right across them. So we might be getting really close to seeing that southeast turn.
Yeah, we're getting close, and I think with these events too is that these storms, if they pop up, they like instability. They like cake. It's like cake to them. They like to eat that cake, and they'll start to turn to the southeast because there's better, should I say, better frosting down that way. There's better cake down to the south and east.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, if you're living in central Wisconsin, Madison on up, especially into the Wisconsin Dells area, you're seeing some pretty decent, probably cloud to ground lightning here. You're probably seeing some heavy rainfall. I wouldn't be surprised to see pea-sized hail, even though there's no real special weather statement out or anything like that across those areas. But there's some deepening cores within that in central Wisconsin, where I wouldn't be surprised if there was some pea-sized hail with those storms at all. They are pretty elevated, though. There's nothing surface-based as still at this time, but.
Yeah, Brett mentioned to look at the 700 millibar winds here to kind of give you a trajectory on when the turn is going to happen.
Yeah, these storms have a pretty strong rear inflow jet too. So if we can get an organized system in here, that rear inflow jet is going to really kick in, and these storms will be moving probably 50, 60 miles per hour potentially to the southeast.
Yeah, no question. I think they're going to be moving that in every bit, if not more.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty strong, pretty evident on the observations here this morning. The sounding from the Quad Cities is showing 7,500 joule per kilogram instability as well across eastern Illinois.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, there's some pretty. I mean, that is almost record high cave values. I mean, this is like almost once in a lifetime type of instability values. I've never seen it, and I've been alive for 21 years.
7,500 is definitely rare for sure.
So, but
yeah,
I've never seen it.
I think, I mean, of course you can Google search it, but some all-time records, I think there's probably some 9,600s out there, but like very, very isolated instances. But yeah, anytime you even reach over 6,000, that's in rare territory, essentially.
Yeah, I've never seen it. I think the record, if I'm not mistaken, have you looked at, I think it's 8,500 maybe, or 8,300.
Is that what it is? I don't know. I know it's up there.
I'll look it up now.
I'm sure anybody can Google it.
Just for the sake of the argument
here. Revealed 8,000 in 2011, 8,000. I'm just value of 8,300, July 22nd, 2016. Yeah, I'm looking at top 10. Looks like top 10 Cape of all time, 8,300 is.
I'm seeing in 1999. Let me look here. I got to click on this. My computer's taking forever to load here. So, where did I see that at?
Yeah, I mean, so you got model forecasts and then what actually happened. So, I mean, sure, model forecasts have been 9, 10,000 range, but what's actually happened, it appears 83, July 13th, 2015.
There was a sounding back in 1999 on July 3rd, 99. They had a sounding. I'm not sure exactly where this was, but a sounding in the U.S. of 94.85 joules per kilogram instability.
But that is a sounding, that is model, so
Right, it is.
I'm seeing observation July 13th, 2015, 8,300.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, so I was right. About 8,300, I think, is probably the highest it's ever been, and we're not that far off today.
Yeah, so 7,500 is right up there, right? I mean, you're talking like all time ever, right up there. Of course, that is model, but
Right.
but still, all right. So yes, they've got a little mesoscale discussion here on this one. This special weather statement is typically, when they put out they put out ahead of the storm that's not, I guess, not severe. It's like one step lower than the actual severe storm.
Yeah, it looks like the sun's starting to poke out here where I live. Some filtered sunshine now behind those sprinkles. So I'm sure it's going to be getting pretty warm where I live, and that's probably indicative of a warm front coming in now.
Hey, Susan. Hey, Monster Bow Echo predicted for Michigan this evening. Yeah, this is definitely a possibility. So this is what we were talking about with this potential storm going to unfold here.
There's a nice little core across portions there, northeast of Champaign, Illinois, northwest of Danville, Illinois. A little bit of a core I'm watching here, starting to kind of get a little bit taller and still pretty low top right now, but something I'm watching. I'll have to see if there's any lightning on this here. That'll really tell the story of if this thing's starting to strengthen. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning starting to pop up just to the northwest of Danville, Illinois. So if you live between Champaign, Illinois, and Danville, Illinois, there is a storm just between you and northwest of Danville. The lightning strikes have really gone up over the last 10 minutes or so. So these cells are starting to pop up and kind of break through that cap now. And this is south of a warm front, so we definitely have to watch for some surface-based convection with some large hail, some damaging winds, and also that tornado threat.
Okay. Yeah, there's Danville. So I'm trying to see which radar is the best to pick these up on. Yeah, it's got a couple lightning strikes. These supercells, you kind of zoom in. Definitely some deepening reds associated with them. So that's some cloud tops getting a little bit higher now.
Yeah, I don't think there's any pea-sized hail quite yet or anything like that with that storm, but it is starting. The newest radar scan I just saw is starting to really start to strengthen and kind of elongate more towards the Danville area now.
Okay, it's Potomac. Yeah, picked up another lightning strike up there. So that's just always a sign of this continuing to strengthen. And just maybe some spotty activity near the Lincoln area.
Huh, that is interesting. Yeah, those storms are in the area of the High Cape. There's a lot of lightning up in Wisconsin. I did not realize that. There's tons of lightning up into Wisconsin Rapids, the Dells, Stevens Point, all the way down towards Madison. There's tons of lightning with these storms today.
Yeah, so let's zoom into that Stephen Point area. Yeah, so what he highlighted is this activity here, not severe, but it's definitely strong enough to support some stronger storms. There's a lot of lightning across this boundary. This is the area that we highlighted earlier that's moving northeast, that's continued to move northeast, and the ones down to the south towards let's see, Clifton area, bound toward the Norwalk area. Those are the ones that are moving more or less due east towards the Wisconsin Dells area.
Yeah, if you look to the Dells, between the Wisconsin Dells and about Stevens Point, that's exactly in between there. You're probably seeing lightning flashes here every couple of minutes, if not, more, with a lot of this heavy rain pushing through. Maybe even some pea-sized hail. I wouldn't be surprised with some of these, stronger cores within this. Certainly no gusty winds. These aren't surface rooted, so these are pretty elevated. But yeah, like I said, maybe some pea-sized hail with these storms wouldn't be ruled out.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, nothing severe at the moment, but we're just kind of watching this. We're just watching this storm unfold throughout the afternoon time frame.
Yeah, these storms. We're seeing some more activity down, kind of back building across northeast Iowa, west of Dubuque, getting back toward the Waterloo area. Just some lower top shower activity.
Okay, it looks like they did go ahead and warn that storm in Danville. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning to that storm in Danville here.
Oh, we do. Okay, yep, we do. It just popped up.
Yeah, so this storm did turn severe. It was located near Potomac. That's where we're seeing some of these lightning strikes, right? So we're watching all this unfold. Or 12 miles northwest of Danville. That's still moving. These storms are moving northeast. So yeah, so this activity that we've been watching for the last 10, 20 minutes or so has now turned severe in nature, capable of producing some 1-inch hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with this activity as it's moving off across to the northeast.
Moving northeast 25. So, I mean, you do have some time to heed the warning if you do live, especially in the Danville area, but these storms are kind of moving. If you live in Bismarck, Illinois, kind of zooming in here, Rossville, Hoopeston, those type of areas, you have time to heed the warning, but do get to your safe place. Stay away from windows because, lightning and that hail could be dangerous with that, as well as the gusty winds. So take shelter in those areas if you live in Hoopeston, Illinois, Rossville, Illinois, and then down south toward Danville and Bismarck, Illinois, in that warning area.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is our one. We've seen sporadic severe storms so far this live stream. We came on about 11 o'clock this morning. There was one earlier. This is essentially our second one that we've seen so far. So the main event has still not yet kind of come together. So we're just kind of watching everything kind of pop up. But yeah, down here, you can definitely see more lightning strikes trying to pop up towards the Potomac area. This storm is continuing to gain strength as it continues to push off to the northeast. There's not much else around it. It's got a lot of instability. It's in the warm sector, so it's got every ingredient there to continue to intensify. So that's essentially what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I'd say if you live in the Lafayette area, I know that's kind of more of a metropolitan hub there into west central Indiana. Do just kind of be on the lookout for some stronger storms here in the next hour or so. These are moving slow right now, but these could pick up some speed. So if you live in the Lafayette area in Indiana, do kind of be on the lookout, as well as the Covington area. This is just to your west in Indiana, so do watch that here next half hour, probably hour at a time.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is our one severe thunderstorm that we're dealing with currently at the moment. And even more lightning strikes trying to pop up in this one down towards Frankfurt as well.
Yeah, I'm seeing some feedback from that. A couple lightning strikes here on my radar as well. So, yeah, south of Frankfurt, a couple lightning strikes starting to pop up there. A couple more cells south of, I think it's Attica in Indiana there. That is starting to show some lightning returns as well.
Yeah, so just for grins, we'll see some of these cloud tops here. So, okay, so we're about 50,000 feet. So that's getting up there. This one's 53,000 feet. So they're
yeah, that's up there.
Yeah, that's definitely nothing to sneeze at. I mean, that's 54,000 feet. So that's got a lot of potential here to come a much bigger storm than what it is right now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's still kind of fighting off a cap, but it looks like it's broken the cap in those areas. These pockets are starting to break through some of that cap, some of that sin we've been talking about. And that's why we have that severe thunderstorm warning just over the Danville area and then on up to the north toward the Hoopeston, Illinois area. Far eastern Illinois, if you live east of Champaign-Urbana, that's where the storm is right now at this current time.
Yeah, you can see the one in Frankfurt has a couple lightning strikes, and that's about 41,000 feet. So, but yeah, anything in the 50s, that is definitely can turn severe pretty quick, and that's what we're seeing here. But this continues even any higher than that. We're going to be getting some bigger hail coming out of that storm.
Yeah. Well, and the amazing part is there was nothing on the radar back at about 11:45. And boom, all of a sudden we have, 15 minutes of storm activity, and then another 15 minutes went by, and there's a severe thunderstorm warning. So these are growing very quickly in intensity today.
Oh yeah, and then, and this did not pick up on the latest HRRR run, so that the model data didn't have this activity, right? So it just kind of shows you models are models, and but hey, this is the beginning stages, so we're saying, hey, it's capable of breaking the cap. We've already shown it, so so we have to watch not only these storms but other storms that are trying to pop up ahead of the main line that could turn severe as well.
Okay, now I'm starting to see a little bit of a signal in the HRRR and the 16Z run, the newer run. It's showing kind of a bow echo moving down into portions of eastern lower Michigan, getting down towards Ohio there, and the western portions of Pennsylvania. But this is not even until dawn tomorrow. So I mean, this model's still kind of off. I'm not really fully trusting it right now. Like Roy said, the HRRR didn't even pick up on the storms that are even firing off into western Indiana right now. So these are just used as guidance, not to be taken verbatim. But we'll still keep tabs on this moving forward.
Yeah, someone mentioned Pittsburgh. We were thinking well after midnight. Yeah, Cleveland. This is 4 o'clock in the morning, guys. 4 o'clock in the morning, maybe impacting the Pittsburgh area. Let's see the NAM 3K. That was updated at 12Z. That doesn't come out every hour.
Well, I do see a new mesoscale discussion that just came out here about 15 minutes ago. There is a watch issuance likely, about an 80% chance of some type of watch being issued across portions of Indiana, southwestern Ohio, and the far northern Kentucky, and maybe even far eastern Illinois as well into the next hour or so.
And that was a new mesoscale discussion?
Yeah, it came out about 12:30 this afternoon, about 15 minutes ago.
Okay, somebody turn that on here. Yeah, so we can read this together. So yeah, this is a new mesoscale discussion. Yeah, 80% chance of a watch going to be maybe potentially issued in this blue area. They're looking at storms, possibly strong to severe thunderstorms capable of producing large hail and damaging winds may develop over the next couple of hours. So yeah, very warm air mass, yeah. So all the thermodynamics are basically there. So 80% is fairly high. So that's fairly certain that we could be looking at possibly our first severe thunderstorm watch of the day going to be issued in this area. So don't take this for a verbatim because it's not a watch right now. So this is just kind of gives you an area of interest to look at. And that's exactly within this area where they do have that isolated storms right now popping up.
Yeah, there's not a lot of forcing for ascent in this area, so there's still uncertainty of whether or not, these storms are going to just take off, like around the Danville area. I know these storms are severe, but like really start to take off and produce those 75-mile-per-hour plus wind gusts across this area. Still uncertain, but still we got to watch this here in the next hour or so.
Yeah, so we're that is the potential watch. So we'll just kind of leave this on the screen to kind of highlight that area of concern right now. But yeah, so far right now, all the activities up there by Stevens Point, coming out of Minnesota, heading into the Wisconsin area. These storms are not on the severe side, but they are on the stronger side, and just kind of waiting for that southeast turn here.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Very difficult to tell when that exactly will be. Moving into Oshkosh here pretty soon. I like saying that, Oshkosh, Wisconsin. You're going to be seeing some stronger weather here probably in the next 15, 20 minutes or so there in Oshkosh.
Yeah. Oshkosh.
I always wanted to move to Oshkosh. No, I'm originally from Naples, Florida, that area. So if anybody lives in the Florida area, hello, I miss Florida. I want to be down there again one of these days for vacation.
Oh yeah, down in Florida. It's always a good spot. I've been all over Florida. Been all over the Panhandle, down there in the south in Miami and Fort Lauderdale, Sarasota, Tampa, Orlando. I pretty much almost covered the entire state of Florida I've been to.
Yeah, see, I haven't ever been out west. I need to get out west more. West toward the Rockies, west towards California, Oregon, that way.
Hey, someone was saying they were seeing rotation near the Danville area.
Rotation
on this storm.
Let's take a look here. Who was saying that?
Just Jackson Maxwell. I'm not.
Jackson, what are you seeing on your end there?
I'm not seeing that.
Maybe some mid-level rotation, very weak, but I don't see anything imminently producing a tornado anytime soon with this storm at all. It's moving to the northeast at 25 miles an hour, and I don't really see much surface-rooted rotation to, allow a tornado or anything like that to develop anytime soon.
All right, let me take that discussion off. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything tornadic out of the storm just, right now. So,
just some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, some quarter-size hail, maybe even some half-dollar-size hail can't even be ruled out with what some of those tops are showing. That Roy was showing earlier were 50,000, almost 55,000 feet. So I wouldn't be surprised maybe some isolated half-dollar-size hail may be possible out of these, stronger cells moving in towards, around the Danville area and then into western portions there of Indiana.
Let me see if that storm has any hail. Very, very small. Okay, yeah, looks like a little area here. I mean, there might be one little hail curl, very, very tiny. Almost
storms are almost just positive lightning producers. Just incredible of all the lightning that has just been upticked in these storms. These storms are producing some dangerous cloud-to-ground lightning, so that is also another hazard, as well as the damaging wind and hail threat, the tornado threat. The lightnings can be very dangerous, and lightning can be fatal in any thunderstorm. So, got to take every thunderstorm, whether it's severe or not, very seriously, because there has been a lot of lightning deaths in the United States from cloud-to-ground lightning. And lightning, striking trees and then traveling through the ground. So something very dangerous that nobody wants to ever, be contending with any of these storms today.
Yeah, so I was just looking at the soundings here at the surface. It supported half-inch hail, and then that's when they exactly put out the mesoscale discussion here, saying, "Hey, this has half-inch hail potential." Winds of excess of 30 miles an hour. So not severe, but something that's trying to gain an intensity here.
Yeah, up toward the Oshkosh area.
Yeah, there's that 0.55, 0.51 there. some half-inch hail out of that storm.
Oshkosh, eventually up toward the Appleton, Wisconsin area, and then extending over towards Stevens Point, the Wisconsin Rapids, and then the New London area there in Wisconsin, west of Green Bay, southwest of Green Bay. That's where that's where Roy is showing that the special weather statement, kind of with the stronger storms up that way.
Yeah, but there's a lot of more activity. So this is the same area that this SPC highlighted an 80% chance. So we're starting to see more storms just kind of bubbling up in the heat of the afternoon. So yeah, there's more activity here north of Indianapolis here now. So just a lot more activity really trying to come together here in that watch. So as this fills in, they're definitely going to be probably pulling the trigger and saying, hey, we need to issue that watch now.
Yeah, Roy is using, I believe, Radar Omega. I think it's a one-time fee. I think it's like $7 or $8.99. You pay for it. Very good radar. It's got a lot of model data on it. You can pay extra, I believe, for that or something like that. Got a lot of stuff on there to use. Probably one of the best radars that I've ever used in my lifetime.
I think the alpha version's like
local news radars for sure.
I think the alpha version is like $12, something like that, a month or whatever.
It's just a one-time fee, so you don't have to keep paying monthly for it.
No, actually, it is. No, that if you actually do the alpha version, it is a monthly fee.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Which is the best version they have.
The radar originally, just the main radar, I believe.
Oh yeah, there's different levels. Obviously, there's different levels, but if you want like everything, like the max of everything, then. Yeah, most
change some of the
most of the better ones. I mean, obviously, most of the better ones you got to pay for it, right? I mean, so for sure.
They're cheap. I mean, $12 a month.
Oh no, this is definitely inexpensive compared to what else is out there for sure.
Hey, Barb, you're from Oshkosh, huh? Yeah, I love that name of that town for sure. Yeah, you got some strong weather coming your way. Maybe some stronger storms, some pretty heavy lightning in your area, some heavy rain, some stronger wind gusts, and some smaller hail toward your area. So definitely be on the lookout for that, Barb, as you're making your rounds through the day today.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just so what's going on in the Northeast? What's happening in the Northeast? So let's zoom into that. So what we're doing, this is just current radar right now in the Northeast. So not much happening in the Mid-Atlantic, currently right now on current radar. There is some shower activity, towards Maine, and this is all lifting, Northeast here. So we do have some showers into the Maine area, but other than that, it looks like we're having some pop-up activity in portions of Allentown here and into portions of, say, the Dover area. I mean, this area is warming up fairly quick with that high pressure heading this way. So,
yeah, hello, Angie Gookins. I think I don't want to butcher your last name. Hi, hello from Central Indiana. You live around the Indianapolis area. Do you live around that area? Pretty nice area. I've been through Indiana a few times. But hello, welcome to the live stream, and I hope you're having a good time here. Tell friends and family to get on here so we can kind of track these storms with them.
Yeah, so we're answering all the questions out there. We're of course we're tracking the severe threat, but we're also looking at just other stuff as in general. Just people are on board looking at that don't live within the severe threat this evening, but they are just having overall interest in the weather and for their area. So they so I mean all the cooler weather. If you're hey. I mean, I live in Texas. I want to escape the heat. Where can I go? It's like, well, a good spot to go is the Pacific Northwest because, if you're going to be heading up that way, I mean, we're seeing widespread coolness really for the foreseeable future and just kind of just daily rain showers. So they're getting far from any idea of summer. I mean, I think last year was it the end of June. I think it was the end of June. They were having that massive heat wave up there in the Portland area and Seattle when they were having those all-time record craziness.
Yeah, like 110 degrees or something.
116. So, of course, that was the end of June. This is the middle of June, but still, their highs are like 60 right now, in the 50s in Seattle. So that's well below average. But, obviously when they were experiencing those elevated temps, I mean, their average highs are in the 70s and they were getting some of those, well above 100 temperatures. So obviously that was an extreme case. But a widespread difference of what they're seeing from, around this time last year, what they're getting this year in the Pacific Northwest. And then
Roy, I don't know if you can pull this up or not, since
okay.
There's not too much activity besides that one warning going on.
Right.
The day 2 outlook of the SPC, I did want to note as well, they did upgrade parts of Iowa into eastern, from central Iowa back to eastern and southeastern Nebraska to a slight risk for tomorrow's outlook.
Okay. Yes, they did update that at the 12:30 update. Yeah. So this is
along a cold front that will be sweeping on through, and the cold front will slow down tomorrow. Model guidance has been pretty consistent on a cold front moving through Iowa and Wisconsin, but then stalling out across that area with all that heat and humidity kind of moving northward even on Wednesday across those areas into Illinois and eastward. And then that threat will continue eastward on Wednesday as well.
So we're on that day 2 risk right now. So this is tomorrow. If you're just looking at this, this is tomorrow. So there are pockets of slight risk for storms. Like you mentioned, there's a little mini cool front, if you will, but where you're not going to get the coolness is in the Chicago area. I think tomorrow's you're talking maybe triple digits.
I think the high is predicted to be 101 where I live here near the Chicago area tomorrow.
Yeah, there you go. And typically you get what they call compressional heating in that type of atmosphere. So you got this little mini cool front to the north of there, and the heat compresses in that type of atmosphere, and that's where you get that elevated spike in temperatures, and that's exactly what you're going to see tomorrow just to the south of there.
Yeah, I'm not expecting very much in the way of any clouds tomorrow, even in the upper levels. I think it's going to be a sun splashed sky across much of northern Illinois tomorrow for sure.
So yeah, that would be by far the hottest temperature of the season, right? I mean, you haven't gotten to, I think you've gotten to like low 90s.
Shatter a record. I believe the old record in Rockford, Illinois, and Chicago, Illinois hubs are mid to upper 90s. So this will shatter a record at 101.
Wow. That's.
I'm going to actually look back to see what the actual records are. I'm going to go back to the National Weather Service in Chicago here.
Let's see. I'm looking at. Okay. So tomorrow, the National Weather Service has an estimated 53 records being broken tomorrow with that heat.
That's pretty significant.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking.
The records now for Chicago and Rockford hubs here in northern Illinois and northeast Illinois. Chicago's record high back in 1987 was 99, and if they hit 101, they will break their record by 2 degrees. And then for the Rockford area in Illinois, the record back in 1987 as well was 98, and they will shatter that record by about 3 or 4 degrees tomorrow if they get up to around 101.
I mean, they've got 98 in central Minnesota.
that's pretty significant.
Wow. And then
Snowies, you got some heat coming.
I was about to say that's not that far away.
No, yeah, you're definitely going to be baking here as we get towards this week and next week for sure.
Yeah, that is not that far away from you, Snowies. So it's gonna be hot before you know it. All right, let me take this off.
Is blistering. Yeah, it's blistering heat. Yeah, that is the fact of the day.
Well, it's just so early in the season. I mean, technically, we're not even in summer yet. Summer starts in like what, 8 days. So the official start of summer. So yeah, I mean, this is why, I mean, it gets hot, obviously, but this is, the middle of June. So to see such widespread heat like this so early just gives you kind of an indication of what might be to come for the summertime. And because your average highs will only increase, so they're only going to bump up another 5 degrees, if not more, a month from now. So, um, you know,
Yeah, I know there's a lot of heat advisories, and there's even a few excessive heat warnings out for the day, for even today, tomorrow, and going all the way through Wednesday here, maybe even Thursday across the East Coast as this continues to kind of shift to the east. And then we have a reestablishment of an even potentially stronger, more amplified ridge all the way up into the southern Canadian prairies of, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, those areas into southern Canada could even see 90s. I mean, this is a pretty strong ridge in the next, the following week that will be occurring around the Father's Day weekend into the following week. But, tracking the ridge this week, yeah, we still have a lot of heat for sure with all those heat advisories out there.
All right, so we're watching this, the severe threat coming out of Danville here, and this continues to lift further northeast, and they have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for portions of Rossville, and that's just north of the Danville area, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Yeah, so this has some quarter-size hail capability with it, some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust as this continues to lift off to the northeast.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I have to go get my laptop charger because I brought the laptop downstairs without the charger, and now it's about to die. So I'll be
okay.
Right back, everybody.
Yeah, so you can definitely see all this area really kind of filling in, right? I mean, just 30 minutes ago, it wasn't much of anything in this area. So we only had 3 or 4 different isolated sporadic cells. But now they're really starting to come together, right? I mean, we're starting to see more numerous cells really starting to pop up. Just essentially, west of the Indianapolis area, north of the Indianapolis area. And this is the same area that they highlighted that, hey, they're looking at possible watch to be issued over the next hour or so. So we've had several warnings in this area, but nothing like terribly too concerned about. Confirmation, it again has the capability of producing quarter-size hail. We have not actually seen that. I think the biggest hail I've saw so far was 3/4 of an inch actually reached the surface. So these are right on the cusp of basically borderline severe storms, happening just north of the Danville area. But yeah, this is the main area of convection that we're fairly kind of highlighting to watch this mesoscale system kind of forming into the afternoon hours. We're definitely more concerned about this this activity down here by Wisconsin Dells of it shifting eastbound. So that's the activity I am thinking this is going to be turning more of an east southeast trajectory as we get into deeper into the afternoon time frame, and eventually head over into Pittsburgh, but not until maybe 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, so thanks everybody for tuning in. This is live coverage. We're talking about an enhanced risk for severe storms today. So this is an elevated risk for storms that could turn into a kind of a nastier squall line as we get deeper into the afternoon hours, because the system has waited a little bit to kind of come together, and it still has not. The thinking is it heads towards more peak heating now, and that's when you basically may turn from hardly anything to really severe in a short amount of time, as everything just kind of comes together all at once. So they went ahead and highlighted and updated and actually expanded the enhanced risk really for today, essentially from Madison to Chicago to Toledo to Detroit, maybe down to Cleveland to Columbus, and eventually heading near the Pittsburgh area later on into the overnight time frame. So if you live essentially here. This is probably before midnight. And if you live past this area, this is essentially probably after midnight. Just to kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at this afternoon and maybe some timing of this cell right here that we're looking at, and just this new activity that we're more concerned about because this is more isolated in nature. And this is lifting northeast, right? So this is heading towards the more unstable air mass as all this kind of comes together.
Yeah, I'm back now. I had to go get my laptop charger. Got it all working now, and everything's going good.
Cool.
Okay, let's see. Still got that warning in Eastern Illinois. I'm seeing a lot of upward growth, really, from what it was earlier. If anything, it's kind of, I wouldn't say weakened, but there's more storms starting to, develop into western Indiana that could go severe. So we'll watch that. Northwest of Indianapolis. Wow, that was a big boom.
Oh, was that lightning? Is that thunder?
No, that was somebody throwing something in the big old dumpster around.
Oh, it's like, yeah, that was loud.
Probably be hearing a lot of that, unfortunately, here today. They're working across the street here, so.
Oh, I see.
So if you hear any banging around, chat, that's just construction going on near my house. Unfortunately, I can't stop that from happening, so I apologize.
Yeah, I'm looking at Wednesday. I got 54 record high temperatures on Wednesday. I mean, and most of them in the Ohio Valley, heading up to Michigan, well into the 90s in Michigan. Pittsburgh's like 95 degrees on a Wednesday. And then really Thursday's somewhat maybe the cooler day, if you will, I guess. There's only 13 record high temperatures.
Low 90s, I guess.
But I mean, I'll never forget, I used to run a lot. And I think it was back in 2011, we had that crazy hot summer here. And we were running all summer long. And then September rolled around. And then we started about 6 o'clock in the evening. Because, unless you got up at 6 a.m. to run before the sun came up, or even before that, it's just crazy hot. And even then, it doesn't even get below 80 degrees. But I remember it finally dropped. It was like 110 degrees, like forever. And it finally dropped to 102. And I'm like, man, it's chilly. So it actually, at the time, it did feel chilly, because really at the time, the humidity was so low that the actual feels like temperature was lower than the actual temperature. It was almost like the desert by then. You there, Hunter? We lose you.
Yeah, I'm just sorry.
Okay.
I'm looking at the guidance.
Oh, no worries. It sounded like I lost you there.
Kind of got sidetracked. Sorry. What were you saying? I'm very sorry.
I'm just telling a running story, but yeah, I'm just looking at this propagation of this high pressure. Yeah, so it kind of moves northeast, and then it backs off, towards the weekend, and it just parks itself over the central U.S. and just bakes the central U.S. again.
Yeah, isn't it gonna retrograde, or is that just another high pressure coming in? I believe something like that.
Retrograde, yeah, backs up. It shifts east for a couple of days. Maybe by Friday it starts coming back. You have a little coolness enter back to the picture into the northeast. Or at least cooler conditions by Friday, after you warm up a little bit.
Right.
And then by Sunday, by Father's Day, you're talking 100 degrees in North Dakota. So
happy Father's Day, everybody. Welcome to the 100-degree heat club.
Yeah. So yeah, let's look at this. This is from that Tempest weather station. I've actually got this Tempest weather station myself. This is Burlington, Kansas here. this weather station up here. Nice view of Burlington, Kansas.
Yeah, I am perplexed right now with what is going on. Like I said, nowcast type of severe weather is very tough to predict. And, Wisconsin, most of Wisconsin, it's raining right now or has rained. And we're just not seeing the, big old time bow echo or anything at this time, but we'll continue to monitor it here through the afternoon for you guys. The SPC, like Roy has been saying all along through the springtime and here now when we're getting toward the early summer, the SPC, when they put out their outlooks, they do not take an enhanced risk lightly. They don't take any risk lightly, and for sure they would not put a note in the Storm Prediction Center's synopsis of a moderate risk upgrade if they weren't sure that an uptick in the severe weather was going to be evident this afternoon. Across these, especially the enhanced risk areas, but even into the slight and marginal risk areas as well. So something to note as well. Anybody watching out there?
I just went to the GFS and then just kind of put the latest run on here to watch all these come together. The last.
Yeah, I'm really waiting on the European to come out here. It should come out any minute now.
It's out. It's only been out 10 minutes though. Well, it's been out for 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. So it's pretty new.
Yeah.
Probably hasn't fully loaded into the server yet.
Yeah. One of the things here's the latest GFS. And like I've been highlighting, people have been waiting on the monsoon flow coming out. And I think a lot of that starts, this is Thursday, not much activity on Thursday. But I think as we get deeper, say Friday night, time frame, we're going to have more activity. Here's 7 o'clock. So I've been talking about this weakness in the ridge moving up to the northeast. That's going to allow some instability. You've got this Pacific storm that's probably going to be named here over the next day or so, going to be adding to some of that monsoonal flow. But this is maybe a radar depiction by about Friday night around 7 o'clock. And we've got storms happening into the Tucson area, into Flagstaff. I mean, I mentioned this because, these areas have not really seen much of any rainfall in the last 4 to 5 months. So they look forward to this time of year with these monsoon season starting June 15th and goes until about September 30th. But it's going to be right on schedule. We should have more of a constant flow. Moisture going to be impacting those areas as we get into the weekend time frame. So here's Saturday time frame, more storms moving in from Tucson to Flagstaff to Salt Lake City. So not like substantial rain or anything like that, but we're talking any rain is helpful with these areas. And I think that really just kind of continues into early next week. So there's going to be pockets of daily showers and storms going to be impacting that area through the Father's Day weekend and probably through early next week. From complements of some of this Pacific moisture, and then just maybe this weakening ridge over this area. So, I mean, obviously Phoenix has hit like 113, 114, 115, crazy high temperatures already, even for them. I think I read Death Valley the other day hit 123 degrees already. So even for Death Valley this year, that hit actually a record for Death Valley. I know it gets hot in Death Valley, but even for them, that was a record high temperature.
Yeah, that monsoon season is definitely going to help for that drought a little bit in Arizona, especially into New Mexico. I know New Mexico has been ravaged by just extreme and exceptional drought lately, and hopefully that'll start to put a little dent in it. Definitely, by no means is it going to be a drought buster, but it'll definitely be a step in the right direction. I know up here when I had a drought, we had all these, soaking rains, and it just seemed like never ending. And I was looking at the drought monitor week after week and saying, well, we've had all these rains. Why isn't it, why isn't the drought improving? Well, when you get into a significant drought like they are down in the desert Southwest, you have the topsoil and then you have the deep soil down well below the ground. And it takes a while to, get plentiful moisture down below, the surface into the topsoil and then below. And it takes months potentially, or even years in California's sake to even get, rebound from that. So, by no means this monsoon going to really, wipe out that, but it definitely will be a step in the right direction for sure.
Yeah, so here is actually the latest drought monitor index. This actually comes out every Thursday, so this is the latest output, and you can definitely see in New Mexico, right? I mean, where they've been having a lot of the wildfires out there. This is exceptional. This is the worst you can have. Exceptional drought impacting these areas, but a widespread severe drought in much of Utah, portions of Arizona here. Obviously Southern California, and the La Nina is prevalent, right? So that's not going away. But hey, monsoon season is something they do look forward to, and there's going to bring some welcome rains. And unfortunately, I think much of Texas is just going to get worse. The worst of worsening drought, as we get deeper into the summertime.
Yeah, that's exactly true, and with all these, heat waves moving in, it's definitely going to kind of be an adverse effect on these areas across New Mexico. And really,
ironically, if we zoom in, I mean, look, like Lake Charles. I mean, these are areas that get a lot of rainfall. They're actually under a drought. I mean, even like
that's what I was saying too. I mean, you have the deep soil underneath, the ground, several thousand feet, or not thousand feet, several feet down. You just have, a lot of dry conditions down there, and it just takes a lot of time to kind of replenish all the deep soil kind of moisture.
I mean, even along the coast here in Savannah, into Myrtle Beach, even along the coast into the Carolinas, they're actually in a drought too. So, I mean, drought is pretty prevalent. I mean, gosh, even the Northeast here is starting to see some drought conditions move in.
Snowies, I guarantee you, if you wait till next week, you will have some thunderstorms up in Ontario. I will almost guarantee you that for a fact. That will happen. As this ridge will build, you have a lot of those ridge riders, as we like to call it, and maybe even a derecho. Who knows? Maybe Canada might have a derecho next week. We don't know. There's a potential, but definitely some thunderstorms for your area for sure.
Okay, so let me take that off.
And Snowies, may I ask, what part of Ontario do you live? Do you live in Southern Ontario, Western, Northern? Like, where exactly around that type of Ontario do you live? That'll definitely help define whether or not you get thunderstorms or not. Oh boy, let's see. Yeah, we got no warnings on the radar right now. All those storms, eastern Illinois, exiting out of eastern Illinois into western Indiana are sub-severe at this time. Still seeing all that heavy rain in Wisconsin right now as well.
Hey, Hunter, I'll be back in a second. So, yeah, we're looking at the radar over, this is the current radar. So I'll be back in a second.
All right. Yeah, so we're looking at the storms in western Indiana right now. These are not severe warned right now. Maybe some smaller hail, some heavier rain. Some pretty decent lightning has been showing up on the radar with these storms. The positive lightning returns are pretty decent as you get into portions, of Attica, Indiana, and just west of Lafayette, Indiana, and just to the east, and pretty much in a bubble around Lafayette, Indiana, you having a lot of lightning right along the Illinois, Indiana line there around the Hoopeston, Illinois area, and then extending down towards portions here of the Covington, Indiana area, and then Crawfordsville, Indiana. You definitely are seeing some pretty decent lightning, some heavy duty thunderstorms up in those areas. And then as you if you look on the radar up toward portions here of central Wisconsin, still seeing those heavier rain showers, some embedded thunderstorms with a lot of lightning as well up toward the Wisconsin Dells area, and then west of Green Bay into portions of the Oshkosh region here. I love saying that. And then up toward the Appleton, Wisconsin area as well. And then as well back toward La Crosse with some heavier rainfall there. Right now on the radar as well. But if you guys have any questions, do feel free to ask them in the chat. We'll try our best to kind of go through each and every question and dissect your questions through the rest of this afternoon to keep you ahead of all the storms and get the best information, the most accurate information out there to you. And also make sure to invite your friends and family to join the live stream, as we'll be doing this most of the afternoon, probably all the afternoon potentially. So definitely ask your questions, and we'll be able to kind of go from top to bottom down the chat to answer these very accurately as we can. Sam 22, where exactly do you mean about storms? Where do you, what state do you live in? What part of the state? That'll help define whether or not you get any storms tomorrow.
Yeah, we're actually seeing the southern flank of this system trying to kind of fill in here.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, just mentioning a lot of lightning up in Wisconsin and even down here into western Indiana, around the Illinois-Indiana line here, a lot of lightning.
Did they take that off? No, it's still there. Yeah, so this is this area in blue. This is where the SPC has highlighted an 80% chance of issuing a severe watch over the next hour or so.
It did just come out as you were saying that.
Oh, it did? Okay.
Severe thunderstorm watch for Indiana and portions of southwestern Ohio and far northern Kentucky.
Okay.
And even extreme eastern Illinois as well.
It might take a minute to update on here.
Not sure how long. I'll have to look at how long it is on here.
Looks like 10 o'clock.
Yep, 10 o'clock Eastern, it looks like.
Yeah, 10 o'clock Eastern.
9 o'clock Central.
Yeah, really for these areas, these same areas. They mentioned a couple of tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to ping pong size hail possible. Some scattered wind gusts of up to 75 miles an hour is also possible. So this is a brand new watch. The SPC has now turned it into a watch that until 10 o'clock this evening Eastern time. So that would be another eight more hours or so.
More construction. Oh boy, it's gonna be a long afternoon where I live.
And then here's my Twitter handle as well. So I'll be retweeting any any watches and warnings, any severe pics, hail pics, wind driven pictures, anything really weather related. I'll be sharing on my feed, on my Twitter feed, so you can stay with the storm as well. So okay, yeah, there it is. Intense rain rates of 2 inches per hour. Over the wet soils or push some flash flooding. So, okay, so that is the first indication of some flash flooding that might be prevalent with these water values of over 2 inches per hour.
Yeah, there's like I said, there's you got dew points well in the 70s, low 80s. I mean, the least you can expect is at least isolated instances of flash flooding, or at least some torrential rain with these storms.
Yeah, I was thinking more or less along the storms around the squall line type system, but obviously these storms that are not within that squall line, like these little bubblers right here, that's really not moving, right? They're just kind of popping up, and these can lay down some pretty hefty totals in a short amount of time.
Yeah, definitely. We could have 1, maybe up to 3 inches of rain and observed at some of these locations with these 20 to 25 mile per hour moving storms across western Indiana, especially as we head through the next couple of hours.
All right, take that off.
Yeah, everybody's been hearing of the word derecho. It's another word for kind of a windstorm on land, fast-moving complex of thunderstorms, otherwise known as an MCS, a mesoscale convective system. There's a potential for that. You can't really classify derecho really until after the event. There's a potential for one today, although these events are very hard to discern whether or not they will happen or not. But we'll keep you posted on that. Not seeing a big squall line, that producing 75-mile-an-hour winds right now, but that certainly is the potential as the Storm Prediction Center maintains that enhanced risk from the southern Lake Michigan all the way down through the Ohio Valley, with even an inclusion of a potential upgrade to a moderate risk at their 3 o'clock update here in the next couple hours. So that will be monitored as well the next hour or two.
Yeah, I'm going to be
I'm starting to see a couple of stronger storms popping up northwest of La Crosse, starting some steep, seeing some deeper cores starting to develop there, and those storms are moving still east. Some decent lightning with those as well as the heavy rain. Maybe even some pea-sized hail with that one as well. I mean, there's some pretty deep cores in there.
Right. I was just trying to look at some of the Euro data that just came out. I mean, it is more of a global model, not a convective model. So,
right. Let's see the new. Yeah, the 17. Okay, so every new run of the HRRR has been backing this a little farther west. So the HRRR 16Z had the complex of storms developing the evening hours and the overnight across portions of the Lake Erie. Now it's pushing it back west toward lower Michigan. So, I mean, there's still a lot of inconsistency within these models. But, we got some big headaches this afternoon for sure.
Yeah, there's 4 o'clock on the HRRR through Green Bay, through Chicago, and not really pushing much of anything through the Chicago area. And it really doesn't even have any instability down here towards Indianapolis. So, I mean, it's not even seeing what they're even seeing real time.
It'll be one of those instances where we say, hey, we'll call it a day, and then we'll go off air and we'll see a small line development of derecho.
Yeah, so more or less the short range models are really are kind of really no help.
I mean,
might
as well just throw a salt grain right.
I mean, here's the issue instead of that new severe thunderstorm watch, and it doesn't even have hardly any convection in it whatsoever, really, over the next 8 hours.
If you go to Powell Ponder on Weather's Twitter, he has a Twitter page. You can follow him on there. He has a lot of he follows a lot of the severe weather on there. The outlooks he puts out, the new outlooks come out. Also, your watches, warnings, and that type of severe weather photos that come in as well on his Twitter page. If you scroll up in the chat, he has the Twitter handle there.
Oh, I can definitely post it again. Yeah, here's my Twitter. Here's my Twitter again. All right, so for the folks that are just now joining us, yes, we've been looking at this threat. They did, in fact, go ahead and issue this severe threat, this severe thunderstorm watch issued for this area until about 10 o'clock time frame. So it's all the areas shaded in the red here of this watch that we're going to be mainly concerned about in here into central Indiana and portions of Ohio as we get in deeper into the afternoon time frame. But yeah, this watch does have the possibility of seeing a couple of tornadoes possible within this watch. We can also possibly see some ping pong size up hail potentially with this atmosphere, and then also see some up to 75-mile-per-hour wind gust. So this is kind of the beginning stages of what maybe 45 minutes ago was almost next to nothing. And we've had several severe thunderstorm warnings come out of this activity. But the main thing is these are becoming a little bit more numerous in nature. And so that's why they went ahead and issued this watch, because these are more discreteness essentially, as these are going to be diving kind of southeast trajectory over the coming hours. But yeah, this watch goes all the way until 10 o'clock time frame tonight.
Yeah, and I did see in the chat, Jenna Crawford, the Rolling Prairie in Indiana. I'm not sure exactly where that is. I thought all of Indiana was Rolling Prairie, to be quite honest with you. So please help us out there and exactly where in Indiana, southwestern or at least the city location. We'll help you out there. I'm not exactly familiar with what a Rolling Prairie in Indiana is, but please help us out with that, and we'll get you more accurate information with that.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is the current watch happening right now. And just to the north of there, there's nothing severe, a couple of mesoscale discussions. We're waiting on that activity to turn more southeast. It has not actually as of yet. So everything seems to be delayed. The last several frames, it does looks like storms are trying to intensify as they head towards the Milwaukee area. You had a lot of yellow, a lot of greens popping up, and now that's just an indication a little bit heavier rain, just more unstable air mass as it heads towards the Milwaukee area.
Yeah, these are not really turning southeast like I thought they would. I mean, the guidance has been all over the place, like where and when they'll turn southeast, and they're still, I mean, for the most part, moving just straight east across Wisconsin still at this hour.
Yeah, there's definitely no southeast turn for sure, because these storms are almost in the Chicago area, and there's actually not much convection down there. So, because everything's turning east, not southeast.
Right. Yeah, there's a couple of showers, I guess sprinkles that came through my area early. We're still seeing some gusty winds. That's indicative probably of the warm front near my area. The winds are straight out of the south now. At one point, the winds were coming southwest to northeast. Now it looks like the winds are almost straight southward to north here in my area here in northern Illinois, right along the I-80 corridor here between Davenport, Iowa, and Chicago, Illinois.
Right. Yeah, so you can see along this leading edge here, we got a ton of lightning heading towards the Appleton area. This is heading just maybe south of the Green Bay area. This activity is actually moving northeast, while the southern flank is moving further, more eastbound.
Right. I'm looking up the observations here of Champaign-Urbana. It's 95 degrees is the observational air temperature, and the dew point in Champaign is 78 degrees, and with a 95 degree temperature, the heat index is 116 in Eastern Illinois right now.
Wow, that's intense.
That is excessive heat warning criteria heat across Eastern Illinois at this hour.
Yeah, for sure. That is some crazy stuff.
There's even an observational trend in Eastern Illinois. There's an observation here in Eastern Illinois of 118 at the highest I see, with the heat index with a dew point of 80 degrees just south of Champaign.
Wow.
So these areas are approaching 120 degrees with the feel like across these areas in far Eastern Illinois right now, south of Champaign. And we're only at 130. I mean, these temperatures
I know.
still go up.
That's the scary part.
Yeah.
Oklahoma topped out at 120 yesterday. So heat index.
That's impressive.
And really just kind of northeast of me in Paris, Texas, they hit 114. So that's,
yes. If you're living in Eastern Illinois right now, you're enjoying the moist side of Death Valley right now.
Yeah, so far Chicago hasn't put under one. I wonder if that's a severe thunderstorm watch or tornado watch here. I mean, we need that southeast turn. It's not happening. So most of the convection is to the north, and Yeah, Brett was looking at the 700 millibar, and he's thinking the turn should be around 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon.
3, 4 o'clock. Let's see. Mesoscale analysis again. I love the mesoscale analysis. Now, all of a sudden, since I've known this was here in the SBC's website, I've just been looking at it endlessly.
Hey, thanks, Nancy. Follow me on Twitter here. So I'll be, like I said, I'll be retweeting any watches and warnings that may unfold throughout the evening, afternoon, evening time frame. Any severe picks, any hail reports, tornado reports, wind reports.
Yeah, Brett, you are correct. Anytime now, this should start because the gradient is turning more southeasterly as these start to move east out of Wisconsin. So, I mean, all observations would suggest that these would start turning southeast at literally any hour or any minute now. I mean, the mid-level thickness is I mean, once you get toward the Chicagoland area, is definitely the propagation or maintenance for an MCS would suggest southeast propagation. Because the farther east this goes, believe it or not, actually the less unstable the environment will be because it'll be so far away from the warm front. So the farther away this complex in Wisconsin goes from the warm front that's moving northward through Illinois and Indiana, actually, the less likely there will be a derecho today, quite honestly, to be frank with everybody, because you need the surface-based, convection to get damaging winds, and we're just not seeing that right now. It's all elevated. We do have some strong lightning up in that area, but nothing that's screaming damaging winds right now at all.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some more dew points here.
I mean, that was incredible. 118 just south of so around the Tuscola, Illinois area. If you live near the Tuscola, Illinois area, just south of Champaign, 118 with an 80-degree dew point is observed right now as I speak. Pretty amazing.
That is crazy. That is insane. Wow.
And what's even more impressive is that the corn crop. I mean, the corn crop in the summertime here in the Midwest is what drives all of this humidity for the most part, in addition to the Gulf of Mexico. But I mean, just with the Gulf of Mexico moisture, shifting all the way this far north in, middle of June is without a corn crop maturing is it's incredible. I mean, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing a 97 right now. A 97, where's that at? Let's see. Just west-northwest of Evansville, Indiana. It's 95 in Evansville, Indiana. It's 97 near Carmi, Illinois, and then up toward the Fairfield, Illinois area with a dew point of 78. I feel like 117 I'm seeing with that as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at a more broader perspective. 113 Southern Illinois. Yeah, 111. So that corridor there, especially with the heat index.
Yeah, I wonder if any of these national. I'm going to go on and watch some of these National Weather Service in downstate Illinois and see if they're considering an excessive heat warning, because that would be interesting.
Yeah, well, really anything over 110 would qualify.
Yeah, especially if you have 118s, 117s out there, that's well over the threshold.
I mean, even right now, they've got excessive heat watches for northern Indiana, south and southwest Ohio areas. They've got excessive heat watches.
Oh, really?
The warnings consist of southern Illinois and northeast Arkansas and western Tennessee. I mean, where they're getting the 113 heat index right now, they've already have an excessive heat warning, which,
Yeah, that's down toward the Paducah area, up toward the St. Louis Metroplex, and then up towards Evansville, Indiana. That's where he's talking about with that excessive heat warning.
Yeah, that
excessive heat warning. They do, 105, or actually 110 to 115 this afternoon is the expected the heat index. 110 tomorrow afternoon and Wednesday up to 105. So prolonged period of heat this early in the season is dangerous. So definitely remain hydrated and stay in an indoor cool spot for sure.
And at night, there's not much relief because most of those temperatures will not get below 78 degrees, if not in the 80s. There was a spot in Kansas this morning, the low temperature was 87 degrees. so that it's like almost unheard of.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking at more model data right now.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, so we're just doing we've been on here almost 3 hours now, going over storm coverage. Haven't seen quite the severe threat as of right now unfolding, but it looks like the turn maybe 3-4 o'clock time frame. So we're maybe an hour and a half away for maybe storms to really start to come together. So they did, in fact, highlight a severe thunderstorm watch for these areas into Indianapolis, into Cincinnati areas for that potential of a greater severe threat as we hit towards more peak heating time frame.
Yeah, there is a special weather statement out. I don't know if you realize that. Just southwest of Lafayette, Indiana. That includes the Attica area.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right here. So yeah, that has some winds of 40 miles an hour, some penny-sized hail.
That's pretty much the only game in town as I see it this time.
Yeah, so they always issue that just to let you know that's like, one step lower than severe limits.
Let's see. Okay, so I'm getting reports of observational rainfall amounts up near the La Crosse, Wisconsin area, approaching an inch of rain already this morning with back-building storms across western Wisconsin here right now. So already up to around an inch of rain has fallen, maybe up to an inch and a half across western Wisconsin with all that rainfall this morning into early this afternoon.
Okay, so let's look at this. Here's all right, so here's I got the rainfall rates the last 6 hours. So I'm getting some 2-inch rain amounts into La Crosse.
2-inch, okay, yeah, that makes
2-inch. I'm getting some Plainview 2.5-inch. There's a 3-inch report. So some of the areas that did have that flash flood warning, there's some 4-inch amounts back here, just south of St. Paul there.
4-inch.
How do you pronounce that? Deerfield. Yeah, very, very small amount, very, very small pocket here, but
Waseca, Minnesota.
Here's Wisdom.
I see a little pocket there.
Oh, look at this. Here's the bullseye. We got Wyndham, 5-inch, 6-inch.
Wow.
This is just in the last 6 hours. This is the last 6 hours.
Hey, look at that. Big hole over Northern Illinois. See, everybody wants severe weather in Northern Illinois. I feel your pain. I feel your hunger right now.
Yeah, so this is the last
missed out for sure all season. So I definitely feel you.
Yeah, so here's the new development over Danville. So far, this activity has picked up, I don't know, 1/3 of an inch, mainly 1/4 of an inch. There's some isolated pockets, a little over a 1/2 inch. Vandenberg. Yeah, so there's been isolated pockets, some heavier rains there. Hey, Snowies, if it's of a TV thing, I don't watch it. Hey, major thundering right now in Indianapolis. So yeah, so this is where they do have a severe thunderstorm watch happening right now. And so we're watching some more, heavier convection um, unfolding near the Indianapolis area. So we're starting to see some more deepening reds happening. So let me switch radars. All right. So if we're zooming into the Indianapolis area, this is just looks like it's north of the city. We're starting to get some heavier downpours near Butler University area, just north of downtown Indianapolis. So there's a lot of lightning strikes actually just to the northwest here, well away from the activity.
Yeah, there's a lot of lightning, and that's indicative of all that cave in the atmosphere today.
Yeah, this is a day that you can get a lot of those anvil lightning strikes. Say, hey, the storm's not even anywhere near me. No, they can travel many miles away and still get struck by lightning.
That cloud to cloud lightning or that cloud to ground, definitely a possibility with these storms.
Here, let me take that watch off so you can actually see it a little bit better.
I'm gonna eat a little bit of a snack here as I'm
okay, go ahead.
Getting past the 1 o'clock hour here.
So right now I'm zoomed into the Indianapolis radar here, and we're starting to see some lightning strikes just northwest of the city. That's actually away from any convection. Starting to see more deepening reds starting to fill in here. So we're just watching all this activity starting to bubble up as we head towards, deeper into the afternoon, more towards peak heating. They did, in fact, go ahead and issue a severe thunderstorm watch in these areas until about 10 o'clock time frame tonight, Eastern time. So right now, these have been fairly discrete, fairly isolated, but they have kind of somewhat merged together over the last hour or so. But these are the only storms that have shown, really, of anything. Most of the convection is to the north have been just kind of on the stronger side, but nothing severe. So these were able to pop up more discreteness about an hour or so ago, and we're waiting for that east southeast turn onto the northern branch. We have not seen that. Some of the latest guidance indicates that might occur about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon time frame. So we're still maybe an hour and a half away before we have to look for that northern side to maybe turn more southeast. And I think that's when it's going to be, these storms are going to be turning more severe in nature. But really, yeah, I mean, it's the tail end of this, since this has moved further east and more or less northeast on the southern side, more east on the northeast on the northern side, east on the southern side. Just the tail end of this storm into the Chicago area has, are not seeing the slight risk that is highlighted by the Storms Prediction Center. They're just kind of getting sporadic rain showers. They're hit with the cap right now. They don't really have that unstable air mass because these storms have not turned southeast as of yet.
Yeah, there's a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings up in northern Maine right now, with a little bit of a squall line there. But other than that, nothing too. And that's
oh yeah, I see that.
Part is those areas are actually only at a partial risk. So, like Roy was saying, these lower risk days have just been more significant than even some of these higher risk days.
Yeah. We've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in the marginal risk, but we have nothing in the enhanced risk.
I thought that was pretty interesting.
Hey, that's how the weather works sometimes.
Actually, a pretty decent consolidated line as well from, let's see here, Allagash. I don't know if that's in Canada or in Maine.
Oh no,
towards the Bangor area, actually.
It said in Wisconsin Rapids, a house was struck by lightning and the house is on fire right now.
Oh wow! Yeah, there's a lot of lightning up in that area, so that is not a surprise. Well, it is a surprise, but not.
Yeah, that's always dangerous during these storms. I know there's been several house fires in around my area, and unfortunately, most of those burned to the ground because they start in the attic, and a lot of times you don't even know your house actually got hit, and you could actually be inside of it. But it's always a worst case scenario because it starts in the center of the house, and then once it takes down the walls and the ceilings, it's just a matter of time. And of course, the firefighters have to dump all the water, and it's a lot of times it's almost a total loss in those house fires, and it's really devastating. A lot of setback in those type of situations, trying to find some place to live, or trying to replace all your belongings, all your personal belongings, all the memorabilia that you've collected over the years. So it's very sentimental when you have a house fire like that.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the power outages map here from Wisconsin, and there's 2,098 or 2,097 customers in central Wisconsin with those lightning strikes probably being the main cause. Without the absence of the damaging winds, that is probably why these power outages are occurring across this area.
Let's see.
Yeah, pretty close to 2,100.
Okay, yeah, 2,097. I see that. Yeah, 619 in Illinois, 661 in Minnesota. Yeah, but the main ones have been Wisconsin there, where they're getting all those lightning strikes.
Those old transformers don't like that lightning. Yeah, there's pretty good lightning across the just north of La Crosse, and probably over the city of La Crosse. You're probably saying, well, we're not getting rain, but we're having quite a lightning show, and you're not mistaken. There's a lot of lightning in there. Between La Crosse, Wisconsin, and Winona, Minnesota there.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting some street reporting. Street flooding is now being reported in the city of La Crosse here.
In the city of La Crosse?
Yes.
Okay, so it must be the north. Probably, I'm guessing the north side of La Crosse.
Yeah, on the north side. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of low-lying areas up there. I know I'm taking a trip up this weekend, Father's Day weekend, up to Wisconsin to that area. So I know for a fact that La Crosse area is pretty low-lying. You're next to the Mississippi River there. There's a lot of kind of valley areas there, a lot of low-lying areas. So,
right.
Yeah, if you get any decent heavy rains, there's going to be a lot of ponding for sure.
Yeah, it appears that activity has moved past. A lot of it has, at least the heavier convection has moved further off past Milwaukee, and it looks like the last several frames it has tried to start to intensify here.
Yeah, I was just saying that. That is pretty right over the Alaska. Sorry,
I think it's on Alaska.
Wisconsin there.
But I mean, it's
the Fort McCoy area.
I mean, it's about to go in open waters, right? I mean, this is all going to go over the Great Lakes here.
Yeah.
Looks like most of the convection is actually over the water right now. I mean, because Milwaukee's right there on the border.
Yeah, central and northern portions there of Lake Michigan. Green Bay, you're getting some nice soaking rain. You'll have a nice soaking rain there for a while. I'm really starting to see the storm really strengthen back toward the La Crosse area in the last couple.
Yeah, he's right. This backside system in the lacrosse, you can see all the numerous lightning strikes that's unfolding here. That's why they have reported some street flooding with torrential rains falling, and that's all shifting off into the east here. And of course, we're watching that southern flank as well. So we're watching. Yeah,
I don't
this.
know what's going on. The connection issues here.
It's okay.
I don't know what's going. It says something about restrictions about the feed here, so I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Hopefully, it doesn't happen again.
So is the south suburbs of Chicago going to get anything, or did it miss us? Well, yeah, they have not turned southeast like originally thought. So there's not much activity building back down towards Davenport and heading further, further off into the east. Most of the instability is to the north here, and it's still heading east. So, yeah, I mean, Chicago may miss out on most of this.
Which is fine because I've had a lot of lawn mowing to do here this week with all the heat. So we had a lot of rain this spring, but would have been nice to see some severe weather. I did want some photos, but that's all right. I'll wait a little longer. If Mother Nature decides to not, have some fun with Northern Illinois anytime soon.
It's amazing how the convection models have changed from this morning to what it is now. It is definitely decreased. It's put, I guess, maybe put it on the back burner. it's delayed the convection with it. So that
almost like the overnight hours, really.
Yeah, I mean it's essentially, because originally when we were looking at this yesterday, I'm thinking, oh, it's going to start like 9 o'clock. It's going to start 10 o'clock. I mean, it's going to start way early. This morning I did my video. It was pushed back to like 2 o'clock time frame to maybe kind of getting going over the Chicago area. It actually had a pretty nice squall line come through. Obviously that's not coming to fruition. It's 2 o'clock right now, and not much of anything is happening in the Chicago area. So it's feeling the cap, right? I mean, we're not getting the intensification. We're not getting the movement essentially. So everything's being delayed and being pushed back. So and they kept the enhanced risk. In fact, they expanded the enhanced risk at the 12:30 advisory.
Yeah, that was surprising. But I mean, there is some convection starting. Actually, a new warning now, just to the east of Richland Center. This includes Baraboo, Prairie View, Sac, down toward the Spring Green, Wisconsin area right now for mainly some elevated hail type storms.
Yeah, this is the storm in question. It was issued by the Indianapolis Weather Service for southeastern Clinton County, Boone County, as well as Hamilton County in central Indiana. There was a severe storm located over Lebanon, or 14 miles south of the Frankfurt area, and that's all moving east about 20 miles an hour or so. So this is the storm in question near the Lebanon area, as it does have some quarter-size hail and potentially some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust with it. And this is essentially just kind of moving due east, as just more activities really trying to come together here.
Yeah, there's another warning with quarter-size hail up in the south central Wisconsin as well. And I did see in the chat, Epic Dude, is this delay potentially a cause for more intensity later? And I'm going to answer that question very honestly, and I'm sure the Storm Prediction Center is kind of along the same lines as me, and I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, you would think your first instinct says yes, but we need confirmation before you say yes, because if the turn happened right now, I would feel more confident, but the turn has not happened. Yeah, so these are all moving east, and these are all going to be out in the open waters of the Great Lakes here. But at this point in time, most of the convection models actually had these storms moving southeast instead of east. That change in direction makes a substantial difference on the strength of these storms.
Yeah, we're starting to see the back edge of this rain shield in Wisconsin. Starting to see some robust convection starting to fill in, but I do expect, I wouldn't be surprised to see that La Crosse area have a warning anytime now, because there's some pretty strong, at least some strong hail kind of core trying to develop there north of La Crosse. Maybe some getting close to quarter size, maybe some, you know, like as you say, pocket change hail potential.
Let's see. Okay, yeah, there's a little spot here. There is a little spot. Yeah, half-inch. Yeah, some half-inch variety stuff. That's typically like $half size hail right now. So as soon as there's 0.63 with the newest update, so that is gaining intensity here. And then that storm just to the south of there, that's there's confirmation. So whenever you see, you know, whenever you get in 1-inch hail, that's indicative of a severe thunderstorm, you know, warning. And we're right there, about 1 inch being confirmed hitting the surface right now.
2-inch hail in Plain, Wisconsin. That's what Julie said in the chat.
Well, I'm on Plain right now. I'm looking at the actual hail that's hitting the surface, and this is fairly updated. I mean, it's about maybe a minute delayed, but this is 0.98, right at an inch. So,
okay, so there's potentially up aloft there could be 2 inches. I don't know if 2 inches is necessarily hitting the surface, however.
I always like to look at this one, because this one shows you a better true depiction on what's actually hitting the surface and not what's radar indicated.
Right.
Yeah.
That makes it just that much more accurate.
Right, because I mean, I can show you 2-inch, but that's not actually what's hitting the surface.
Yeah, that's a good point. Oh boy.
Yeah, because the warning only calls for 1 inch, and let's see.
Yeah, I know Roy put out his video this morning. I put out my video this morning, and yeah, we were both pulling our hair out trying to figure out where this thing is going to go, what it's going to do. And, still, it's amazing. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and we still don't know.
Well, it's almost like predicting a hurricane when it hadn't even formed yet. It's like, yeah. Where's it going to go? But it hasn't formed yet.
Yeah, anybody out there, if you have access to weather forecast models, if you go long range in the GFS, please disregard what it is showing. It has been showing this for ages, and it hasn't happened so far. And yes, there may be a storm approaching the U.S. later this month, but I don't think imminently the U.S. isn't going to be impacted. So just disregard that right now.
Well, they upgraded that model, and so far that upgrade, I mean, that upgrade did not do it favors at all. It's been atrocious.
If anything, I think it made it worse.
It definitely made it worse. Yeah, it definitely made it worse for sure.
Yeah, Epic Dude, there's probably 2 inches aloft, but it's not hitting the surface. Close to an inch, though. Maybe quarter size.
Are they still seeing 2 inches?
Yeah, I don't know where are you guys getting your information?
Yeah, where are you getting 2 inches? In fact, it's actually lessened a little bit. I'm not seeing 2 inches at all.
Yeah, nowhere close. In fact, I think even, let me look. Did the warning expire, or is it still? It's still there.
It's still there. I mean, it's got some deepening reds. I mean, absolutely.
Well, we got 2 warnings morning. So at least we got a little potluck here this afternoon of talking about something worthy of other than rainfall.
I mean, this one's more up in the atmosphere, and it's showing bigger hail when you look at the integrated liquid index, but this is not what's actually hitting the surface.
Yeah, I'm looking outside in northern Illinois, where I live between Davenport and Chicago. The sun is out. We got a lot of lower clouds. The clouds are actually starting to clear off, so we got more mid-levels now, and with a pretty strong breeze out of the south-southwest, probably gusting up to around about 20 to 30 miles an hour.
But look at that. I mean, it's got almost 60 dBz here. That is some intense rain developing here.
Is that the one southeast of Richland Center?
By
Baraboo?
By plane. I'm still on that plane storm.
Oh, okay. Just making sure which one you're on here. Yeah, that's got some pretty torrential rainfall with it.
Yeah, it's more of a rainmaker, you know, like smaller hail maker than a massive severe. I mean, it's
pretty strong warm rain process.
That is 49,000 feet. So I mean, that's not terribly too bad. But yeah, no question, some very heavy rain with that system.
Susan, that's funny. Yeah, 1 inch hail means a house is about to drop on your twister, Dorothy. Moving twister, I get that. I get the reference.
But you can see it blow up here. It essentially went from nothing to a pretty intense storm over plane. But mainly a very heavy rainmaker.
Yeah, the torrential rainfall is probably the biggest threat with this storm. Really, quite honestly. I mean, yeah, there is still some cooler size hail potential, but nothing too significant right now. You're going to be hearing a lot of construction, I'm afraid.
Okay, so this one's moving east at 45 miles an hour. So that's much faster than the one prior.
Yeah, it's starting to pick up some speed. Now let me look at the layout of where this warm front looks to be. And the warm front has progressed all the way up into far northern Illinois now, past the Chicagoland area. So yeah, these storms are starting to get closer to that warm front in southern Wisconsin. So that will be something to watch. You know, you always got these surface-rooted storms right along that warm front.
Okay, so that's fairly delayed.
You got some extra wind shift along that warm front. You got winds out of the east and the northeast to the north of the front, and then south of the front, you have the strong southerly low-level winds punching right into those storms, and that's where you get all that inflow. And you definitely got to watch that here.
Right.
A couple of frames here to see if that storm really intensifies northwest of Madison.
Yeah, it looks like everything's just all around Indianapolis here. All to the north.
I see in the chat it says potential derecho possible Michigan into Ohio this evening. The key word is potential. I mean, there's nothing that has a certainty with this. If there was, the Storm Prediction Center would have put a high risk out for today. There was a lot of uncertainty coming into the day. They just enhanced it early this morning. They did talk about a moderate upgrade at the 3 o'clock update here in an hour. I don't think a moderate will be necessary today, just knowing the fact that these storms are just kind of still uncertain.
Yeah, I don't see that at all.
At the 3 o'clock update, my expectations are for the SPC to just kind of maintain that enhanced risk.
Let's look at the latest run. Okay, this is the 18Z, so this is the full 48-hour run once this really starts to update.
Yeah, Sam 22. Yeah, beach day in Chicago. Yeah, go enjoy the beach. Just watch out for some storms there. It's nice and warm in Chicago. Nice swimming weather this afternoon. So, yeah, go enjoy. Just got to watch some of these storms around that area for the next couple hours.
All right, so here is the latest run on the HRRR. Yeah, at 3 o'clock, which is about 50 minutes from now. And yeah, it keeps the storms moving eastbound. Hardly anything at all in Chicago. If anything, it lifted further north. Green Bay. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the convections now in Green Bay area as these continue to move more or less east. There's 5 o'clock. Man, if that comes to fruition, everything kind of falls apart. I mean, it really doesn't have anything down here into Lafayette and Indianapolis down here where they have that severe thunderstorm watch right now. There's 6 o'clock. There's 7 o'clock. I mean, this latest run even has less convection.
Yeah, Kelly in the chat. Yeah, there's most models do look to remain to the east. I mean, that has been the trend really the last day or two has been shifted east. I mean, Storm Prediction Center did start off with the significant wind across eastern Iowa. Then they shifted it over northeastern Illinois. Now it appears to be shifting across lower Michigan and Ohio. So yeah, that's the models. You got to take it with a grain of salt right now because there's one model showing you a derecho, a full-blown derecho event, and then the other one showing nothing. So I mean, the truth lies in between.
Well, I mean, the latest runs on the HRRR have actually just gotten kind of worse, meaning nothing really comes together. From what I'm seeing,
that for a while.
And not even actually remotely close to derecho trying to form.
Oh man,
I don't know. We'll see. Well,
bust is what we're looking at for today. Boom or a bust. Dud or doozy.
Well, hey, it's always
leaning more toward a dud right now, but you never know. At least as it comes to a derecho, I would say.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, with every update here, I'm just not seeing it.
Now, climatologically, this type of environment, for what we had, if anybody remembers back in 2012, when there was a derecho around the same time, toward late June, or a couple weeks earlier now, but toward very late June, I think it was around the 28th, 29th, 30th time frame. 2012, there was a derecho around Iowa, and that went all the way through to the Atlantic Basin off the East Coast. And we've had more major events than what we're having today.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what they come up with at 3 o'clock. They always hate to.
I wouldn't even be surprised if they even downgrade to a slight.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, or just maintain and enhance. I don't see any reason why they would upgrade to a moderate.
Oh, no way. There's no way they're going moderate.
Honestly, I'm not even seeing a reason to maintain some of this enhanced risk across southern Lake Michigan either. So
they typically don't want to do that. They typically don't downgrade. They keep it more or less the same, just based on the error side of caution if things do come together in later runs. But yeah, I am not seeing anything. This is not even remotely close to what we were seeing 24 hours ago.
Yeah, like Roy was saying, he's going to start doing these live streams from about noon to 2 or 1 to 3, somewhere in that time frame coming up more frequently. And I may be helping him out with some of those potentially from time to time, just, looking at the longer range pattern through, a couple weeks of time and like through the next, future days coming up, but yeah, other than that, it's just today is kind of just one of those days, really. Just nowcast severe weather, and all the ingredients have to come together for something big to happen. And it looks as if right now some of those ingredients have not. So.
Yeah, you highlighted earlier. Look at all that convection in Maine. I mean, this is just a kind of
that is amazing. Almost the entire line is lit up with warnings.
It is lit up now. This whole squall line here coming through the state of Maine has.
Did you see how fast that one is moving the southern end of that line in Maine? It's moving to the southeast at 5 miles per hour.
Oh wow! No, I did not. 5 miles an hour. That's nothing.
Yeah, that's crawling.
Huh. But yeah, that is definitely interesting. That whole line developed right there. Yeah, there's more activity in Maine than there is where the enhanced risk is. I mean,
go figure. Go figure. Oh, what do you do? It's better to be over prepared than less prepared for severe weather, especially with these potential big events.
Well, this time yesterday, I mean, we probably had a massive, maybe 400-mile swath of a straight line wind event. Nasty Derecho trying to form. This morning, it was still showing it somewhat, showing it this morning. And ever since then, it's gotten less and less. I mean, ever since then, it's.
Yeah, I think the reason mainly behind that is because the warm front kind of retreated or kind of stayed stationary south. And the expectation was for this to turn southeast sooner and towards that better instability. And since it hasn't, the severe weather threat has just gone down considerably across, especially Wisconsin.
Yeah, the longer it stays east, the severe threat just continues to lessen.
Right. Yeah, because once it gets southeast toward this warmer air, then it's fair game for some big weather. Relatively speaking, because Indiana's in the warm sector as well, and we're only seeing one warning, so that cap is definitely still not the friend to these storms right now.
Yeah, so let's just highlight this again. So here's what we have. This is the enhanced risk for severe storms. So most of the convection, right? Most of the convection is actually well to the north and the slight and even marginal risk right now, because they have continued to move further east, not southeast. And where they do have the enhanced risk right now, I mean, there's really hardly anything. There's nothing in Chicago. There's hardly anything in Milwaukee. There wasn't much any really activity in Milwaukee area. And they were really highly under the gun. But everything's north of there because everything stayed east. Everything has stayed east and it's still moving east. The only real surprise in the forecast has been this little convection down here north of Indianapolis that's highlighted under the slight risk area where they do have the severe thunderstorm watch. We started seeing these little, mini bubblers starting to pop up about an hour and a half ago, and all that just kind of formed together. We've seen several severe thunderstorm warnings come out of that. But other than that, not terribly too much, to be concerned about. They were almost borderline severe with this activity. Main threat has been just maybe the heavier rains that have been coming out of these storms. But yeah, so far, we're not seeing it. I mean, we've got to get some of these southern flanks. This storm down here that just turned severe. So this is a newer cell. So this is moving east at 45 miles an hour as well. So we're still seeing the east trajectory with these storms. And the longer they stay east, they're just going to be more borderline severe than turn in anything substantial.
Yeah, there's not a lot to get excited about right now. I mean, if you're a severe weather enthusiast as myself, definitely have seen bigger days, and usually those bigger days come with lower risks. For some odd reason, this year has been just a trend that way. not to take account to, when the Storm Prediction Center does put out those enhanced risks, they are pretty serious. I mean, they are uncommon. When they put moderate risk out, they are actually even more uncommon. And then they have not put a high risk out as far as I know this year at all. So that just gives you perspective as
there has not been one.
This level is not there, or we haven't had that high end of a severe weather event this year.
I mean, there's been maybe one or two events that I know could have been classified as high risk. There were some 170 mile per hour wind gust, 107 mile per hour wind gust some days. That could have been borderline high risk for sure. But so far, most of the moderate risk days have not come to fruition, and most of the slight risk days have been a lot worse than what slight risk have been.
Yeah, well, like we were talking about before, the Gaylord, Michigan tornado, that was a marginal or even a slight risk day, and that produced that big of a tornado. So, I mean, those lower risk days, even the slight risk days, you can still have big tornadoes and big wind.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the big one in West Texas, it was mainly full of marginal risk. And everybody thought that's an F5. And hey, I mean, it didn't really hit much. You got to do damage, so the goods and bads with that storm, it may have been, in fact, higher than what it was classified as an EF3, but it was out in the open air, so the good thing is it didn't really cause that much damage. So what it did, they could only classify it as an EF3, but if it was in a major city and still hit that, it could have been definitely bigger than what it was, but we'll never know because it really didn't do much damage. So, which is good.
Yeah, damage indicators weren't there. That's the same thing for the tornado here in Northern Illinois. It's mainly over open ground, so it's hard to discern whether or not I see up in the chat, Dave Gordon. Yeah, derechos are pretty scary. I remember that one in 2012 moved through my area here. Produced, I believe, some 70 mile an hour wind gusts and then strengthened across the Ohio Valley and through the Mid-Atlantic. That was a pretty damaging derecho back in 2012 at the end of June.
Yeah, I think that was June 27th through the 29th time frame, that derecho. And this is the time of year. This is why you hear the word derecho in the month of June, because this is typically when you do actually see derechos as you get deeper in June, July timeframe. And this is why we're even kind of talking about this as even a possibility, because it was showing up in a lot of the model data. But as the event has come closer, it's definitely not there, because we're not seeing connecting all the dots and everything. We're not seeing that southeast, movement of these storms yet. And
everybody talks about that tornado alley, and it's and then there's actually a lesser known alley, and that's called Derecho Alley, and that's across the Midwest and into the Ohio Valley region and to the Mid-Atlantic this time of year.
Yeah, that one is definitely not talked about.
I mean, new term that hasn't been used for that long. I mean, we've been only using the term derecho for maybe a century. I mean, 100 years is not a long time to be talking about derechos. I mean, we've been talking about tornadoes since, the early 1800s. So
now, did they go ahead and change the classification of a derecho? Did they actually move it to 240? I mean, from 240 to 400 miles long?
I did see how they were going to, but I'm not sure if it went into effect this year or if they're waiting until next year to officially unroll that.
Okay.
So I am not sure. I'll have to ask somebody from the national.
I thought I saw the last potential one that they changed it to 400, but I don't know. That's why I was asking if you had more confirmation on that.
Yeah, I'll ask somebody sometime later today or tomorrow. I'm just kind of curious, see if from the Storm Prediction Center, I'll send them a kind of a message and ask them, is it 400 now or when?
Yeah, so it just a quick Google search, it still has, and that was in January of 2022. But I'm not. I mean, I think I did hear that, so I'd be curious if that is actually the case, that they bumped it up to 400.
Yeah, I think it might be. I'm not sure though. I'll have to get confirmation of that. Like I said, I'll just message the SPC or the National Weather Services or something.
Okay.
Chicago, or they'll know, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, they will definitely know. Yeah, so the SBC will be updating at their 3 o'clock advisory. So I'll be definitely curious to what they do here. So we looks like we have another severe thunderstorm warning with these cells by Lafayette. Just another cell that's has some quarter-size hail and some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust to it, moving eastbound about 20 miles an hour. That one by Lebanon, kind of the same deal, 20 miles an hour.
Yeah, they're moving slow. I think 20 to 30 miles an hour tops right now, either in Wisconsin or Indiana. They're not moving too quickly. So there's a lot of time to heed these warnings, and no imminent tornado threat. I do know that with any of these, no like big hooks on these storms.
Oh no,
nothing like that right now.
Yeah, so these are definitely borderline severe because I'm straining to even get an inch of hail out of these storms.
And even that one northeast that moved north of La Crosse and maybe even through La Crosse is really weakened. Maybe sending an outflow boundary southward. We'll see. Not seeing any of that right now, but yeah, just pretty much weakened.
Yeah, let's go back up here. Yeah, that storm 0.63. Yeah, just very marginal hail right now.
Yeah, I'm seeing P to maybe penny size, maybe nickel size.
Yeah, it's all pocket change. I mean, even though they do have a severe storm warning towards it, because the possibility of 1 inch hail, we're not even getting that at the surface. So, yeah, heat warning just issued for Allen County, Indiana. I bet. Yeah, the heat is
Yeah, let me look again. Let me see what the latest observations are for the temperatures and stuff here. I know downstate Illinois is really baking. Let's see. Gotta go with the observation trend here.
air temperature. Is that 107 in southwest Nebraska?
Yeah, air temperature in McCook, 107.
Wow.
107 even in northwest Kansas too, around the Norton area, getting down towards central Kansas there even. Yeah, in Champaign, I was where it was feeling like 118 earlier. Still feels like 118 right now. The dew point did come down from 80 to 79. With a temperature of 96.
Oh wow. Yeah, that heat's not playing. That is not playing.
Yeah, it's warmer. Think of it this way, folks. It's warmer by 10 degrees than the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex up into southwestern Nebraska and northwest Kansas right now.
Yeah, I'm seeing. Yeah, it did pop up to 99 at 2 o'clock. So that's the high for the day in Dallas. I mean, 98.6 at 2:03 this afternoon.
You guys can't hear the construction through the feed.
I can't hear it. No, I can't hear anything.
Okay, because there's a lot of hammering and drilling and knocking stuff out outside here. So. Yeah, the sun's out, filtered sun through northern Illinois. That's where I'm living, between Davenport and Chicago. Still got that southwest wind. It's come down a little bit. Still breezy though. I'm sure it's pretty hot out. You can almost get that feel if you're looking out the window, and you can kind of see it's hot outside just with the way the air looks.
Yeah.
Kind of a little bit of a haze in the background there. Yeah, it's popping up to, let's see where I am.
Yeah, so here we go.
Right now.
Oh, there's McCook. Yeah, there's 107. Yeah, there's McCook, 107 degrees. Wow.
Yeah, that's impressive. I wonder if the dew point's mixed out, though. I have a feeling the dew point's mixed out. If it's at 107, it has to have. It might even feel cooler than that by a few degrees if the dew point's mixed out.
The dew point's at 31. So it's got very dry air. That's the only reason why they spiked.
Yeah, it's 87 where I live. Feels like 100. Dew point at 78 right now.
Okay, so they spiked at 107 because it's bone dry air moved in from Denver.
Well, I'm seeing 108 now in McCook, so it went up 1 degrees.
Okay. Well, it might have been because I had, if it anything, let's see.
I'm going to go into McCook's right now. I have this app that I use. I want to see if the dew point's mixed out. It has to.
Yeah, there. Wow, just 108, 108.2 right there. Yeah, so
the dew point's definitely mixed out. Dew points are in the upper 30s.
That's what I mean. Yeah, they got extremely dry air coming in from the west, and you get that spike. So the heat index is below the actual temperature right now.
Yeah, you got those 30-degree, even upper 20 dew points coming in. But 108 is 108.
Oh, no question. It's hot. Yeah, no question. But I think anybody will tell you, hey, I'll take 108 dry heat versus a 94 with 108 wet heat. I mean, yeah.
Let me see if I can get some more. Let's see. I don't see anything too significant. It's that area only. I'm just looking at some observations through southern Illinois just to see what the dew points are.
Yeah, Cincinnati's at about 90 right now. Indianapolis, 93, 94. Chicago, you're approaching 90 there.
Feels like 119 down towards the Charleston, Illinois area. Dew point at 81. 119 in southeast Illinois. Wow.
Yeah, there's a pocket south of Bloomington, 80-degree dew point. Yeah,
there's. This is any indication. We have a very hot July and August ahead for most of the U.S. for sure. I would not have no doubt.
Yeah, it's almost the writing's on the wall at this point.
This is going to bust. Go Bears. Yeah, yes and no, depending on where you are. I guess if you're in central Indiana, you got your thunderstorms right now. Not a bust. If you're talking about a bust for Derecho, I think probably, but too early to call. I mean, we still the rest of this afternoon and this evening and overnight yet, but it's looking that way.
I would say it's too early to call. If it does, in fact, at 3 o'clock, turn, the 700 millibar. I know Brett was looking at that 3 or 4 o'clock. It showed the turn southeast. But the convection models, even with the southeast turn, doesn't really have them doing much of anything. So
yeah, we still got that warning. Actually, just north of Madison, Wisconsin. So if you're in Madison, Wisconsin, looking northwest, you're probably seeing some dark skies. You got some quarter-size hail up that way toward the Prairie du Sac, Wisconsin area, Portage, Wisconsin. So moving toward the Beaver Dam and Columbus area. I think it's moving east at 45 miles per hour.
Yeah.
The storm everybody was saying was producing that 2-inch hail aloft anyway.
Right. Is this the storm?
Into southern Wisconsin?
Yeah, so this is
yes. Yeah, that's the one.
Okay. I mean, it is on the southern side, so there's not much around it to kind of inhibit it from continuing to strengthen. So
Actually, I would, if that one turns southeast, that will be a concern because, I mean, like you said, there's not much inhibiting it from the south.
Right, exactly.
Flow,
If it does turn southeast,
front, so there could be some rotation potentially eventually with that one.
I mean, and even these ones down by up just to no, that was the cross. That was the one. So this
Weekend.
So these are the ones. I mean, that's why you say, hey, you can't, say no, the Derecho is out. So because you still have this, the southern flank could easily turn southeast, these storms right here, and head towards this way.
And all you need is just a couple of counties southeast jog toward that one front, and boom, you got a big old squall line developing.
Yeah, because there's nothing. I mean, there's nothing to the south of here. So that's why you say, hey, you can't throw in the towel just yet, because you've got wide open space if these things turn southeast.
Yeah, so like if you live in Madison or Milwaukee, over toward the Lansing area, Detroit, Toledo, Fort Wayne, Chicago, even still to some degree, we're not sounding the all clear just yet for these storms. There's still potential.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, southeast turns all day, every day. That's what we're waiting on. I mean, there's just ball of mess up here in Green Bay. That's not going to be severe. That's just more moderate rain, but.
Yeah, Southwest Indiana, if you live there, probably not any severe weather in Southwest Indiana. You guys are pretty much in a cap. There's a big capping inversion in southwestern Indiana. There is a wash getting down towards southwestern Indiana in the Bloomington area and Terre Haute type of areas, but to the southwest or Evansville, you're not going to probably see any severe weather today. Just too much of the strong ridge developing and continuing to build northward. Big cap on the atmosphere there.
Mm.
And I saw another question in the chat from Detroit. Yeah, Detroit, kind of a waiting game. We could have some severe weather later today. It just depends. The models have been trending toward the Detroit and Lansing areas. But like we have been mentioning several times during the live stream, that these models have almost just been thrown under the rug at this point because they've been very inconsistent, not showing much support at this point. So, but yeah, Detroit, there definitely could be some severe weather later today.
Oh yeah. That way later. Yeah, way later. But
What's Detroit? Yeah, you guys in Detroit are on the in the slight risk zone. The Storm Prediction Center slight risk for today. You guys got you're just outside the 2% tornado risk. You have a 15% significant wind risk of 75 mile per hour or greater in Detroit, and also you're just outside that 15% delineation hail risk as well.
Yeah, so here's a stat from Cincinnati National Weather Service. The dew point reached 80 degrees for the first time in 11 years, back from July of the 11th, 2011. So there goes that year again. This is only the 7th day on record that the site has hit a dew point of 80 degrees or better.
Wow.
And
so that's some rare air.
That's rare, right? I mean, 7 times. And the highest ever was July 17, 1943, 82 dew point. So, just again, a semblance back to 2011. This is kind of what we're seeing this year. We're going to be having a lot of resemblance back to that year, 2011.
Yeah. Well, kind of bouncing off what you're saying too, with 2011 and 2012 back towards a decade ago or so. Even Northern Illinois, if we reach 100 or 101 like is forecast in Chicago and even up toward Rockford, Illinois, tomorrow on Tuesday, that would be the first time it has hit 100 degrees in Chicago or especially Rockford proper in Illinois since 2012. So it's been a decade.
Wow. That goes to show you, I mean,
these 7 to 10 year cycles of this La Nina is definitely kind of coming to fruition.
Well, you got the solar cycles every 11 years. I mean, this is back to back La Nina like we're seeing, back in 11 and 12. So there's a lot of similarities to those years. And, we had El Nino in 2015. We had almost borderline El Nino in 17 or 18.
Yeah.
So it's been a while, it's been a while since El Nino's happened.
Yeah, it's been a good minute. I do know that. El Nino years are kind of the boring years, I say. There's not much going on, but there is. I mean, there is. In El Nino years, there's some other stuff going on that you don't have with La Nina. So.
Yeah, you tend to have less extremes. I would guess you would say that El Nino years.
More like I said, the boring years, really.
You get a lot of rain.
Severe weather, and you're a storm chaser. You're kind of dead in the wind at that point.
Yeah. So, but hey, that's if obviously La Nina is expected to be continued all the way really through the winter months. That's what a lot of the forecasts show. But hey, the last 2 times that has happened to three-peat La Nina, we had a moderate, if not strong, El Nino the following year. That might be a ways away, but odds are history has proven that because if we do have a three-peat La Nina, then we'll have probably a stronger El Nino on the backside.
Yeah, and that's just going back to analogs, right? I mean, that's
just analogs and just the trend and the cycles and just just Mother Nature kind of correcting herself, right? I mean, it's like, hey, we're in a drought. We need some rain.
Yeah, the newest Climate Prediction Center's 6 to 10 day temperature outlook came out, and they have almost a certainty of above normal temperatures across the central and northern plains and the upper Midwest here, going through Father's Day itself into the week following Father's Day. A 90 to 100% chance of above normal temperatures underneath that ridge, going all the way up to southern and southeastern Canada.
Oh wow, I see that.
And then under that ridge, there's a lot of sinking air, so we don't have a lot of convection. Monsoon season's still alive, though. If you're looking down toward the Four Corners there, you still have about a 50-50 shot potentially of above normal precipitation here as you head towards Father's Day itself, and then that week following.
Well, that's why I was showing, earlier Sunday on Father's Day, it was showing hundreds in the Dakotas. And this just confirms that well above average temperatures up there.
Yeah, and once this bridge, it's so hard to predict these ridges, right? I mean, once this ridge does break down, all indications, would suggest more severe weather, at least in the northern plains and the central plains potentially. I'll have to look more at the guidance to give you anybody more clarity on that, but nobody can predict severe weather more than 10 days out.
Of course, with all the near normal in the desert Southwest, that's you would expect at least above average, right? But near normal for them is still 100 degrees.
So when you ever see above normal in the Southwest in the middle of summer, there's some some big heat.
Oh yeah.
That way.
Oh, that's like 110 plus.
Yeah. Well, even down towards northeast Texas, they got a 80 to 90% chance of above normal.
Yeah, I see that. That's definitely pushing. That's basically almost right. That's really in my area, technically.
If you look at this synoptically, it's probably another record-breaking heat wave. Probably the week after Father's Day, like we've been pointing out, probably the last couple of weeks. Still looks to be intact. It looks on track to me.
Yeah, the 6 to 10 to 8 to 14 don't have much difference.
Any of the people who are
hey, and that just goes to show you, with this,
like myself,
with
if the Climate Prediction Center even has a week 3 and 4 temperature outlook, like all the way to July 8th, that's taken with a grain of salt as well. So look at your preview of the July 4th forecast. I guess the Climate Prediction Center is in front.
Yeah, so the ironically, the 8 to 14 goes all the way through the 27th, which of course matches that fantasy storm the GFS is having, which that's not, it's going into a massive, it goes into a massive heat dome. That
so the GFS, we're throwing that out again.
Yeah, that is not going to happen.
The Climate Prediction Center knows more than the GFS. I'm gonna say that right now.
That's not going to happen. Yeah, trust me, that high pressure will win.
Yeah, that'll be dominating. Probably true. Honestly, I was looking at the climate forecasting systems model. I know a lot of people don't, they say, oh, this model sucks or this model's not good at anything. But honestly, they're wrong because it's more of trends. I look at trends more than, than just saying, okay, this day is going to have 5,000 Cape or this day is going to be 90 degrees outside, and I mean, it's more for trends. It's not for the mesoscale details. So
hey! Check this out. Hey, we might have a southeast turn here. We might have a southeast turn here. Check out the storm. This is the storm by Madison. They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning to the south of there because it looks like there's a southward pull to it now.
Does it include Madison? I don't have it. It's not updated on my radar yet.
Yeah, it includes Madison. Yes. Uh-huh.
Oh, it's a southeast polygon now? Okay.
So that's the first indication that these storms might be trying to turn more southeast.
Yeah, this could definitely, folks, this could be the start of what we've been waiting for. So we'll have to watch this for sure. Because it is going to be moving toward that warm front. And I am getting concerned, like Roy was saying, if this turns southeast, we got to watch out for that tornado threat. I mean, that warm front is right there.
It still has them moving east at 45 miles an hour. Quarter size hail, 60, but a noticeable, if you look at the trends here, there's not much in Middleton. This is all pulling more south than more east. So that's definitely the first indication that we're getting more of a southeast trajectory.
Well, yeah, and we're getting towards that peak heating time frame now. It's about 3 o'clock, and we got all the peak heating of the day, and these storms like to turn more southeast.
And that definitely pulls more Chicago more into play now.
Should I use that analogy again? The storms like the cake. They're going to come toward the better frosting, toward the south, the better cake.
Well, yeah, you got that warm front backing up. You've got more instability, like you said, guiding towards more of the instability. And that's what we're seeing. It's gravitating towards that.
Yeah. And then just, I don't know who mentioned it in the chat. The mid-level flow is starting to come from the northwest now and toward the southeast, where these storms are around the Madison area, getting into that, 500 millibar, 700 millibar mid-level winds. It just updated on my thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it does still say east, but yeah, it does include Madison. So if you live in Madison, Wisconsin, could have that southern end of that cell working in there. And I could see, I don't know if you could, Roy, but this storm could tighten up, maybe rotate a little bit, because I see the southern edge of that potentially maybe an open hook of inflow there.
Oh yeah, you always have to watch those southern storms. When there's nothing to the south of there, you always have to watch these storms.
Yeah, so we may have the main show here starting pretty soon, if it hasn't already, across central and southern Wisconsin, and this could be the show that dire southeast, as the models did start to indicate through the rest of this afternoon.
Oh, it actually even has a tornado signature on it now. We might be having.
That's what I was saying. We might have a tornado drop out of this thing.
Yeah, this area is starting to show on the south side there, showing some sort of trying to hook form.
Yeah, that is. So if you live in Sun Prairie, Madison, Wisconsin, Middleton, Wisconsin, or up towards the DeForest area, definitely some severe weather down that way in the next 20 minutes or so. Potentially even a tornadic storm. This is starting to take supercell characteristics.
Yeah, I would say so. Okay, so I had to switch models here. Yeah, so this southern flank here, this is definitely showing some signs of trying to rotate here, coming out of Middleton, the Dane area. What is that? Wanakee areas?
Yeah, I didn't want to say that because I don't want to butcher it.
Yes. So this atmosphere, it's got a ton.
There's a new warning Wisconsin Dells for that same cell that weakened a little bit toward the La Crosse area. That storm's moving east at 45 miles an hour, capable of producing half-dollar size hail now. So. Yeah, so we're starting to get into the peak heating of the day, and we're really starting to get active now, especially in the southern Wisconsin.
Okay, so this has some 1.25 inches now. Potential.
1.25 inches for the Madison one?
Yes.
Wow, yeah, I'm seeing 1.3 potentially in there. 1.3, maybe almost 1.35.
And it had some deepening purples. It even had some blue showing up by Wilton.
There is some broad rotation in the mid levels with the storm right now, especially if you are northwest of Madison, immediately northwest of Madison, up toward the Middleton area, and up toward the Wanakee.
Yeah, so they're at 56,000 feet right now. So that's the biggest of the day coming out of this cell here. Yeah, typically the higher the cloud top, the bigger the hail, and more room to rotate. Yeah. Here's the Madison, 60,000 feet now, the one in Madison. So we could be looking at a tornado trying to drop out of this any moment here.
Yeah, that's like I said. Yeah, that's some pretty strong mid-level rotation. Yeah, sorry, I was quiet there. I was just kind of looking at some of the observations with that storm cell. Yeah, it's showing some broad rotation within that. Like Roy said, the environment that this thing's in. I mean, it's right near the warm front. You got a lot of the surface winds starting to shift, near that front. You got all the strong and extreme instability to the south, and this thing has no reason not to produce a tornado right now.
Yes. So if you live in the Madison area, if you live in the Sun Prairie area, the DeForest area, you need to be in your safe zone, as this could be developing a tornado really at any moment now. Out of this.
I just got an upgrade for the severe thunderstorm warning east of La Crosse, getting towards the northwest side of the Wisconsin Dells area, up to 2-inch hail possible with 60-mile-per-hour winds right now.
Is that the Wilton storm? Elroy, Clifton.
Yeah, the Wilton storm. Yep, it's right over Wilton right now.
Okay.
There's just an upgrade to that, a little bit of.
Oh yes, I see that. Yeah, so it's got 2-inch hail potential now, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So again, potential, not confirmed. What we're seeing maybe hitting the ground, but here's the hail core. That's got a pretty significant size hail core from Oil City to Wilton now.
And I just got another upgrade for that warning from a baseline to a considerable warning for the Madison area of golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds now as well. I know we're bouncing around here. There's a lot of stuff going on here in Wisconsin.
I'm trying to get confirmation. Let's see what. Okay, so. All right, this might be.
God. Okay, yeah. So if you live in Madison, Wisconsin, north towards Sun Prairie, this thing is really starting to tighten up with the rotation in the mid-levels right now. This is a dangerous thunderstorm. We could be talking about a tornado warning within the next 10 minutes if the storm continues.
Yeah, golf ball size hail. Oh, wow. Look at that hook on the south side there.
Yeah, just northwest of Madison. That is looking nasty. Yeah, so if you live in Sun Prairie especially, or near the Madison airport, or even in Madison proper, definitely take your precautions because this storm is very dangerous. You got that golf ball size hail potential and 60-mile-per-hour winds that could blow all those golf balls around, maybe even some rotation. So a tornado is possible.
Yeah, so we're watching this system out of the Madison area. Definitely showing signs of rotation here. And then the trajectory on these storms are now southeast.
Hey Roy, what is the echo top for that storm? Is that 60,000 feet?
Yes, I did see it earlier. 60,000. It hit 60,000. Yeah, 62,000 now. 63,000. This is rapidly intensifying.
Wow.
64,000. Wow.
64,000. That is almost the tallest we've seen potentially this year. Just about the tallest.
Yes, this is a serious storm unfolding right now. Just north of Madison, Maple Bluff area. This could be a developing tornado as we speak, and these are now moving southeast. We're watching the southeast turn unfold.
Yeah, this is what we were afraid would happen. That's why we didn't want to sound the all clear, because this is very dangerous. There's a dangerous thunderstorm north of Madison or near Madison right now. I mean, look at the upper levels. Look at the anvil of this storm just punch into the east. I mean, even on a radar scope, it is just amazing.
Yeah, there's nothing on the south side too. There's nothing to stop this thing.
Wow. If this thing tightens up, we could have a dangerous tornado potentially unfolding on the north end of the Madison proper area. So this is a major community hub in portions of central and southern Wisconsin. A lot of population up in this area. So if you are listening to the live stream, definitely take your precautions if you live in Sun Prairie. I know Sun Prairie is more outside the warning, but this storm is heading your way. And also north end of Madison, Wisconsin for a possible tornado.
Yeah, it looks like it could potentially be over the town of Westport right now, heading towards the town of Blurk, just north of Maple Bluff.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, it appears...
Westport, Maple Bluff, and then you got Shorewood Hills.
Yeah, so it appears it's right. It appears it's right here in this circled area. Yeah, and it looks like Dane County Regional Airport is right in line of this storm.
Yeah, so folks, there are multiple other warnings, but we are definitely monitoring this storm the most closely because this one is the most imminent to produce a tornado from any of the other storms. I mean, yeah, we have big, large hail producers with the other storms, but this one is probably the most dangerous out of all of the other storms.
Yeah, so we are watching our most significant threat of the day right now unfolding just north of Madison. There's a lot of, even the latest update now shows a fairly significant hook here. And I mean, it looks like that Dane County Regional Airport is really going to be under the gun with this potential tornado developing as we speak.
Yeah, so it updated. So if you live in Maple Bluff, you might have some rotation. If you live in Maple Bluff and you see a funnel cloud, please relay it to the National Weather Service. If you see a funnel cloud with any of these storms, relay it to the local National Weather Service, whether it's in Milwaukee or in Chicago, closer to these areas. They will put that information out for the storm because there's a tornado possible with this thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've been starting to see some more mid-level rotation with the storm northwest of the Dells there as well, starting to strengthen up, taking supercell characteristics with that storm well east of La Crosse now as well, the last few runs. And that is starting to turn more southeast. Wow. Yeah, so if you were around the Dane County Regional Airport, Maple Bluff, and then on over towards McClellan Park on the east side of Madison, and the north side of Madison here, and towards the town of Burke, Sun Prairie, definitely be on guard here in the next few minutes. This storm is heading your way with monster hail, potentially up to golf ball or larger, and you can some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and a possible tornado developing from this thunderstorm.
Yeah, so look at that massive hail core out of the storm. This is a massive hail core over the Dane County Regional Airport right now, getting pummeled with very large hail out of the system, and maybe even a tornadic supercell, maybe rain wrap right now. But it's definitely showing numerous rotation out of this particular cell heading literally right over the Dane County Airport.
Yeah, if there wasn't any tornado, it would be right over the Dane County Airport or Maple Bluff as we speak right now. If there was a tornado with this storm.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't have a warning on this storm.
Almost east of southeast. Am I correct? Toward the town of Burke.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, there's a lot of certainty here that they should at least have a warning on this storm.
Yeah, and there's a lot of mid-level rotation. I mean, this supercell is gaining strength immensely right now.
Okay, and they just updated the watch. They added the watch. They extended the watch towards the Lake Mills area, towards Concord and Rome. So they just put an east extension here to this watch. There it is, right there. So yes, this has the capability of producing some golf ball size hail. It's still showing east at 40 miles an hour, but it's not exactly due east. It is definitely more of an east southeast trajectory now. Dane County.
East of southeast, so it's kind of moving east and southeast at the same time.
Yeah, so this is a dangerous supercell unfolding right now, just north of Madison here. You need to be in your safe zone with this particular cell. It's got numerous reports of golf ball size hail, and then a lot of rotation within this sector, just right over the Dane County Airport, heading towards the town of Blurk here and near the Sun Prairie area.
I'm going to look on Twitter, see if there's any pictures coming out of the storm, if anybody's taking any.
Yeah, see if you can see any. I'm not seeing any as of yet.
Yeah, I think still golf ball size hail, and then that 2-inch hail to the northwest with the other storm. And both storms are starting to turn more east of southeast, so they're starting to turn more southeast now, toward the better instability axis. Not sure if we have any storm chasers on the case today here, but
yeah, I'm not seeing any.
Might be kind of tough unless somebody on Twitter puts up, photos of the storm.
But this southern flank now is really starting to get its act together. I mean, just when you thought Milwaukee was done, just when you thought they were done, really, they're not, because they've got a lot of clearing in between, right? I mean, you've got a lot of clearing in between to get a little bit more unstable before this air mass hits you. And this is all heading towards the Milwaukee area.
Yeah, OKT weather. Yeah, this is in Wisconsin. This is south central Wisconsin, just around the Madison, Wisconsin area. Major population hub up this way, and this is heading toward another major population hub towards Milwaukee with time. So they actually extended. Is this the warning you were saying extended?
Yeah, they extended it.
Okay, I'm a little delayed on my end here. So yeah, Watertown down toward Fort Atkinson. Jefferson, Cottage Grove, Marshall, Waterloo, all these areas, 60-mile-an-hour winds, golf ball size hail, with even a possible tornado still possible with the storm.
I mean, it's still got a pretty good notch on the south side there.
I'm surprised they don't even have a possible tornado tag even on the warning, the severe warning.
I don't know. I mean, I don't even know this. I mean, very surprised. Yes, they need to at least warn this storm. I mean, or at least some sort of possible, like you said, on the severe. But we're not even a hint of that.
Okay, yeah. So this thing is riding right along the warm front, so if this thing continues to ride the warm front, this thing could actually cross over. I mean, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself here, but cross through the Milwaukee area and over Lake Michigan toward the Grand Rapids area or southward eventually if it turns southeast. This could be the long-lived supercell of the day, right along that warm front.
Oh, I absolutely agree with that. A lot of times it only takes one cell, and this could easily be the one. And there's stuff forming, like I said, just to the north of there too. But those have not actually turned southeast. We're not seeing that yet. So we're not seeing the southeast turn on those storms. But
they're still kind of more elevated, I think. They're starting to go more surface-based up toward the Dells, but they are kind of still elevated. Definitely the one toward Madison, that is a surface-rooted storm. Yeah, this polygon's painting right towards the Milwaukee area. So if you live in Racine, Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, I know this is well off your way right now. Just monitor radar trends over the next hour because this storm is moving in your general direction.
Okay, so we're still getting the town of Westport, a 63,000 foot cloud top there.
Oh, wow.
The town of Blurk, yeah, 60,000 feet. So that whole area is seeing some very, very large hail out of that system.
You said 64,000?
That's the highest. Yeah, that's 64,000.
Wow. That's a monster. Yeah,
okay, so this is
really starting kind of recycling again. I mean,
all right, here we go. So this is actual.
Getting over, if you live in Cottage Grove, up towards Sun Prairie, or over eastward toward Marshall or Deerfield, this rotation, or at least mid-level rotation with the storm, is starting to head your way as we speak.
So I've got the hail core on it now, and this is what's actually hitting the surface right now near the town of Burke. We're seeing almost up to tennis ball size hail now. 2.44 inches is confirmed hitting the ground right now with this dangerous supercell that has 64,000 foot cloud tops with it. Those hailstones are flying 110 miles an hour easily out of the atmosphere. So yeah, I mean, do not go outside in this type of atmosphere right now with this very large hail, and it's a pretty good swath. I mean, this 2-inch hail extends from Seminary Springs to the town of Burke, all the way up to Sun Prairie with 1.5 inches. So it's a pretty good radius that came out of the Dane County Airport, still reported 1 inch of hail. But now that hail core is right over the town of Burke, getting about 2 to 2.5 inch hailstones right now.
Yeah, I'm seeing a report coming in from law enforcement around the Madison, Wisconsin area. They are confirming numerous uprooted trees and power lines with even power pole damage in the town of Madison and Middleton, Wisconsin. So there is confirmation of some significant damage unfolding with this storm. This storm is producing some damaging winds and some very large hail, and this is producing significant tree and property damage across the Madison and Middleton areas.
Wow, this is by far the biggest storm of the day. And it just all happened at that east-southeast turn. I mean, we've been talking about it for 3 hours now. We've been waiting for that east-southeast turn.
We got our hopes up, and then now we finally got our hopes taken.
Yeah, and then the 700 millibar, and Brett actually called it first. Said 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock they turned east-southeast, and right around that time it. And it rapidly within minutes turned severe.
So anybody in the chat, if this is any indication, if this thing goes upscale into a squall line and it's already producing some tree damage, power damage across Madison, could you imagine on a larger scale what this could do? That's why they did note that there could be a derecho today, so something to watch.
Oh, and it could every still bit happen. I mean, this is obviously a minier version of it, but this keeps building southeast over time. It just kind of a compounding effect.
Yeah, there's a lot of construction going on outside of my house right now. Can't believe it.
Yeah, it looks like most of the rotation has somewhat subsided out of this system, but it's probably got rain wrap, hail cores kind of taken over. But we'll watch for like newer convection, further off to the east here, maybe towards the Fort Atkinson area.
Yeah, Susan K in the chat. I was looking. There's no pictures on Twitter of any of the 2.5 or 2 inch hail at this time. I'll keep looking. But but I know there's not a lot of storm chasers out there in this area. I don't believe today. So.
But yeah, absolutely. We had some 2-inch hailstones coming out of that system. I can put the history on it. We'll just do the last 30 minutes or so. Here's that hail core. Now this is radar indicated. So this is radar indicated, not what's hit the surface. What's hit the surface is 2.5 inches. But you can definitely see if we zoom in here, if you see these little dots, these pink shaded areas, that's 2.5 inches. We've had some 3-inch reports. There's a 4-inch report. But yeah, we're getting ground confirmation of tennis ball size hail. This is all radar indicated, but this has been a pretty good hail core that has come through. Essentially just kind of the town of Westport here, as well as the Sun Prairie area, as this is continuing to dive east southeast.
You got to have a pretty strong updraft to suspend that in the aloft.
Oh, absolutely. That's in the atmosphere for a while. It falls, it lifts back up, it falls, it lifts back up, it falls, it lifts back up. And then until finally it just the hail essentially wins the updraft, basically.
We've seen this all year where we've had these 55 to 65,000 foot tops, and they often do produce this tennis ball to softball size hail usually.
But they have also produced EF3 tornadoes. So, the dynamics are there for a spin up tornado within this type of atmosphere. The cloud tops are there for sure. It's along the warm sector there, and it's moving east southeast. So every condition is met for something even bigger than maybe what's happening right now. So this is why we're really concerned about this supercell that's continuing to dive east southeast, dumping some very large hail in its path and some fairly significant winds, now up to 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, did you see that new severe thunderstorm watch issued for southeast Wisconsin?
No,
9 p.m. Central.
Okay. I took the watches off, so it wouldn't. Maybe they. Okay, so that was an extension. Okay, so this is the brand new severe thunderstorm watch. Yeah, that goes until 10 o'clock.
Is it 10?
You said Wisconsin? Maybe it hasn't updated yet.
I see 9 o'clock Central for on. Oh, you're talking about the one in Indiana. This one is southeast Wisconsin.
Okay. It hasn't updated.
Yeah, it includes Milwaukee, Madison.
The watches, the warnings are
And then down toward Janesville, and then up towards Sheboygan, and then getting into the western, west central Lake Michigan there.
Yeah, the warnings are fairly instant with this software, but the watches are less. There's a delay at the watches. All right, so that was issued 3 minutes ago. So, okay, so that's where all the severe threat is. So naturally, they put a watch out. Okay, so okay, yes, we have a severe thunderstorm watch where we're getting 3-inch hail right now. Yes. Okay. Yeah, they say up to 2.5 inches. I've already seen 2.5 inches that have already fell. So, or up to 2 inches. I'm already getting confirmation that 2.5 inches have already fallen out of that system.
Well, thankfully, it hasn't produced any tornadoes yet. But still, that signature is still concerning with that hook.
Hey, Milwaukee could get hit with the storm soon. Yeah, absolutely. I do feel that's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, one of two things could happen with the storm. With any of the questions regarding Milwaukee, it's either going to be Milwaukee's going to be probably hit either head on, or this may turn southeast and miss Milwaukee on the west side.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's not moving as like it had that turn. It's kind of like a hurricane, right? It had these little wobbles. So yeah, these little wobbles. And right now we're not seeing the wobble go east southeast. We're more of an east direction.
Yeah, there's a 72 degree dew point in southern Michigan, northern Indiana, James. Yes, there's a lot of moisture in the air. So in addition to all the severe weather, flash flooding is another severe weather risk, and torrential rainfall is possible. It's actually, if not certain, with these storms. Yeah, we saw, James, we saw an 81 degree dew point down in southeastern Illinois today. The heat index did peak there around 118, 119 for a time.
Yeah, I think we've maxed out for the day. We've hit peak. We've peak convection, I guess you could say, the heat index.
Yeah, that's a good assumption, to be honest.
Oh wow, we got 14,000 customers out without power now in Wisconsin.
Yeah, most of those are from the Middleton and Madison area. There's a lot of power and a lot of trees uprooted. Law enforcement was confirming. Around especially the north end of Madison or near the Madison downtown area, even, I believe. Yeah, there's public reports now of ping pong to golf ball size hail around the Sun Prairie area, getting over towards Cottage Grove as these storms did move through there, or are moving through there.
Oh yeah, easily.
Yeah, see, it looks like this hook is, the main body of the storm is moving east, but the hook part, the southern end of this is kind of moving more east-southeasterly, almost towards the Fort Atkinson area, and almost has a kind of a way of moving almost towards the Racine area with time, towards the southeast almost. We'll have to see.
Mm-hmm.
But the main hail core is still mainly going, straight east.
To the north side, yes. It's almost splitting up.
So it's almost as if this hook is like starting to, stretch the storm farther off to the east-southeast.
Yeah, that would be one way to look at it. And okay, so did they extend that? They extended it.
Oh wow, they have a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust possible with this now.
Yes, they did upgrade that.
Wow.
Yeah, it looks like the storm's starting to split. Yes, I feel that. I mean, it's just a matter of time before it looks like it might split. That northern branch is continuing to move east, but like Hunter mentioned, that east southeast trajectory and that southern flank is definitely concerning. That these are trying to split into two little supercells here.
Yeah, that hook is still there, and it looks like a finger on radar right now. Put your index finger up or your thumb. That's kind of what it looks like right now. It's kind of giving a thumbs down. It's kind of giving a thumbs down right now on radar. Like, no way, we're not getting severe weather today.
Yeah, let me take that warning off. Let me take that history off the hail core.
I'm going to take a picture of that. That is literally a perfect thumbs down.
Okay. All right. So here's the current hail. It has come down. Deerfield's about 2 inches now. So that's still fairly significant. Sun Prairie. This is current hail happening right now. 1 inch hail. The hail core has, greatly decreased, but it's still pretty prevalent over the Cottage Grove area. The Deerfield area, there's a little over 2 inches still confirmed. Marshall, about 1.25 inches.
You know what the interesting part about this storm is that it came out of the back end of stratiform rain. It just developed out of absolutely nowhere. I mean, it was this storm at one point was just a shower, and all of a sudden it just boom. There's
right.
a supercell capable of, you know.
And then again, the
hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
The convection models did not have the storm, so that's why they've been little to no help here.
Yeah, I tossed those under the rug this afternoon. And it's rare. I mean, it's rare. Most of the convection models have performed well this year, for the most part. But today, the nowcast severe weather kind of got the better of the convection models.
Hey, Susan, I think the answer to your question was the biggest hail. It was that volleyball size hail that fell in Vivian, South Dakota. That 8-inch hailstone. 8-inch hailstone was the biggest. I know Nebraska state records like 7 inches. I know Texas state records like 6.4 inches. Yeah, there's definitely been some bigger hail.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Could you imagine an 8-inch hailstone, though? I could not. Like that.
No, I don't want to experience that. So,
yeah, that would just be ridiculous.
well, they guesstimated that falling.
They even exceeded my expectations. Okay, the Storm Prediction Center has gone ahead, and they have upgraded southern Lower Michigan, portions of northeast Indiana, and western Ohio to a level 4 moderate risk.
Really?
Yeah.
Sorry, they're running the vacuum right now.
Okay, so this does tell us that the Storm Prediction Center is fairly confident in a convective windstorm later this afternoon and or tonight. I didn't think they were going to, but they must have something up their sleeve that I'm not aware of. They are experts, however.
Okay.
They know what they're. I mean, I'm more of an amateur. I mean, I've started this stuff recently. I do know what I'm talking about with severe weather, but they know even more.
It has not updated yet, but it just came out a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, I think it just came out just now. They upgraded the wind probabilities to, I think, 45% or 45% with hatched wind probabilities there as well. I'm not sure. I can't really see the tornado if they upgraded to a 10% or not. And then the hail.
Well, we'll wait till it comes out fully. So, yeah, it takes about 10 minutes to fully update everything.
But yeah, I fully suspect they put a 45%. There it is, 5% tornado, that 45% hatched wind, and then that 15% hail is maintained.
Yeah, sorry about all the bots, guys. It looks like the bots are going crazy.
I'm just gonna read what it says just to myself here to see what that kind of the atmosphere is doing.
No, we have not had any confirmed tornadoes yet.
They actually have noted in their summary or their synopsis that they are expecting an intense bow echo and even a possible derecho as we head through the evening and even into the overnight hours tonight.
Okay.
Possibly well after dark. There's a potential for a higher end severe weather risk with significant and extreme wind gusts potentially here in a moderate risk area, possibly associated with a derecho.
Okay, so it has.
That's pretty significant. So I didn't think they were going to go ahead and do that, but they did. So.
All right, so it has updated on here, so that yes, they did. In fact, you can actually see the moderate risk upgrade here for portions of South Bend, Indiana, Kalamazoo areas, Sturgis, Fort Wayne. Heading into Springfield, those areas back into possibly Toledo. A little bit more certainty of seeing those straight line winds, very intense winds. It appears they've more or less kept the enhanced risk almost the same here that extended to Cincinnati to Pittsburgh. But the main threat has always been the wind with this particular system. And they went ahead and increase the probability with that confirmation of the southeast trajectory of that wind threat, which they have not updated here. But yes, they do have a 45% chance now. They increased the probability to a 45% chance, essentially from literally Chicago area to the Fort Wayne area, back into the Columbus, Ohio, Milwaukee areas. So yes, this is a fairly significant upgrade from the Storm Prediction Center on the 3 p.m. update here.
Yeah, it looks like the storm, we were right. I think that storm that's moved through Madison, that is the main kicker for this afternoon. It's the cold pool with that will start to grow upscale very quickly through the rest of this afternoon and drop southeast as it gets across Lake Michigan and into that enhanced and moderate risk zone. So now the convective question marks are now starting to be answered here potentially this afternoon of what looks to happen.
Yes, well, it all started with that southeast turn. It all started with that turn, and it looks like things are really going to kind of come together this afternoon for a fairly significant severe weather threat.
This might be, I don't want to say it's wrong, but this might be the 10th moderate risk this year, I think. 9th or 10th, or even 11th, I don't know. But there's been a lot of moderate risks this year. And we'll see if this one pans out. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, so I'm going over some of the guidance here. Yeah, 75 mile per hour wind gust, 2 inch hail potential or higher. You know, this mesoscale convective system will congeal into kind of a solid squall line moving through the overnight hours. So this definitely appears it goes into well into the late evening time frame, which even
looks to consolidate. So I mean, this thing could be midnight producing 80 mile per hour wind gusts potentially,
which makes it even more devastating as this looks to come into the middle of the night for a lot of folks. Being hit hard in the middle of the night here.
Yeah, so well after dark. I mean, everybody's thinking about going to bed. Do have multiple ways to receive warnings down through the moderate risk, especially, but even can't discount, you know, the enhanced, the slight, or even the marginal risk areas. You still have a chance for severe weather. So do, you know, definitely have multiple ways to receive watches and warnings all the way through the late night hours, even into early tomorrow morning. This thing will dive all the way to the mid-Atlantic coast as we head through the day tomorrow as well. So it's not going to stop until, you know, like Roy was saying, the only thing stopping this is the Atlantic once this gets going. So.
Yeah, this is that same system that's really supposed to dive. I mean, it's almost going to be, you know, making this trajectory right here. Pittsburgh, back into the Richmond, Virginia area, maybe this area right here, right? This is the area that could be under the gun. Maybe Cincinnati, maybe this little extension, but you get the idea. And this mesoscale system is going to be hanging off the Atlantic coast by Wednesday.
Yeah, I see in the chat, Sam22, who sleeps anymore? Yeah, good point. I got 4.5 to 5 hours of sleep last night. I'm ready to go tracking the severe weather today with Roy. So,
so
need some sleep one of these days. A lot of severe weather, but I feeling decent right now anyway.
Yeah, I know. So this could be one of those, you know, like, you know, this could be your lasting well into the evening hours for sure. Into the overnight hours. And it's
we're still waiting on exactly when the right-hand turn will be. The Storm Prediction Center seems to think it'll be across southern Lake Michigan, northeast Indiana, and portions of southwestern and southern lower Michigan, and then getting into Ohio as well. That's what they're thinking is as of 3 o'clock. So this may start, you know, continue off to the east through the Milwaukee area, and then I think once it gets over Lake Michigan, the Storm Prediction Center is, you know, thinking that it's going to turn southeasterly once it heads over the open waters of the lake there.
Yeah, we got to watch that sail back towards that other sail back here towards Wisconsin Dells. That also dive in southeast.
I think was that one has half dollar. Am I reading that right? $1/2 size sail.
This has actually got 1.25 inches here. Let's see, $1/2 size. That's probably confirmed, and then maybe a potential up to 1.25 inches. But that one's kind of lost its luster.
Please, yeah. Well, okay. Here's the thing. We've been talking about this through the live stream. Next week, there's going to be a ridge, and there could be some strong storms into portions of southern and southeastern Canada. So Ontario, yes, we'll have severe weather potentially heading into the following week. So. What time would it hit Milwaukee? I'm at work right now and want to get home before it happens.
Oh, we're not that far away from Milwaukee, really. I mean, we're probably an hour away from Milwaukee, right? I mean, we're not that far away.
No, it's already crossed Madison and Sun Prairie. I mean, this thing is, the warning goes till about what time? 4:15. So I mean, probably I'd say about around 5 o'clock, 4:30, 5 o'clock toward the Milwaukee area, at least the western suburbs there of Milwaukee. Within the next hour, it'll be closing on Milwaukee.
Yeah, that's right around the start of rush hour traffic here. It looks like it's going to be impacting Milwaukee area.
Good news is the hook is not as well defined, but there still is one. A little bit of a notch in there, just northwest of Fort Atkinson. Still got those public reports of that ping pong to golf ball size hail back in your Sun Prairie, Cottage Grove, and also that potential for 70+ mile per hour wind gusts with this storm.
Oh, it's got that tornado signature back over Lake Mills on radar scope.
Oh, does it? Yeah, see, mine's all delayed, unfortunately.
Yeah, this convection right here. And you see this? This looks like the beginning stages of a bow segment here.
Yeah, that's the main kicker. That's the storm we're looking at now, and they're just east of Madison. That's gonna be the possible Derecho consolidation later.
Yeah, that is definitely the first sign of bow segments breaking out of the storm.
Yeah, this thing's gonna be eating a lot of instability here as it pushes southeast, and almost unlimited instability as this thing drives southeast. I mean, this thing is going to be working and overtime through the evening and overnight.
Look at all the lightning now. It is really intensified. This thing is just exploding. Look at all that deep purple.
Yeah, that is crazy. That's another thing with all the energy. There's so much lightning with these storms. It is amazing. I mean, just this one single cell, like Roy was saying, this thing is like probably producing 1,000 lightnings. Yeah,
that is some serious lightning right now out of this storm. Well ahead of it too. Look at that. You're getting lightning strikes far away as Concord now, right now.
Really? Yeah, that's pretty impressive. We got a new polygon up to the northwest. That storm is starting to pick up speed now around the Dells area. You're around Wisconsin Dells and just north. New warning for you for quarter size hail. The storm's moving east, maybe a little east-southeast at 50 miles per hour. The storm's mainly elevated because it's still the north of that warm front. But the one near Madison, between Madison and Milwaukee, that is a surface rooted storm, and that is along the warm front. That's why we are most concerned with that one.
Yeah, that one by Dells, that's moving basically due east.
Yeah, that one's, if that's just going due east, that's going to remain elevated for the time being. That warm front hasn't caught up to it. The warm front won't get caught up to that area because of the storm.
Oh, hey, Snowies.
The storm across Madison and Milwaukee areas is going to hold that warm front stationary. It's not going to let it go northward any further, especially with the cold pool consolidation.
Yeah, this storm is really intensifying here.
Is there a big old outflow? I haven't looked at the outflow bound, if there's a boundary coming out from that or not.
Yeah, they might have to up the winds on this one.
Yeah, that's pretty. I mean, it's turning more linear. I mean, the hook is starting to kind of fade away a little more. Yeah, what we're really looking for is that backward C shape. Now, if that occurs, I wouldn't be surprised to see that start of that 75-mile-an-hour and greater winds.
Well, we're actually starting to see a little bit of that. I mean, we're if we really zoom in here, we're
is it near the Watertown, Lake Mills,
let's
Johnson
see,
Creek,
Jefferson Junction, Johnson Creek area, Milford. But it's really starting to bow out towards the Jefferson area.
Angie says, "Where's the Derecho forming? Possibly now. I mean, this potentially could be the start of what could be a very dangerous night across the Ohio Valley."
Yeah, I would say this is
enhanced risk zone. Could have those 75. I know the Storm Prediction Center doesn't like when people do this, but potentially over 75 miles per hour, up to maybe, I wouldn't discount 90-mile-an-hour gusts. I mean, the atmosphere this thing is in could support winds well over 75.
Yeah, so I mean, the Derecho takes a while to come to fruition. You know, it always starts with just a normal storm, and then it turns severe, and then you start getting these bow segments out along the leading edge. So this is definitely looks like the beginning stages of what could develop into a Derecho. You know, like, but that will take a while for that to happen. This still has to come together, and it has to build on the southeast side, and it's a compounding effect over time. So I mean, I don't know. It's 3:30. I mean, even if this were to hold together and everything, I mean, the Derecho probably wouldn't even happen until, 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night, right? I mean, we're still a long ways away for something like that to unfold, but it definitely has the beginning stages of it for sure.
Is there a chance into Ontario? No, not this one. Like I said, next week there's a chance of another, complexes with another heat wave moving in. But today, no, the Ontario, you are in the clear for today, at least for severe weather. You can still have some showers and storms, southern Ontario, but for there, no, not today.
Okay, the tornado tag has come down out of that storm, but definitely starting to show signs of it bowing out for sure.
Yeah, that is a pretty major cold pool starting to consolidate. I mean, this is heading right for Milwaukee. Rush hour Milwaukee. If you live in or near or like work around the Milwaukee, Racine, Wisconsin areas, especially north of Racine at this time, do notify anybody that you know that is working in Milwaukee or near there that there is a danger storm coming. This could be producing 70-plus mile per hour wind gusts, as this is really starting to show signs of some significant damaging winds. Maybe even some golf ball size hail still as well.
And look, there's even more strikes by Cold Springs. So yeah, that's an indication it's still continuing further south.
Make no mistake, if you were in Milwaukee anyway, I mean, you're going to see the storm coming. I mean, this is a light show beyond a light show. I mean, this thing is producing lightning off the chain right now.
I mean, you might even actually
1,000 lightning strikes in a half an hour. I mean, this thing is amazing.
I mean, you might even see the cloud tops even in Milwaukee right now. I mean, as high as these are. Okay, so they looks like they extended the severe thunderstorm warning a little bit further east now. This does include closer to the Milwaukee area, near Johnson Creek or near Jefferson, moving east about 45 miles an hour. This does have some 70-mile-per-hour wind gust and that golf ball size hail that we've been highlighting. But yes, this is a continuation of this same storm that we've been tracking for the last 30 minutes or so, really about 3 o'clock time frame when they really started to turn severe. This this warning goes until 4:45. And then beyond that would be the Milwaukee area. So that's why a guesstimation would be around 5 o'clock towards potentially between Racine to Oak Creek to Milwaukee area up to the Brown Deer area. Those areas, I would say, are going to be in line of this storm by 5 o'clock time frame.
Yeah, it looks like the polygon did shift a little farther to the south and east in the new update there. So definitely some signs that this thing is starting to very slowly veer to the right towards the southeast.
Yeah, for sure. You can see it in the lightning strikes south of Fort Axton. And then you can see confirmation just to the east of there of the extension of the severe thunderstorm warning, but pulled a little bit further southeast than the one prior.
Let me go look at the meso analysis. I'm curious to see what kind of instability of just south of this thing. I mean, I'm sure there's quite a bit.
And right now, this is, I mean, you know, zooming out. Let's see. We've got several other severe thunderstorms, so I don't want to downgrade any of those. But we've got one by Fort Wayne. This is where they do have that moderate risk in play right now. But I'm thinking that's the main ones are going to be from this system, you know, near the Milwaukee area right now. So I think where they are indicated the moderate risk, a lot of that activity won't be until later this evening.
Is Rockford clear? Yes, Rockford, Illinois, you are going to steer clear and dodge a huge bullet today in Northern Illinois yet again. So yes, Northern Illinois, you are void of severe weather and capped off for the rest of today. Welcome to Northern Illinois, where we miss the severe weather. No, but we do. I mean, you got to take every single severe weather risk seriously, and severe weather risks do shift from day to day. So that's why we tell you to keep up to date on all the Storm Prediction Center's outlooks and all of the weather forecasts out there, because weather does evolve. I mean, it's not going to always be the same from minute to minute or hour to hour.
This thing is cranking at 69 dBz.
Wow. That's ridiculous.
Wow. All that deep purple.
I was looking at the instability. I caught up in all the severe weather talk. Let's see. Yeah, this thing is moving into Cape values of 4,007. Right now where I live, there is nearly 7,500 joule per kilogram instability, and the sun is fully out. So I definitely think that is realistic. We have the clouds are peeling off here where I live, and I am seeing almost completely blue skies right now in my area, in Northern Illinois, between Davenport and Chicago.
Okay, I'm getting confirmation of 3-inch hailstones right now falling to the surface near Jefferson out of that storm.
Seriously? Wow.
We're getting 2.95 inches hitting the surface right now out of this storm. This is.
Have to upgrade this warning from golf ball to what is that, tennis ball or larger?
Yeah, that's every bit of tennis ball, if not approaching baseball size hail right now.
Yeah, so this could have a destructive tag on it here rather soon for baseball size hail.
It's still intensifying.
Consolidate even more, maybe even 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. We'll just have to see.
Oh, if it continues those bow segments, they're going to be upgrading this to 80 mile per hour. Okay, so here's the latest update in Helenville. 2.8 inches. So yeah, pretty significant hail still falling right now out of that supercell.
It is 90 degrees Fahrenheit where I live it's hot. The sun's out here, and I believe that it's pretty darn hot outside. And that's what these storms are feeding off of, is all the energy here in northern Illinois. We're capped off. So that means northern Illinois, we got no more severe weather. Because the reason why I say capped off is there's a lot of warm air aloft. So the storms don't like to form, or can't form with this, the warmer air above. And I'm looking out the window now, and the clouds don't have a lot of upward growth with them. Any of the clouds that are out there. So that does indicate a capped atmosphere. Yeah, right now, hey Roy,
Yes.
now it's 96 where I live. Feel like temperature of 110 to dew point 75.
96. Okay, so wow, I just bumped up to 100 in Dallas.
Or no, sorry, I had the wrong thing up. My bad, sorry. 91 where I live, 108 dew point 80. Okay, never mind. I was looking at only Illinois, farther south. There's so much going on, I can't keep track. Yeah, so I have an 80-degree dew point where I live right now. I'm firmly in the warm sector.
Let's see. I'm only 62 dew point here, because our high is moved away. It's not even actually over us. So I'm getting less humidity today, but maybe the temperature might bump up a degree or two because of the lesser humidity.
Are you at 99 or did you crack 100?
No, I went to 100 at 325. So that's third day in a row now.
Looks like Wichita Falls 101, 103 up towards northwest Texas. Still at 108. I'm seeing a 109 now near McCook, Nebraska.
Well, that dry air, I mean, it's like almost desert out there.
Yeah, that's drought calling.
What is that dew point? Like 27 now? 25?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, this with every frame, it's diving more southeast. I mean, it actually might even be south of Milwaukee. The main core of it.
Trained weather spotters have confirmed golf ball size hail falling in Helensville, Wisconsin.
Well, I saw 2.8, at least golf ball.
This thing's still gaining strength. I mean, there's no reason why it shouldn't. I mean, we fully expect this with all the instability in place today. What kind? Let's see the chat here. Will you be live tomorrow, Roy? I'll have to have Roy answer that. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, I was planning on coming on at least for an hour or two every day. This one's going to be more of a long duration day, but I was planning on coming back on live again.
Yeah, it could be a little continuation of that potential MCS down through the Ohio Valley and Mid-Atlantic tomorrow. What kind depends on the threats. Yeah, the threats today: damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes. The damaging winds by far will probably be the most significant threat. However, the hail threat right now is pretty significant as well, kind of with the damaging winds. So the tornado threat today is decent, but it's not the worst tornado threat. We're not looking at an outbreak or anything like that, at least in regards to tornadoes. Now, an outbreak of damaging winds for sure, potentially. So.
Here, I'm going to go grab a snack real quick, and I'll be back.
All right. What else going on here in the chat? There might be a cool-looking shelf cloud at this point. Yeah, there might be. I mean, heading toward Milwaukee, if you look west of Milwaukee, there might be like a shelf cloud or even a wall cloud with some powerful winds underneath that coming in, or like a lowering of the clouds. So, yeah, that's possible. It says on here, 70 mile per hour winds, and locally potentially even close to 80 wouldn't be, entirely out of the realm of possibility with these storms. So. Will the live stream be a bit later tomorrow? Roy went to go get a snack. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask him when he comes back. But I think he might favor the afternoon if he would do one. But like I said, I think he's going to try and do more analysis, hour or two per day, more live stream type stuff. Just, looking at the nowcast type of severe weather, kind of the today's forecast type of stuff. So that's what he's trying to do moving forward. Yeah, Susan, it's going to be a long day for sure. Yeah, it's already been a long day. I only had 5 hours of sleep. And yeah, I'm tired a little bit, but it's good. We got some storms firing up, so it kind of wakes me up a little more. I love severe weather. Not the damage it does, but I just like the cool clouds. That's why I wish we had more severe weather in northern Illinois, but I kind of missed us to the north, just slightly to the neighbors to the north in Wisconsin here today. Yeah, that was a supercell, Andrew. That was the one that passed through Madison. That's where they had numerous trees uprooted, power damage, power poles, and power lines being snapped. So, yeah, a lot of damage around the Madison and the Middleton, Wisconsin area here confirmed by law enforcement just earlier, probably about an hour ago, across those areas.
Yeah, so we're just watching this, really this one lone cell that's really the most significant severe, coming out of near the Milwaukee area here, as this really has starting to come together with a ton of lightning with it. And
Snowy's was asking what time we should go live tomorrow. I said probably he would favor the afternoon, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends on how late we're going to be here tonight. So
yeah, it depends. Yeah. So we'll get to. I'm sure he'll update you.
But I'll let you know it. I plan on doing, my morning video.
Just go on to the Twitter page. I'm sure he'll have all his. If he's going live, what time and all that. He'll be doing that.
But yeah, today looks to be the most significant day for sure.
Tomorrow is just a slight risk. I know tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow is the one where they upgraded parts of Iowa and portions there of the middle Missouri Valley.
But it appears Wednesday might even be.
We got 3 different slight risk areas tomorrow, so it could be busy. Those lower risk days have just been, busy, so we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, just watching this for right now.
Here's a cell down here towards Manon, looks like. I guess it's Manon. Kind of. That is, south of Chicago. Yeah, it looks like it's heading towards Indiana here.
It says 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Oh, wow. Yeah, I haven't gone outside today. It's cool in the air conditioning where I'm at, but I'm sure it's stifling outside if I walk out there right now. Probably like wearing a winter coat at 80-degree dew point.
All right, so let's move around here. Okay, so it looks like there's more convection just east of Indianapolis here. These are just kind of
Ferguson, if you live in Nebraska, like you were saying, no, I don't think the upgrade will be even further from a slight tomorrow. I think it'll be a marginal to slight all throughout tomorrow. I don't think they'll be upgrading to an enhanced, at least what I'm looking at now.
Well, I'm looking at Wednesday being a bigger day than what they're showing. So I'm thinking
Wednesday, the models have actually been uptrending on potentially another MCS. Supercells developing with, big hail being the main risk, followed by damaging winds, followed by tornadoes. And then as an upscale growth into an MCS Wednesday, we could have more damaging winds across a wide area. So, and that'll be mainly, again, Wisconsin down through central Iowa, northern Missouri, across those areas, and maybe northwest Illinois. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I'm thinking that could be definitely the bigger day than tomorrow.
what's Wednesday? That's a slight. Yeah, I could see an enhanced Wednesday potentially.
And yeah, that activity by Indianapolis actually produced a flood warning here. They got 1 to 2 inches, and they're expecting another 1 to 1.5 inches here through about 7:15. These
wow,
just
yeah, that's another thing with all these dew points in the mid to upper 70s, around 80. Yeah, there's a lot of moisture to be run out. Just remember, if you were ever like taking a shower or doing the dishes, remember wringing out the wash rag. That's exactly what these thunderstorms are doing, is wringing out that wash rag in the atmosphere. You have all that moisture, you just wring it out, and that's with all the rainfall you get.
Mm-hmm.
From Brighton, Michigan, Alec, nice. Michigan, yeah, Michigan's pretty nice. I haven't been there, but I've seen pictures. It looks pretty nice up there. I want to go sometime to Michigan, like either Lansing or along the west, the eastern side of Lake Michigan on the beach side there. It'd be nice.
Oh, they issued a special marine warning.
Oh, really? Did they for Milwaukee area?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for that storm to continue out in the Great Lakes. If anybody's out there.
Greater and large hail. Oh, wow, okay. Still shows it moving east, though.
Yeah, that's not exactly east. I mean, everything that I'm looking at is east southeast. So I wish they would correct that. But yeah, the trajectory basically puts it south of Milwaukee.
Yeah. See, that's what I was saying earlier. Is this thing might turn more. The more powerful part of it might go south, or south of Milwaukee toward Racine, or just between there.
Okay, and the deepening purples have lessened substantially. It's weakening.
Yeah, I must have not got a new frame. Yeah, see, mine's delayed a little bit compared to yours.
Yeah, this storm is definitely weakening.
Interesting. It could recycle. I mean, it's going back towards the warmth. I mean, it's south of the warmth. So, but it is. What the issue is as well is that the more this turns to the southeast, yes, it's going into better instability, but yes, it is also going into a stronger capping inversion. So, I mean, it almost has to ride that fine line along that instability gradient to really produce a derecho. So, I mean, does it or doesn't it? We still have some question marks, but the Storm Prediction Center did help at their 3 o'clock update in answering some of those questions. There's a pretty nice storm in towards the Richmond area and eastern portions of Indiana. There's 60-mile-an-hour winds, penny-sized hail moving east of 20. Pretty nice consolidated, kind of a little cluster there. Some heavy rain, probably a lot of lightning there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a ton of, holy crap. That one has more lightning than the one in Wisconsin.
Yeah, it looks like Cornersville. Cornersville is getting a ton of lightning right now.
I've never seen a radar scope with this much lightning. I mean, it almost looks yellow to the touch. Because what I'm saying on the chat, if you understand what I'm saying with the yellow, is that I have the radar scope thing up, looking over the storm, and all the yellow little lightning symbols is so abundant on here, I can barely even see what the storm's even doing.
Yeah, I've got it up too on my other monitor.
Wow.
Yeah, it's weakened a bit to widen as it just distributes its strength around. Yeah, so you get ebbs and flows with these systems.
Yeah, Derecho's not always going to, along its whole path, it's not going to be, 80 mile an hour all the way through the mid-Atlantic coast. I mean, there's going to be stints and, crumbles in there where you have 50 to 60 mile an hour winds and it strengthens, even further. But and if anybody doesn't know, derechos don't just form. I mean, they form with multiple microbursts and multiple downbursts along the leading edge. And they the only way to get reprocesses of that as it develops through as a derecho and propagates southeast is the updraft, and the updraft maintenance has to be there for it. If it's not there, then you don't have a derecho.
Yeah, so we can look at some of the latest high resolution guidance and see what's happening. See if this has shown any signs of correcting itself. They have not been much help lately, but all right. So here's 4 o'clock. This is exactly where we are now. So
is this going to hit the Chicago area head on? No, it'll probably miss Chicago, but the northern suburbs still be on high alert. If you live in like Waukegan, up toward the Kenosha area, and the southeast Wisconsin, still be on high alert. But it largely looks like it'll miss Chicago proper.
see, it's still not there. I mean, it corrected. I mean, it's basically got all the convection well north of Milwaukee, and there's nothing, right? I mean, this is no help whatsoever. Yes, this is like it literally just updated. And there's no convection whatsoever where all the convection is.
Yeah, that thing is wow.
So yes, if a model doesn't start correct, it certainly can't end correct. So we are not going to be looking at that. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, that is no help whatsoever.
It's just amazing to me. I've seen discrepancies like this even with winter storms, but that's just a whole different.
Well, no, I mean, that's like it updates like every single hour. And you
one model says you're going to get nothing, and then the other one shows just a full blown derecho. I mean, it's amazing.
So, yeah, I mean, it basically comes down to nowcasting this event because there's no other else to look at it because nothing has matched up so far out of this particular system.
I'm pretty sure it's blowing out, showing some bigger hail. Yeah. I mean, it was showing. Roy was showing producing, some big hail earlier. I think he did say the hail core did start to weaken a little bit on that storm to the southeast Wisconsin, but.
Yeah, let's go back and look at that again, where that hail core is. It's definitely come down for sure. All right, looks like Ottawa is about 2 inches, 2 1/4. Still fairly significant. I mean, there ain't nothing to sneeze at. That's ping pong size hail right here.
Yeah, and I know that was confirmed earlier, but I'm not sure if there's any new reports.
Yeah, 1.5 inches. Yeah, so it's just a little small gradient here, just near the Ottawa area, 2 1/4 inches here.
Francis, 60625. I'm guessing that's North Chicago suburbs. Be on the lookout. I think you guys will largely be missed out on the severe weather if you live in Chicago proper, up toward the Evanston area, and then like Algonquin and Wheeling, but I'd still be on high alert if you live up toward the Waukegan area, Zion, Antioch, all those areas, Kenosha, Wisconsin. Something to watch, but largely this probably will go over Lake Michigan before it even really reaches Illinois. Okay, so trained weather spotters had reported golf ball size hail in Dousman, Wisconsin. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Dousman.
Ping pong size hail. Okay, so this is definitely taking a lot more purples now. It looks like it's starting to strengthen again.
The hail core?
Yeah, just the deepening rain and hail core for sure.
Yeah, so yeah, no reason why he should.
Oh, wasn't that the Cine? Is it, what do you pronounce that? Akamata? I don't know how to pronounce that, but there was a video I saw just a day or two ago. He had a lot of hail and yeah.
I don't know how to pronounce
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that he was going live. I saw a video. It looks like that same area is getting hit again with pretty big hail.
Yeah, is it possible a golf ball, or is it larger than anything?
Well, I was showing 2.25 just to the south of there in Ottawa.
Oh, so maybe slightly larger than golf ball. So yeah, okay.
Yeah, maybe up to ping pong size. And it looks like it's actually
Michigan has the most registered boats in the nation, James. Huh? I didn't know that. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, it's still basically 2 inch, 2.25 inch. So everything's over golf ball size here still.
Yeah, this thing's gonna be going over over or just south of Milwaukee. At least the worst part of it. Maybe going between Racine and Milwaukee, or maybe the south end of Milwaukee. It's hard. It's really hard to say with the kind of the polygons.
Yeah, it definitely appears to be at least the bulk of it. The main core of it's going to be south of Milwaukee.
I do think with the new warning, wouldn't you think that the new polygon put out would be just mainly, maybe including Milwaukee and Racine, but just mainly?
Oh, it will. I think Milwaukee be on the northern side of it, and then Racine for sure. I think it'll basically encompass Milwaukee to Racine.
And then like toward the Caledonia, Oak Creek areas. Is that the Milwaukee airport? General Mitchell International Airport.
Oh yeah, Milwaukee Airport. Oh wow, they're definitely in line there.
Yeah, there could be a shelf cloud or wall cloud with this. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean,
because that's south of Milwaukee. I would say that airport is definitely in target.
Oh yeah. Holy crap. Okay, so looking down to Indiana. Okay, we got 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts moving southeast. We got just a big conglomerate of severe thunderstorm warnings across these areas, across eastern portions of Indiana, getting into western Ohio, toward the Dayton area eventually, and just there's probably 8 severe thunderstorm warnings in just that area for 60 to 70-mile-an-hour wind, and like $1/4 to $1/2 size hail.
Yeah, it's mainly for wind. It's all wind, not the hail.
Yeah, that wind down there is not really confirmed.
Yeah, 60, 70 miles an hour. But these are most of them are borderline severe.
The Fort Wayne area, you got 60-mile-an-hour gusts, maybe quarter-size hail, but yeah, like we said, just mainly wind. Another cell back into west central portions of Indiana there, 60-mile-an-hour gusts, maybe penny-size hail. Pretty small cell. Trying to cover all these warnings here. Apparently, there's even a warning down into western North Carolina with some 60-mile-an-hour gusts right on the Appalachian chain there. So maybe some mountain enhancement to the winds there.
North Carolina. Oh, yeah. Okay, Hendersonville.
I think maybe the mountains will be enhancing that wind a little bit, potentially. Right on the southern end of the Appalachians.
Yeah. That don't look like much of a severe storm to me.
No, I bet that's more of a downslope wind with that down the mountain side there.
Okay, so we still got a couple severe storms in Maine here. Yeah, that was that other threat that had some severe stuff.
Sean says, looking it up may not help. I'm in Dayton, Ohio, and when I look mine up, it has a 20% chance every hour for the rest of the day. Look at the radar near Dayton. Okay. Yeah, Dayton, you guys are going to probably see some severe weather.
Oh yeah, you're just east of there.
To really consolidate more too.
Everything's heading towards Dayton.
Yeah, Dayton, you guys are going to get clobbered here in about like an hour. about 5 to 5:30, somewhere in that time frame. Dave, you guys are going to get some strong wind. And then there's a new warning up here in Milwaukee. Oh my gosh, so busy. Moving east at 50 miles an hour, golf ball size hail at 60 miles an hour.
Okay, so they did update. Yeah, there it is. There's the extension. Okay, so they did fill in their the severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like it definitely included the Milwaukee area down to Wind Point. Not quite down to Racine, but just the city north of Racine and Wind Point. They did go ahead and extend into Caledonia. This squall line that we've been watching come across. So this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that does include the Milwaukee area until 4:45. So that, yeah, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So this storm, it looks like it has picked up some speed as well.
Michael Miller, are you talking about me? If you can't hear me, just turn your volume up. You should be able to hear me. Everybody else earlier said they could hear me, so unless I got quieter somehow, I have no idea. Let me know. Everybody in the chat, can you hear me? If you can, just say yes. Because I don't know, am I getting quieter?
No, road trip to Dayton.
There you go. Go intercept some storms.
Yes. I'd love to hear your storm reports.
Take some photos so you can send it to Roy's Twitter page on powponder.com.
Yeah, absolutely. If you go out chasing storms in Dayton, please send them my way for sure. Send me some pics.
Or even in the Milwaukee area. I mean, any of these storms, just send pictures. We want to see them.
Yeah, absolutely. If you live in these severe weather threats and if it's safe to take pictures, if it's safe to grab some of these hailstones, please tag me on Twitter.
We'll be gladly he'll be gladly, posting them on his Twitter page for you. I guess all day today was worth the wait. We just got a bowling ball of severe weather down near Dayton. It's just amazing. And that's the one. Let's see all the lightning on it. I can't wait to look at it now.
Yeah, it's got a lot of lightning.
Holy crap, it's went up even more. I wish I had a radar, product to where it could actually tell me the estimated lightning, if I outlined the storm and it would tell me.
Yeah, I don't know that.
I wish I had a product that could do that, because that would be pretty interesting to see.
It seems like on a national level, 5,000 lightning strikes.
Wow. And that's just within these couple of clusters.
Basically, those two cells. Yeah, 5,000 lightning strikes.
So about 2,500 per, I would guess. Wow. Corey, how can you be in a moderate risk but no storm watches? The storms will be moving downstream through the moderate risk area overnight.
It has not fulfilled that time frame yet, because it's not supposed to reach your area just yet. So it's still going to happen. I just think you'll probably get watches issued by, say 6, 7 o'clock this evening. Yeah, typically a watch happens, I don't know, maybe an hour or two before the event, maybe a couple hours. So we're still far enough away that the watch is not really warranted yet, but it's more than likely going to be warranted as we get closer.
Susan wants your Twitter feed again, or Twitter page again, it looks like.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, she's trying to send you a video, okay. Yeah, if you send a video, Susan, we'll he'll be able to post that on his Twitter page. Or just send it to him.
Oh, these bots are driving me crazy.
I know, they just won't go away, will they?
All right, so there's my Twitter feed, Susan.
Yeah, Snowy's. It went from nothing, and all of a sudden we just got a bowling ball of severe weather down near Dayton, as I call it, and a pretty decent severe storm, severe thunderstorm just west of Milwaukee, and then a couple here and there around the Fort Wayne area, and then back north of Lafayette, Indiana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what we're seeing. Still the most significant is down towards up near Milwaukee, which has been ebbs and flows. You know, it's been pulsing up, pulsing down. Right now, it seems like it's on the less severe side. So,
yeah, I agree. Oh man, I can't figure out where this. I mean, yeah, the storm is going east by Dayton, but it's like the warnings are everywhere. I mean, the polygon's moving down, right, left, upward, sideways. I mean, what the heck's going on? Yeah, it's going east.
Yeah, mainly all these storms right here are all going east.
Yeah, if you live in Dayton, it says 70-mile-an-hour winds right now. This thing could even produce 80. I mean, it's still in an environment where this thing could really start to take off. It actually is really almost starting to take off as its own MCS right now into southwestern Ohio.
Which again, this all just started with a couple little storms, kind of popcorn variety storms popped out of nowhere, well ahead of the main system. And this is where we're at with this particular cell as this. I mean, it looks like we have maybe multiple mesoscale systems trying to form.
Yeah, it's a possibility. And hey, Roy, is the southern end of this actually potentially going to eclipse Cincinnati? I mean, this thing looks like it might be turning that way.
Well, they're right on the borderline. They're right on that edge there. So yeah, that's still I don't know.
It's hard to say if they go north or just maybe clip the area or hit head on. It's hard to say.
Yeah, Cincinnati may be pushing it. I don't think it gets that far south.
Yeah, it'll have to develop more storms to the outflow will have to develop the storms farther south for that. I think if it develops farther towards Greensburg, then it would probably hit Cincinnati.
Right. And I don't see any type of outflow. I don't see anything pushing it further south. It's
the severe warning does say it's moving southeast at 30. So it's hard to say. It really is.
It says southeast at 30.
Yeah. One of the 11 warnings that are out for it.
Okay. All right, by Brookville.
Yeah.
Hard
to say.
Yeah, definitely hard to say.
It's more like the same thing in Wisconsin. It's more east of southeast rather than just straight southeast.
Yeah, I think it's too far north.
You think Michigan might get a severe thunderstorm watch? Lower Michigan, yeah. Not the Upper Peninsula, though. Or even northern Lower Michigan, probably not. But, southern Lower Michigan, probably. With time. Like Kalamazoo.
Yeah.
Maybe Detroit, maybe with time. We'll see.
Absolutely. Towards the evening time frame.
Yeah, so like he was alluding to earlier, about an hour to 3 hours ahead of time, they usually issue these watches. So, I mean, put the math together, you probably won't have your severe weather till at least mid to late evening. Oh. They actually extended the warning just to the west of Cincinnati. Actually right outside Cincinnati.
Wow, they did. Look at that.
For 70-mile-an-hour winds. And how is that? It must be an outflow or something.
I don't see it. I don't see it on radar, but they did in fact do that. Look, I don't see anything to substantiate that, but yeah, they did. They did went ahead and issued that severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of the Cincinnati area. And this storm is moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour, located over Brookville right now. So if we zoom into Brookville, then you can see what they're talking about. Pretty nice squall line developing here and then moving at a southeast trajectory.
Yeah, this thing is like almost probably the biggest player in town now, besides the Wisconsin one. This one might even looks to be even more significant than the Milwaukee one right now.
Yeah, the Milwaukee.
It looks like the Milwaukee one has consolidated more. Just looking at the latest radar, this thing's coming right into Milwaukee, like as we speak, like the front end of the leading edge. So Milwaukee, you're probably gonna get some damaging winds here within the next 10 to 20 minutes.
Okay, it's a lot faster than I thought. Milwaukee. We were thinking 5 o'clock, and it's right on the cusp.
Yeah, this thing's moving, direct hit to Milwaukee, pretty much.
Yeah, between Milwaukee and especially that Milwaukee airport there.
Yeah.
I don't know how busy that airport is, but they're not going to be able to fly out of there.
That's not the main airport in Milwaukee, is it?
I
can't tell.
Honestly, I don't know.
I'm guessing it actually probably.
It says international airport. Yeah, I would say that's the main airport. I mean, they're not going to be able to fly anything out of there.
Right. Yeah, they probably already put the ground stops on right now already.
Oh, absolutely. You can't fly in that. It's way too dangerous.
And to be quite honest with you, I don't know how this works, but maybe too far south. I'm sure O'Hare's still going. It just depends on their flight trajectory.
Yeah, so it looks like the latest frame is trying to intensify again. We're getting more deepening purple, starting to pick back up again. We're starting to get a little bit more of a bowing out at ahead of the storm. So we're definitely seeing some indications of this trying to intensify again with, of course, some serious lightning here.
So far, I'm not seeing anything for us besides the strong winds and rain. Where at? Are you guys in Ohio? Who said that? Old man reacts. Yeah, are you in Ohio with those big storms, or are you in Wisconsin near Milwaukee? Oh my gosh, Roy.
What happened?
It's 92 where I live right now.
92.
Dew point is 82, and the feels like is 112.
Oh, come on now.
That is ridiculous. I almost have to go step outside for a
Well,
minute.
okay, go ahead. Yeah.
That's just 82-degree dew point. I mean, the corn crop ain't even matured yet. I mean, anybody who doesn't know, obviously, me and Roy both love the weather, and environmental factors such as the corn crop has a big deal in the Midwest, especially with what to do. I mean, the Midwest during the middle of summer, July, August, especially from mid-July through early August, corn sweat or evapotranspiration has a big deal with humidity and dew point around here. And it could be more, sometimes in the Midwest, not going to lie to you guys, is more humid than the Amazon rainforest. Sometimes it honestly is.
So it's bumped up to 5,600 lightning strikes now.
Really? I'm gonna go open the door out here. I'm just very curious.
Well, go out there and feel it. Oh, okay. Alex sent me some video from Richmond, Indiana.
Holy crap! Yeah, it's hot out. Wow. I can barely breathe out here, man.
Oh, it's like walking into an oven. Like you went into
It's like I went from an air-conditioned room to
the wet sauna.
Yeah, big change from yesterday. I just mowed my lawn yesterday and everything, and it was nice and dry. Dew points were in the 50s, and then I woke up today, and it's like hits you right in the face.
Oh, it hit right around where 110, 111, heat index yesterday. So I know what you're feeling right now. It's like,
yeah. This is the highest dew point I have seen this year by far.
But I mean, mine was the opposite. My temp was 102, and then I think the dew point was like 70.
Oh my gosh. Now I come back into the air and I feel like crap now, because it's like you go from the air to outside to back in the air. It just makes you feel like crap.
But hey, I appreciate Alex. You sending me that video in Richmond, Indiana.
Oh, they did send the video?
Uh-huh.
I'll have to take a look at that. Train weather spotters, 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts south of Waukesha.
Okay, right here with this. Yeah, Waukesha, just south of there by New Berlin. Yeah, all that's heading towards the airport there. Yeah, they're about to get clocked at the airport any moment now.
Wow. The amazing thing is this thing in Dayton, it's moving into, I just looked at the meso analysis on the SPC's page. It's moving into an air mass of 6,500 joules per kilogram. So there's no reason why this thing couldn't even produce 80 mile per hour wind gusts. I mean, it could. That is an extreme amount of instability.
It definitely appears several mesoscale systems are trying to develop, and maybe it all congeals into one. I mean, but there definitely appears that there are definitely several ones that are developing here.
82-degree dew point. I had to take a screenshot of that. We'll see if we top that sometime later this summer again. Well, we had a lot of rain up here, so all that rain's got to go somewhere from the ground with all the rain we've had. That's probably what some of the feedback of that dew point is.
Right.
Everyone get up and stick your heads outside. I just did, and trust me, it sucks. I mean, the heat just hits you right in the face. There was no leading up to this. I mean, it was just 70s the other day, and I just was mowing the lawn, stuck my head outside the door for a couple minutes just a few minutes ago, and hit you right in the face.
Yeah, you didn't really have much warning with that, right? Because I just remember maybe even it's been longer than that. A couple weeks ago, you're like, oh, it's in the 40s here. It's been freezing.
I know, it's crazy. It's just this weather, it's whiplash.
Well, that's the thing. Like yesterday, that impressed me because Oklahoma has had a lot of rain over the past several days, and they bumped up. I mean, they just went from all that rain with all those northwest flow events with that intense heat. Like, I can't believe the atmosphere could flip just so quick like that. Like,
it's amazing, though. It really is. That's why I'm so interested in the weather, because it's just cool to see, the process happening. Just see it on the satellite imagery. When you look at the water vapor imagery, you can just see just how cool, like the trajectories of all this low level moisture going from the Western Gulf all the way up to Canada. It's just amazing.
All right. So if you live in the Milwaukee area, the Racine area, Wind Point, South Milwaukee, definitely you need to be on high alert with this supercell that's heading your way. This has been packing some 65, some 70 mile per hour wind gusts with it. It's going to hit you like a ton of bricks here shortly. And it's minutes away now.
Can you give update of Cincinnati? Cincinnati, you were right on the edge of the severe thunderstorm warning somehow.
I just don't think it. I just don't think it makes it that far.
But the main body of the storm looks to pass north. So I'm guessing if you live in Cincinnati, you probably won't see.
Okay, they literally just,
at least at this time,
they updated it and they included Cincinnati now. So
what?
Okay,
there's definitely an outflow then.
Yeah, so it keeps updating. Yeah, so there's the severe thunderstorm warning has extended southeast to include the Cincinnati area for another hour. And we're watching the movement on these storms. And yeah, I mean, they're moving southeast. It's the trajectory here. These ones that are coming out of Brookville here. These are the ones that are more or less diving southeastward.
Yeah, they might backbuild a little bit. It looks like it's trying to. So Cincinnati, you might get a downpour, or you might just get strong winds, or both. Hard to say right now.
Yeah, just because you're under a warning does not mean it's going to be guaranteed rain.
You could just get 70-mile-an-hour winds and just be done with it without rainfall.
Right. Yeah, the warning is issued for wind, and they might have done that for the downburst. So you could get you could get clipped, but still get the very intense winds with the downburst winds coming out of these storms. It's almost kind of rare to have severe weather without rain, but it can happen.
I'm in Milwaukee now. Got marble size hail. So yeah, there's some hail moving into Milwaukee apparently. Marble size, huh?
Okay, so let's
Yeah, the storm is moving. I mean, Milwaukee, you are gonna get if you aren't already, you are getting 65 mile an hour to 70 mile an hour gusts, maybe some ping pong ball size hail or golf ball, and then just torrential rain.
Okay, so here's the current hail core. We still get about an inch and a quarter into Franklin, Muskogee, an inch and 3/8. And all that's heading towards the Milwaukee area. It's probably hadn't picked up on the little pea-sized hail just yet, but you'll probably get some bigger hail. But the main threat is going to be further south into South Milwaukee, towards the Milwaukee airport, and heading towards Oak Creek, maybe the Wind Point area. Yeah, Milwaukee is going to be on the northern fringe of that.
Kaylin just said the storm's almost left her house without power. Yeah, your power probably flickered with all that lightning out there. That's that damaging wind threat. Yeah, these storms are pretty strong, so wouldn't be surprised.
All right, so it updated. So now it's pretty much covering Milwaukee now. It's covering the airport. So it's definitely impacting from Oak Creek to South Milwaukee to Milwaukee, and then all the way up to Whitefish Bay, moving across kind of east southeast, heading into the open waters where they do have that special marine water warning.
Yeah, so if you're boating into Lake Michigan to the east of Racine, Milwaukee, or even on the Michigan side, the storm is coming toward you with a vengeance right now.
Yeah, it still has a ton of lightning with it. Yeah, and the lightning strikes have continued to gone up. It's almost 6,000 now.
Wow.
With everything trying to bubble up. I mean, now it's actually, this is really picking up on the United States, but it's picking up on, some lightning strikes in Florida and those ones in North Carolina and those few in Maine. But yeah, the main, like you said, I can't really pinpoint it exactly how many lightning strikes for one particular supercell. But
yeah, Dayton just got issued a little bit ago another severe warning for the Dayton area. Pretty populous city down there. 70 mile an hour wind gusts coming into Dayton probably within the next hour or so.
Oh, I guess I can. Okay, so look, I've got an accurate count now. I zoomed in. So this area towards the Cincinnati area, this whole conglomerate is producing 859 lightning strikes right now.
Wow.
Out of this particular cell down here towards Richmond, Dayton, the ones that are heading potentially towards Cincinnati area. Yeah, 859 lightning strikes, just that one cell alone.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
And
that's probably all clouded ground too, mostly.
Let me see if I can zoom into the other one and get a. All right, this one's producing 376. The one by Milwaukee.
That's still pretty significant. I mean, that's just one cell.
Yeah, that's just one cell, and it's only got, one or two warnings with it.
I mean, how big is that cell? Like a county or two wide? I mean, it's not very
That's big. A lot of strikes within a short around short area.
Yeah, that's yeah, it looks like it appears to be going north of Racine. So I guess Not quite in the all clear for Racine just yet, but it's appearing to be that case rather soon if it continues to pass to the northeast.
Yeah, it might clip Racine. I mean,
back towards Madison, Sun Prairie, all these areas, the Dells, Wisconsin Dells, Baraboo, up towards the Fond du Lac area, Sheboygan. I'm sure the National Weather Service in South Central Wisconsin from the Madison office, I believe that's where it's located, or Milwaukee maybe, they'll be trimming that severe thunderstorm watch here in the next couple hours.
Hey, Jake. Yeah, that total number for the entire United States is up to 6,000.
Wow. What are the other lightning strikes then? I gotta zoom out here. Okay, that makes sense.
Like Florida and Maine.
Yeah. And maybe some up here in the Dakotas again. There's a pretty gnarly storm over Augusta, Maine right now, the capital of Maine. I believe, isn't it the capital of Maine? I don't know.
Augusta.
Shaky.
Yeah, Augusta is the capital.
60-mile-an-hour wind gusts for the capital of Maine in Augusta.
Yeah, it's got some
risk environment.
Right, yeah, right along I-95 here.
And then you got that warning down towards just southwest of Asheville. Beautiful, beautiful Asheville down in North Carolina. I've been down there a couple times. My aunt lives in Crossville, Tennessee, and I've been down there toward Asheville. Beautiful scenery down there and very nice people, that is for sure. Got a warning down that way.
Yeah, and it's dumping, so a lot of heavy rain on the backside too. So this is another flash flood warning for Connorsville. It produced some up to 1.5 inches of rain, but they're getting 1 to 2 inches per hour right now. So they're looking at possibly another 1 to 3 inches. So that's why they did have some a flash flood warning being issued for that area into Connorsville.
Okay, up to 3 inches of additional rainfall. Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot. Maybe they're expecting more coming out
so
on the.
They could have up to 5 or 6 inches because they've already had 1 to 2 or 3 inches already. So yeah, that's pretty significant. I thought for sure these things would be moving fast enough to kind of, avoid most of the flash flooding.
Well, I was thinking if they did, once they form into that, bow echo, squall line, derecho type setup, those aren't really flash flooders. But right now, we're not seeing that. We're just, this is a big blob of mesoscale convection. So, yeah, these aren't really moving terribly that fast. But like you said, with those higher dew points, the fat levels are 2 inches per hour. Hey, it's over your area for an hour. That's 2 inches of rainfall. So,
yeah, that's a pretty good garden soaker. You wouldn't have to water your flowers tonight, that's for sure.
Yeah, no way.
That's what they call a guzzler. Yeah, oh my gosh. It just keeps going up and up here. 93 where I live. Dew point's 83. And the feel like is 115.
Now, what are you seeing that? Is that your weather station or
yeah, that's my weather station I have outside.
Oh, okay. Is that like it's like a
shade,
it's more or less a backyard weather station. So that's not like you're at the official recording site or
No, that's at the NWS Chicago. It's at actually the Rockford International Airport.
Oh, okay.
Or O'Hare. I think it's O'Hare for Chicago and the Rockford International for Rockford.
Okay.
But yeah, 83-degree dew point, that is ridiculous. I mean, I felt that for 2 minutes and I've had enough of it, so.
Yeah, I'll pass.
I had my summer. All right, fall, come on. I'm just kidding, everybody. We need summer still. We don't want the cold air to come back just yet. I know there's some snow lovers in here in the chat. Don't lie about that.
It's got 24,000 people without power now in Wisconsin. That is that's bumped up.
Madison to Milwaukee just itself, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I wouldn't
get some out near the La Crosse area with that other storm.
Probably from that first initial storm, but that's really significant now.
Yeah, there was power outages from Madison and Middleton eastward toward Fort Atkinson. I saw reports of that earlier from the NWS Milwaukee.
Okay, so at a 2.6 million, 24,000 without power. But yeah, a ton of lightning. Yeah, it's still an extreme amount of lightning out of these storms for such a small area here.
Yeah, it's pretty insane to say the least. That's a lightning show. So you don't even have to get damaging winds. You could just enjoy the lightning show. Hey, you guys are lucky. You live in Milwaukee, you live in Cincinnati, or just north of there, Dayton. You guys are enjoying the weather. I am enjoying the heat with just the low clouds and the filtered sunshine here in northern Illinois with another miss. So we got that going for us. I feel confident one of these times northern Illinois is going to get hit. Just one of these times. So if you have any northern Illinoisers in the chat, say hi. I welcome you. I'm just kidding, everybody. I like all the United States. I think the United States is unique in every state. Yeah, Roy, I was actually thinking about going down to Lubbock maybe this fall to visit my aunt and uncle.
Oh, okay.
On the Northwest Panhandle there. I'm not sure, though. I'll have to see what plane tickets are. But yeah, I was thinking about going. I haven't been to Texas in, probably like 10 years.
Oh, really?
The first time. I went with family down there one time. I've only been to Texas once.
Yeah, Lubbock is still pretty good jaunt. 6 hours away.
Lubbock's built up, though, ain't it? It's probably a pretty big hub with the college there. I'm trying to think of the college name.
I haven't been to Lubbock in a long, long time.
Texas Tech? Is that the college?
Yeah, let's see, Lubbock.
I think the Texas Tech is in Lubbock, I believe. Home of the Chiefs quarterback, Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, okay. So he's from there.
Hello.
All right, so 264,000 people live in Lubbock.
Okay.
It's actually bigger than
I don't know if it's the home of Patrick Mahomes. At least he went to Texas Tech. I know that.
It's bigger than I thought.
Yeah, it's built up. Just like where I used to live in Naples, Florida. That place is built up a lot too. You always get those afternoon showers and thunderstorms. Peak heating of the day, then they collapse. Maybe a microburst in Florida, and then rinse and repeat the next day.
Mm-hmm. All right, so a lot of the convection now. Wow, it's really blown up on the south side there, out in the open waters here, north of Wind Point. So
yeah, that thing is taking off, ain't it?
It's definitely taken off. I mean, is that since it's over water now, does that like help? I mean, does that help intensify the storm because it's actually technically going over open waters and pulling that moisture from with the updrafts? You got updrafts, right? Does it suck that water in from the lake?
Possibly, but I don't think it's going to make it any more severe than it is.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, there's a noticeable deepening purples as soon as it exited off the coast.
Okay.
Like it really like exploded with purples, and maybe it just was in a pulse up, time frame, but.
I could be. I mean, there is a lot of moisture. I mean, Lake Michigan's pretty. I mean, on a map, it's not big, but I've seen Lake Michigan in Chicago, and it's pretty big. I mean, there's potential for it to be, enhancing some of the moisture content in the storm.
All right, so doing the math, coming off the lakes here, if this continues, east to southeast, I would say it pushes probably south of Kalamazoo and towards the Three Rivers area.
I would say so, especially if it turns more southeast here, which it looks like it could. I'd favor Holland first. I don't know. Holland maybe too. I don't know. This thing, it's all about the right-hand turn. So I have no idea. We don't even know.
Well, it's continuing the right-hand turn for sure. I mean, it's definitely continuing the right-hand turn for sure.
Yeah, Kalamazoo, I would say, is a fair assumption. It'll hit probably South Haven along the shores there in Michigan, maybe up toward the Holland area, Allegan, and then bending over towards the Kalamazoo area, Battle Creek, those type, Three Rivers, those areas.
But that's pretty quick. I mean, it's still pouring at the airport, but it definitely seemed like it was only like maybe 20 minutes.
This thing weakened, and it's moving off of the end of completely over water. Is that why there's no warning for Milwaukee anymore, or is this thing completely just weakened below severe limits?
Well, it's past. I mean, all the convection, it's moving fast. I mean, everything's, like I said, it was only 20 minutes, maybe 15.
I thought it hit Milwaukee at 5, so this thing is really sped up.
Oh yeah, I know. It's 4:46. It's already gone. It's already passed. It's like,
where have I been?
no, I was like, wow, it's already in Milwaukee. Okay, now it's past Milwaukee. Okay, well, it's really booking it.
Holland, Michigan is beautiful, Susan. Yeah, I bet. Michigan is beautiful in some spots. Every state's beautiful in their own unique ways.
Oh yeah, that's the glory of.
I don't know, Roy. Have you been to Asheville, North Carolina?
Greensboro, Asheville, maybe. It's been a long time. I've been a lot. Greensboro, Raleigh, Durham area, Asheville. That doesn't ring a bell.
Like during the springtime, I mean, there's a lot of beautiful scenery there. The trees and flowers. It's just the air. I don't know if it's something about the Appalachian chain or not, but the air just seems more fresh. Or maybe it's just the deep breaths of going on vacation. I haven't figured that out yet.
Hey, some of the radar is down in my area for repair. Yeah, unfortunately, that happens sometimes. These radar sites can go down, which is unfortunate when there's big severe threats like this.
Yeah, we got a pretty good bowling ball of storms down near Dayton still toward the north end of Cincinnati. So a lot of lightning there as well. I keep calling it a bowling ball, but really the Milwaukee one's more like a bowling ball.
Okay, well, man, they just keep extending this further south. Now they looks like they extended even it further south of Cincinnati.
Really? I didn't get an update yet. Oh, there. Okay, I got one. All the way down to northern Kentucky. 70-mile gusts. Geez. So yeah, if you live in far northern Kentucky, apparently an outflow boundary is heading your way. It must be a pretty significant outflow boundary because they're already issuing it well ahead of time.
Yeah, it's very close to Cincinnati. I didn't even think it was going to make it, but it's going to be pushing well past it. So this has got a great, yeah, like you said. I mean, but there's even convection trying to form out ahead of it. So there's.
Because this outflow boundary, actually, I feel like it might even. This is going to sound crazy, everybody, when it happens. If you ever threw a rock into water, if you ever throw a rock into a body of water, it kind of doesn't spread out in just one area. It spreads out all around. So if you think about an outflow boundary, this thing might start to move southwest toward Frankfort and Lexington eventually. We'll have to see.
Mm-hmm.
Like at least the outflow boundary. The storm for sure won't. I don't think will do that. But I mean, heck, it already extended the warning out toward Wilmington, Ohio, the Xenia area, Fairborn, and then getting toward the Washington Courthouse area, and then Milledgeville, Ohio. Eventually, here with time.
Wait, we have a tornado warning.
Where?
We have a tornado warning in Virginia. South of Virginia.
Oh, the Outer Banks of Virginia. Wow.
South of Virginia,
southeast of Norfolk.
Yeah, so we have a radar indicated tornado that just popped up along the coast here.
South of Virginia Beach.
Looking at the storm.
This thing looks weird. It looks like an eagle's wing.
Yeah, so it was located over Back Bay or 8 miles north of Currituck, moving southeast at 10 miles an hour.
There could be there could be a water spout off the coast here of the Virginia Beach area with that other storm that you can't see that's warned.
Yeah,
to the right of that.
Yeah, it shows there's special marine warnings, but these are actually severe thunderstorm watches out in the out in the open waters. But yeah, we could be looking at little water spout trying to spin up there off the coast here.
That's interesting. And then the storm on land, right on the outer banks there, it just looks, I mean, like it wants to go out to water, but then it doesn't. Hugging the coast. It's almost stationary.
Yeah, so that's well, there you go. That's so I mean I guess technically they were under a marginal risk into the Virginia Beach area, right on the cusp of it.
They got a tornado warning.
But that is our actually a first tornado warning of the day, and by Virginia Beach here.
Oh man, moderate risk. We're seeing if it verifies. We'll see.
I don't know. It might not verify until midnight. Yeah, it's like you said, we're gonna be live for 10 hours or so. As soon as we sign off, it's all gonna break loose.
Sign off what 90-mile wind right through Ohio. Potentially.
Well, yeah, these storms, why they don't have a timetable, they're not going to act, they're not going to act on your conveniences.
Yeah, there's an 80% chance of rain in Dayton. I'm going to go ahead and say there's a 175% chance of rain in Dayton right now.
Oh, well, it's like
go above and beyond any chance of
it's
rain.
Literally like on the doorstep of Dayton. I mean, it's going to be pouring in Dayton in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, there's a 1,000,000% chance of rain in Dayton. Tell everybody else.
Yes,
Tell your family. There's a 1,000,000 chance. I go above and beyond the Weather Channel's app right now.
Yes. Yeah, it's pretty much a certainty it's heading your way. They've even extended the severe watch warning just to the east of you. Yeah, this has definitely grown into a pretty substantial mesoscale system for sure. Like,
yeah, this is a MCS for sure.
Pushing east, pushing southeast. This is really expanding and elongating.
Then you get that lone storm just southeast of Fort Wayne, producing some lower, baseline 60-mile-an-hour gusts, maybe some baseline, quarter-size hail. Lowest end of the severe thunderstorm warning criteria.
Right.
Apparently, there's another warning in Virginia. They're east of Harrisonburg. Very small cell, capable of 60-mile-an-hour gusts and quarter size there. And then there's that's the same one from earlier.
Oh, this cell by Harrisonburg. Oh, yeah, you get these little isolated cells here.
Right on the eastern side of that Appalachian chain.
Yeah, by Morningstar.
I live in Virginia, but about 4 hours away from the Virginia Beach area. I am wondering about tomorrow if the derecho forms and gets here tomorrow morning. Do you think it will be weak by the time it is here? It's if one forms.
Yeah,
Right
there's a
now,
lot. There's too many ifs in that
mesoscale
scenario.
convective system is pretty much along the southwestern edge there of Ohio and Indiana border, and getting in towards Kentucky there.
It's almost got an inch of hail hitting the surface on that storm by Virginia Beach.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Tornado warning?
Yeah, under the tornado warning. Right by McKay Island National Wildfire Refuge.
That thing is like parked on the coast there, the Outer Banks of Virginia. I mean, this thing is moving. It says southeast of 10, but one could argue this thing's just sitting down.
Yeah, I don't think it's actually moving at all. But it's fairly intense. I mean, it's got 52 dBz. I mean, that's some pretty heavy rain here. Pretty intense storm.
Did you see the last couple frames of this Dayton storm? The leading edge is really starting to take a bow echo type shape now. Especially between Cincinnati and Dayton, it's starting to take a little bit of a backward C in the leading edge.
Oh, okay. Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, they've extended it east and they've extended it southeast. So it's like one big ball of convection forming that backward C. Put the storm motion on it. It's all kind of forming that backward C there.
And they did note the mesoscale at 3:55. This was an hour ago. A downstream watch may be needed into more of northern Kentucky, southern Ohio, and far western West Virginia if trends merit for this MCS cluster.
I would say, but that's every bit because every frame keeps pushing it further south. So,
yeah. So, yeah, I would expect probably a watch eventually needed for the Chillicothe, maybe Parkersville, down through Charleston, West Virginia, Huntington area. Those areas probably within the next couple of hours. I'd say probably by about maybe 6, 7 o'clock, there'd probably be a watch for those areas.
Yeah, and it's literally on the doorstep of Cincinnati right now.
Yeah, this thing is right along the gradient too. This is what we're worried about with the potential for significant damaging winds. I mean, who's to say this might not be a derecho? I mean, it's already gone on for probably, 25 to 50 miles already.
Well, how far is Brooksville to Cincinnati? Brookville to Cincinnati. How far is that?
Brookville?
Yeah, Brookville to Cincinnati.
Where's Brookville at? Is that in Indiana?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay, to Cincinnati.
Well, it looks like maybe it's still Ohio. Brookville.
Oh, it's in Indiana. So yeah, it's about 40 miles.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was about right. Yeah, about 40. This thing's only gone about 25 to 50 miles. So to be considered a derecho, this thing would almost have to go all the way through West Virginia and through Virginia itself.
Oh yeah, it's got to be 6 times this. Basically, this is a derecho, but 6 times this.
Yeah.
So,
pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got the criteria right now. I mean, besides the mileage, it's got all the warnings needed for it. It's just got to have verified gusts that, 58 or greater along most of its path. I wonder how many power outages are for the Dayton area or just west of there.
1,700 in Ohio.
Oh, mine updated to say 3660.
Oh, sorry.
3,666.
You're right. I didn't update. Yeah, 3,666.
Oh, man.
So what's going on in Missouri? They got 11,000 outages.
Probably brownouts with all the heat.
Oh, the heat.
Holy crap. There's almost 30,000 in Wisconsin. There's about 26,000 people without power.
Yeah, I know. That'll hopefully come back with that. Most of that convection over the open waters now.
With all this heat, I mean, you don't want the power to be out for a long time.
Well, no, not when it's 112 heat index outside. It gets hot. Yeah, even for an hour or two is unbearable because it, of course, it takes a while to heat, cool back down the house too after it comes back on.
Yeah, I'm still at 92. Feels like 115. Dew point at 83 right now. Still where I'm at. And it's 5 o'clock.
We still got that one loner down south of Fort Wayne. Oh, hey, Kaylin. Yeah, great. You didn't lose power. That's awesome.
You beat the odds.
Hey, pal, do you think there will be a tornado with this storm heading towards Dayton? I mean, definitely wind threat for sure. The main threat, wow, it's over Dayton right now, so it's really sped up.
Everybody in chat, I want you to do something for me real quick. And what that is I want you to comment what your favorite weather event is, what your favorite thing about weather is. I want you to tell us. I'm curious to see. Whether it's snow, cold, derechos, tornadoes, nice weather, like sunshine, I mean anything, hurricanes. I'm curious to see what most of it is.
Yeah, this is definitely trying to take more of a Boeing segment, Boeing shape.
Yeah, this thing, the leading edge of it is, it's definitely starting to bow out. I mean, this thing's, once it does that, it's not going to be stopping for quite some time.
Yeah, it's pulled all the way down into Cincinnati now. It's even convection well south of Cincinnati. So, yeah, this is developing. This is definitely a developing of a bigger event that could be unfolding here with this storm.
Yeah.
And they've already highlighted an extension of the severe watch possibly into Kentucky, which I think is far well warranted with this system.
I'm just seeing some of the comments come in. Come on, guys. Flash flooding, that's what your favorite part about weather is?
The smell of rain just starting.
Like hearing the rushing water or what?
I like it all. I like all the dynamics of weather. Yeah, no snow. I guess thunder and lightning combined, actually. Derechos and tornadoes.
We got a lot of snow people on here, huh? The winter side. That's not a bad thing. I mean, if you like snow, you like snow.
I think as a whole, like the majority of people like snow, or at least like the thought of it. Some are like, hey, it snowed and great. When's it going to melt? But,
so beautiful, though. I mean, it's like a postcard sometimes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's pretty cool to look at. I mean,
thunderstorms without any related damage. Yeah, I agree. Those are the type of ones that I like to take pictures of and save for eternity. So I can say, hey, that's cool. I captured a shelf cloud. We got a big wind come through, and it didn't do any damage.
A fire rainbow. Now that's unique.
Yeah, there you go, John. John Keller thinking outside the box. I like it.
They went from 90 degrees here down to 66 in Indiana.
Wow. Did it really? Let me look. It did. Holy crap. I see a 60-degree temperature in Kokomo, Indiana.
Wow, this thing has really exploded. This thing is really intensifying.
This is probably the derecho or something.
We were watching it unfold right now. Look at all the new convection down here towards Cincinnati.
This thing is backbuilding like off the chain.
Yeah, Florence. I mean, it's really starting to backbuild now. I mean, just look, and now it's almost to Troy and all the way down to Florence. I mean, it's almost doubled in expansion just in the last 10 minutes.
Kathy, are you talking about thunder, or are you talking about my voice on the thing here? You get louder than quieter. Oh, you're probably talking about me. I thought you were talking about thunder, where it gets quieter and louder.
Yeah, beautiful sunny day with blue skies, about 75 degrees. Hey, Regina. Hey, yeah, that's what they call a perfect day, right? Yeah, perfect day is, I guess, described as 75, sunny, no clouds, wind, less than 5 knots, and then obviously no rain or anything. But yeah, and technically they say in Dallas you only get 10 of those every day. I mean, every year. You only get 10 days of that every single year. So every state is different, and probably San Diego could say, hey, there's a lot more days than that that are perfect, but yeah, that is listed as the perfect day.
Yeah, that's my ideal day. I could take that all year round. Maybe some rain mixed in because we don't need no drought. But yeah.
Yeah, so they went ahead and extended even further south now into the Georgetown area. Another severe thunderstorm warning as this storm continues to expand and intensify and push,
Of course, my radar.
East southeast.
The radar on my laptop just decided to die out on me, so now I got to use my phone, which is probably even a better one anyway.
Yeah, so I'm looking at
Georgetown.
Look, deep darkening purples really intensifying over Cincinnati and even south of Cincinnati now. So a lot of new convection forming well south of Cincinnati now, as this continues to expand and intensify as we're watching this unfold here.
Yeah, it looks like the apex of the bow or the bow echo is going to go between Dayton and Mason. If you live between Dayton and Mason, Ohio, probably the strongest surge of wind from west to east is going to come right through your area along the apex of this bow. Usually, where the bow bows out the most, that's where you see the strongest winds. And it looks like that's where actually probably between Dayton and Lebanon. Those are some bigger cities for you.
Wow, 6,300 lightning strikes now across the U.S. It's really expanding now.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, I'm seeing. Wow, the new run of the radar even enhanced the bow even further. I'm seeing outbound winds south of Dayton, like I said, between Dayton and Lebanon of 82 knots.
Yeah, if we zoom into Dayton here, look, I mean, it's East Dayton is getting crushed right now with extremely heavy rain, pretty intense winds as is all heading towards Riverside.
Yeah, they should probably, honestly, if I was the National Weather Service, I probably would have already put out the severe thunderstorm watch for the southern portion of Ohio to include maybe just south of Columbus towards the Chillicothe area, Parkersburg, and Charleston already, because this thing's not going to die out anytime soon.
They really need to. I mean, it's a watch, not a warning. So, I mean, they really.
If I look back at the outlook, they're in that enhanced risk. So, I mean, this thing's favored to stay, maintenance-wise, all the way through at least West Virginia. More popcorn storms with severe warnings popping up in South Carolina and North Carolina.
Yeah, so these storms are really trying to really starting to intensify down here towards the Dayton area. We've got that one loner has been trying to hang on near Fort Wayne. Now just south of there, it's been fairly isolated, just that one storm, but holding its own for sure.
Going toward, I like that name, Van Wert, Ohio. Oh, this isn't an original city, is it? Ohio City in Ohio? That's definitely not original. That's coming toward you guys as well. That lone storm over the Decatur area and just to the southeast of Fort Wayne.
Yeah. Wow, it's already
that storm over Lake Michigan that's having that special marine warning. That's just the back edge of that anvil just crossed into Lake Michigan now.
looks like we have a potential watch coming out of that storm. Yeah, 95% chance these storms that come off the Great Lakes here form into a watch just northeast Indiana and southern Michigan here. So this 95% chance. So it's almost pretty much a certainty that that a watch will be issued here.
Yeah, this thing's starting to turn more southeast now across the lake now. I see the trajectory of it.
Yeah, so here's
more of southwestern lower Michigan. So it might it's probably going to miss the Grand Rapids area in all likelihood.
Yeah, so here's your potential watch they're looking to issue here once these storms come off the lake for the Kalamazoo area, the Fort Wayne area, the Toledo area. And we do have a storm chaser here. Here's Brandon. He's out here towards Jamestown right now. So he's probably waiting on these systems.
Brandon Kopic?
Yes. Yeah, he's right here in Jamestown here. He was in Toledo, so he's on the move. So he's kind of just probably sitting still, waiting on this activity heading his way.
Yeah, he's probably seeing us kind of upscale into another Boeing cluster with time, maybe.
Well, I mean, they're about to issue a watch as soon as it comes off the coast here, and all this is the area that has under the watch, so he's pretty much dead center.
Yeah, that thing's not stopping either. I don't believe. But yeah, this thing down toward Dayton, that is almost a classic bow echo. I mean, this thing has a backward C. The top end of that, the book end of that. The bow echo is coming through the Dayton area and just north of there.
Yeah, wow, really intense. Just East Dayton. And it's almost like it's slowed down a little bit.
Probably. The south end of it it's going only at 20, but the north end is still surging in the east at 45 or 50 miles an hour. Hey, I'll be right back. I gotta go upstairs and get another snack here.
Okay. Yeah, so these cloud tops are supporting 57,000 feet, and south of Dayton, a little bit further south, is up to 60,000 feet. So this is definitely pretty significant cell these coming out of this whole squall line here. This is all well past Cincinnati now, and it continues to dive southeast. So we're seeing an elongation of this, and definitely some Boeing segments trying to form. And this is all pushing east southeast and expanding. So we got back building happening to the south side of it. We've got northward development. This is just growing in strength here. Yeah, so here are some of the current hail sizes that are coming out of the storm in Riverside and Dayton. Looks like it's mainly a wind threat, very heavy rain. There is some, 3/4 inch hail, maybe some inch hail hitting the surface at times. But yeah, the main impact from these systems are going to be just the very intense winds that are really starting to pick up and extremely heavy rainfall. And they've extended the severe threat well out ahead of it too. So this is another sign of this just continuing to intensify. So they've gone ahead and several counties over, go ahead and issued a yet another severe, severe thunderstorm warning that includes, with those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, as they're getting just more and more confirmation that this is continuing to expand and to intensify and kind of gain of intensity. Hey, John. Hey, yeah, you're welcome. These pop-up storms have got to be making the National Weather Service crazy. They're everywhere. Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of a nightmare day to forecast, technically. The convection models have been absolutely zero help, and you kind of have to rely on more nowcasting mechanisms and just the overall flow of the systems. But it is a day. It is a day that yeah, the National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center is definitely probably pulling their hair out trying to figure this one out, because it's definitely been a little different than what it has looked like. But yeah, that convection is not that far away. I mean, it's definitely holding its own out here in the open waters of the Great Lakes here. Still seeing some deepening purples. And then as soon as it comes off the coast here, that's when they're probably going to be issuing that severe thunderstorm watch for this area. Yeah, so we're really watching several areas of disturbed weather. The one area that's came off Milwaukee over the Great Lakes, going to be heading in towards southern Michigan here, and then northern Indiana, south, north, essentially northwest Ohio, and they are going to be probably issuing that severe thunderstorm watch. Yeah, I do see that little hook trying to form over the lake. Maybe a potential water spout trying to form out of that. But right now, it's well out in the pretty much dead center out in the open waters. But it's definitely holding its own, and it's essentially keeping its southeast trajectory. Because remember, over land, it never really hit the Racine area, and now it's basically southeast of Racine. So it is definitely continuing its east southeast dive as it continues to move along. But yeah, that would be pretty cool if there was some sort of water spout out there in the open waters here. How's Detroit looking? So far, they're expected to be just south of the initial issuance of a new severe thunderstorm watch. I think a lot of the more intense storms are going to be probably south of the Detroit area, but you could still be impacted on the northern side. But the way it looks like now, most of the convection is heading maybe just south of you. All right, so we're going to switch back to the storms in Dayton. Yeah, just a continuation of A lot of heavy rain on the backside. We've got numerous flood warnings on the backside. Have already dumped, up to 2 inches of rain. We're expecting another 1 to 2 inches per hour. So that accumulates another possibly 1 to 3 inches of rain out of these cells that continue to dive, east, southeastward here. They could have some winds upwards to 70 miles an hour at times, producing some quarter-size hail within this sector. And we have not yet seen a tornado warning out of these storms. The only actually tornado warning we've seen so far today is out here towards the Virginia Beach area, just south of there. But that has now expired. Hey, it wouldn't surprise me if it gets classified as a derecho. If it continues, the wind in Richmond was pretty strong. Yeah, a lot of derechos are classified like after the fact, unless it's just certain. All right. Yeah, so it looks like we may have had that severe thunderstorm. Uh, is there tornado watch? All right, so we're watching these cells over here towards the Ohio area really starting to intensify. It's Cincinnati's getting pummeled with very heavy rain, pretty intense winds right now as this continues to dive, southeast. Numerous flash flood warnings on the backside, a lot of intense lightning. Yeah, these lightning strikes just continue to go up. We're still right around 6,000 for the entire US. So pretty intense storms across the nation right now. Mainly in the Wisconsin area heading towards Michigan, that one cell over Indiana and Ohio. We have another cell over North Carolina. We have more activity into Maine. And then there's like some sporadic activity into the Florida area.
Hello, I'm back. I'm just kind of eating my snack intermittently.
All right, welcome back. Yeah. So what we noticed while you're gone, I mean, that there's also there's trying to maybe form a hook of that over that cell over the Great Lakes, just on the south side, maybe trying to form a little water spout over the Great Lakes there.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to look at that. I put it on speaker so I can eat a little of my snack. Does anybody have? Do I sound really soft?
No, you're good. Well, I don't know. They can. That is a new convection that is formed just northwest of Chicago. That's those are new cells that have formed just kind of northwest of Chicago here. And those are also diving southeast. And remember, that's how those cells in Ohio really kind of originated. That's formed into a massive mesoscale system as just kind of just these pop-up variety showers and storms kind of popped up really out in the middle of nowhere, and they've really kind of congealed together. So we have to watch these systems, as also these systems could be moving southeast, maybe heading towards the Chicago area in the next 30 or 45 minutes or so.
new convection just east of Rockford. That is actually, believe it or not, just a 45-minute drive for me.
Okay, yeah, I see that. Yeah, any type of back building, you're in the zone there.
Yeah. Yeah, eventually, if we get any severe weather on these live streams, I can go storm chasing and kind of talk to you at the same time. But we haven't really had anything.
Okay, so it looks like they, well, maybe not on the north side yet. Oh, to go storm chasing?
No, I just meant like in future events when it actually hits closer to my area.
Well, Wednesday may be your day. I mean, hey, you still can't roll out today, really. I mean, it's not, the day's not over yet.
Yeah, true. There's still not a lot of upward growth in the clouds here, so I feel like we're still capped where I am.
Yeah, so we have 3 areas of that have severe thunderstorm watches towards them. All right, so this severe thunderstorm watch extends all the way down towards the LaGrange area. That's just south of Cincinnati here. This whole system's continue to push east southeast.
Sorry, I'm just reading the NWS Chicago and Davenport's discussion for today and then Wednesdays.
All right, let me take the watches off because a lot of times that gets cluttered. Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, we've been on live here for a while now. I guess it's been since 11, so we're pushing on 6.5 hours here, and we've been watching these storms really from the beginning. Not too much to speak of for an hour or two, but as soon as they turned east southeast, really about 3 o'clock, I think that's when storms really started to explode. So we've been dealing with these kind of more severe storms since about 3 o'clock this afternoon. About 2.5 hours now, where I'm Central Daylight Time. But this event's going to last well into the evening time frame for sure. So we're just watching really kind of 3 balls of convection here. One near Dayton and Cincinnati. Another kind of ball of convection, towards the Fort Wayne area. And then another one that's right now over the open waters of the Great Lakes. That just watching this mesoscale system come off the coast here shortly, heading towards possibly towards the Kalamazoo area.
Yeah, I was just reading the National Weather Service's discussion for Chicago. They're expecting Wednesday, as we move a couple days ahead of time here, in the future, looking at a cold front coming in, and there could be storms near my area with damaging winds. So that day, I might be going out and seeing if I can get some good pictures of that.
Yeah, you just have to wait till you see it all play out.
Yeah, it looks like late evening though. It might be dark, so that's another wrinkle. But we'll figure that out when it gets closer, I guess.
Yeah, these bots are driving me crazy. I don't know how do you get rid of them. I know the mods are zapping them, but they always keep coming back.
Oh my gosh! How many bots are in here?
Apparently a lot. It's infested.
Like 3 different ones.
It's frustrating. I mean, I know the bots are, deleting them, reporting them, but So they just keep coming back.
Oh man, it's so stupid. I can't believe the bots are even allowed
I
to.
don't know. Yeah, it's a little frustrating for sure. Oh, wow. Montana's flooding. Water levels are the highest ever recorded right now. This video is on Main Street in the Red Lodge, Montana this morning. Several bridges are already washed out.
Wow. How much? What's their rainfall amount? What did they get? That's pretty significant.
I'd have to go up there and 24. I don't Red Montana. Inch and a half. I don't know. I'm not really seeing like terribly too much rainfall up there.
Snowies, you have some very awesome dedication to this channel. You've been on the channel afternoon. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Snowy's famous on TikTok. She's got 120,000 followers on TikTok.
Hey, I'm not gonna give her a follow.
Yeah, go follow Snowy's on TikTok.
Everybody in chat, there you go. Follow Snowy's on TikTok. She's looking for more followers.
Yeah, Snowy's is awesome. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just looking at the pictures. I'm not. Huh.
Oh my gosh, these bots are just, there are so many of them now.
You got in the news from TikTok?
Oh, really? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, all roads going in and out of northern Yellowstone are closed because they are washed out from all the rain. Wow.
All of them?
Well, I'm looking at the water. It's just a river. That's pretty cool, Snowies. That's awesome. Congratulations.
Might have to put you on NBC News, then you'll really be in the spotlight.
I didn't know we were dealing with the movie star here.
I know. I'm coming.
Yeah, Kalamazoo's next in line. I would definitely say so. They're going to be in the more favored area once these storms, come back.
Yeah, anybody in chat, go follow Snowy's on TikTok. She wants to get to 1 million followers, like tonight.
Hey, stranger things have happened. You never know.
Yeah, that's all you got to do. It's on the up, and up from here.
Hey, look at that convection just northwest of Chicago there. That's actually definitely starting to intensify.
Dude, that is only like 35 miles from here. Let me look up. I don't even know if I can see it on my video.
And that is also moving southeast. It's picked up a lot of intense lightning just in the last couple frames for sure. And this is definitely starting to kind of take its own life here. So we're seeing multiple cells. Just actually maybe 4 different cells now. Areas of concern really starting to take shape.
Oh, the multi-cell cluster. Yeah, those are weird to forecast, though. They're tough.
Yeah, multiple landslides and rock slides and washouts in and around Yellowstone Park. Wow.
Galactic Galaxy 1. Now there's storms brewing up here in McHenry. Do you live in McHenry? Because you live pretty close to me if you do. You're about an hour away from where I live. Nah, Snowies, you have a good community. If you have that many followers, people like your TikToks. Just keep doing your thing.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so now I'm getting all the
Oh, so you do live in McHenry. Okay, yeah, we live about an hour and a half away from each other. I live down by the I-80 corridor or so. I-88 to I-80 corridor in there in northern Illinois.
Okay, so it's on there now. So this watch that they just issued for the Kalamazoo area, once this cell comes offshore, off the lake there, it's calling for some up to 2-inch hail, and now up to potentially some 80-mile-per-hour wind gust as these storms come off the lake there.
That would be insane.
Yeah, these storms will have potential to produce swaths of significant severe outflow gusts of at least 80 miles an hour, along with large hail, 1.5 to 2 inches in diameter. A secondary threat will be the potential for an isolated tornado or two embedded in the circulations.
Wow. At least 80. So what that means is that, like I said earlier, it could be up to 90 or even 100.
Yeah, 80 plus. So here I've got the watches on now. So yes, they look how much have it really kind of expanded here now. So I think all this is really starting to come together now, especially once
Is this a derecho warning?
The derecho warning.
Derecho warnings, but they should. Does Canada?
I mean, they actually should issue derecho warnings, or at least derecho watches.
Yeah, they really should have them. I've always wondered why they didn't.
You don't get that too often when they're saying, hey, we could be looking at significant gust up to 80 miles an hour likely.
Right. Have you ever seen a PDS severe thunderstorm warning, Roy?
Yeah.
I have never. I don't even think that were the ones in Iowa. Were those PDS severe thunderstorm warnings, or was that just a normal, just destructive severe thunderstorm warning?
No, there actually has been one or two issued this year. Yeah, cluster severe storms over southern Lake Michigan will likely maintain intensity and could grow upscale into a Boeing cluster over the next few hours while moving into a southwest lower Michigan and eventually northeast Indiana and northwest Ohio. These storms will have the potential to produce swaths of significant severe outflow gusts of at least 80 miles an hour, and then a secondary potentially tornado threat.
They just issued a new warning in Michigan there for the severe thunderstorm just south of Grand Rapids and west of Kalamazoo. So you were right, Roy. Kalamazoo is in the crosshairs now.
Okay, there you go. So that's the new warning there. Issued at 6:35, was located 31 miles west of Saratuck or 32 miles west of South Haven, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Ping pong size hail, some 70-mile-per-hour winds. So yes, I think as these storms come off, they'll probably start to intensify.
Susan, I'm not getting what you're asking. She said derechos don't really show up on echo, do they? You mean a bow echo or like a radar echo? I'm so confused.
Echo tops, echo, I don't know.
What do you mean by echo? Yeah, Ross, this is for western lower Michigan or southwestern lower Michigan, just between South Bend and Grand Rapids area, toward the Kalamazoo area.
Yeah, right here. Maybe I can. Yeah, maybe you can see that better now. Yeah, so it's essentially these storms that are coming off the coast here. They're out in the open waters and they're diving southeast, and this is where the new severe thunderstorm warning is for some 70-mile-per-hour winds and some ping pong size hail heading towards the Kalamazoo area.
How is the severe wind threat looking tomorrow for Eastern Virginia? Well, you guys are at a slight risk. Continuation of a potential MCS complex or a thunderstorm complex with damaging winds.
Yeah, that is for early tomorrow morning too. So it really just depends on how all this comes together tonight. But that system is going to be over that area by 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty early in the day.
And it might have got delayed. I haven't looked at the new data. I mean, that's what it was this morning. So with everything being delayed, that could also be delayed. So
yeah, for sure. I just looked at the latest HRRR for Eastern Virginia. It shows around probably sunrise or shortly thereafter tomorrow through about mid-morning.
Okay.
However, the HRRR is kind of maybe a little too far east with this complex. We'll have to see.
Hey, do you think Charleston, West Virginia will be in line with these storms? I do. It just it's going to be well into the overnight hours.
Charleston, West Virginia. So while I'm on the HRRR, probably I don't even know.
Like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
Charleston, you got actually a warning just in the Huntington area, just west of me right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're actually down towards Charleston. Well, this is actually fairly new because we're seeing all this activity really starting to the Huntington, new activity in Huntington. So you might get just the pregame activity essentially.
Right. Another beautiful spot, Charleston, West Virginia. Wednesday, for anybody interested, briefly, while we're covering the severe weather today, looks interesting. We got big hailers potentially from Wisconsin to northern portions of Illinois and then into portions of east central Iowa and the northern portions of Missouri. We'll have to see with the cap how that works in northern Missouri, but certainly eastern Iowa into Wisconsin and northwest Illinois. Some big hailers, maybe some gusty winds with that, or a couple tornadoes on Wednesday. Could be another significant day.
They're asking about Pittsburgh. I do feel Pittsburgh's going to get hit. I think Pittsburgh's probably more in line with the storms that are really over the Great Lakes right now. So I think these storms are going to be diving, southeast, and they might not even reach Pittsburgh until like 4 o'clock in the morning.
You actually, Roy, you nailed it right on the head. That's what the HRRR says.
Okay, there you go.
There you go. That's good work right there. Yeah, those storms are really blowing up northwest of Chicago. A lot of lightning starting to develop with that. No warnings though.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you're in that 75-mile-per-hour zone. Yeah, it's gonna be. Yeah, you're gonna be dead asleep, and then wham, alarm's gonna be going off, and then the windows are gonna be rattling. So just make sure you got any loose objects, trampolines, patio furniture, umbrellas, flagpoles, anything like that. You need to secure all that tonight before you go to bed. And park your cars in the garage if you can. Just put everything under cover as much as possible, and you should be okay.
I'm not even going to get into the European models longer range right now. I don't think anybody wants to hear what that has in store.
Well, it looks like Brandon's trying to chase these. He's trying to get to the action a little sooner. He's south of Three Rivers now, so he's actually not that far from this activity.
Oh, did he reposition?
He's continuing.
Where was he before? Was he around the cold water area?
Well, earlier I saw him hanging out in Toledo, so he's moved a pretty good distance. He's not waiting on the storms. He's going to chase them and wait. He'll probably hang out towards Three Rivers area, and then and then start heading out back the other way.
Probably hoping this thing turns into Derecho so we can chase it all the way to Ohio again.
Well, yeah, ideally that would be an overnight deal all the way to Pittsburgh, and if he's up for it, to chase this storm all night long.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Trying to keep up with the storms at 50 or 70 mile an hour movement with that thing.
Well, that's what I mean. Your car only can go so fast. I mean, because these storms are probably going to be moving 60 miles an hour by then.
Yeah, what I was saying earlier with the European, with the new heat wave, I mean, this is far out. This goes toward the very end of the month of June, toward the 23rd, 24th time frame. Let's just put it this way: it's showing multiple areas of lower 100s across the entire southeast United States. Whether that happens, however, I'm not sure.
That's the European.
Yeah, I just thought it was something to note because I mean, everybody's wanting the heat. There's some pool weather, some bath water right there for you.
Yeah, the Europeans, oof, that's pretty toasty. I think so far the European's been a little bullish. I mean, the GFS has even been more bullish.
Surprisingly, the GFS isn't as extreme as the European. It doesn't show as widespread hundreds in the southeast at that time. However, we're talking about the inconsistent 18Z, though.
Well, yeah, like the GFS, it said it's going to hit 105 here today. When it's not going to happen. We're at 100, right? I mean, like, how can a model update at 2 o'clock and be that far off?
So, I mean, okay, so if the Canadian model's right, we could have hundreds all the way up to the international border of North Dakota and portions of Minnesota into Canada on Father's Day.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah, I think those hundreds are going to reach all the way to the Canadian border.
The same areas that have the possible derecho today don't take this verbatim, but this will still change several times with the chance of derecho or even a windstorm again once this breaks down on the northeastern edge on the central Great Lakes going in towards like Roy was mentioning in his videos, between the Father's Day weekend and July 4th, somewhere in there. So I'll have to watch that, but dealing with this today, so. Is there a new warning for northeastern Illinois?
Oh, yes, they do. Yeah, that issued for that cell. Yeah, some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some 1.5-inch hail here, some ping-pong size hail out of that storm. Yeah, this is moving east at 35 miles an hour, located over Huntley. Moving east at 35 miles an hour, some ping-pong size hail out of this storm. Yeah, again, another isolated cell that just kind of blew up out of nowhere has now turned severe because there's really nothing else to stop it. So we're just seeing several clusters of these really kind of, coming together now. Really.
Let me see. Yeah, I don't see any. I can't see. Actually, wait a second. I can see the anvil from my window.
That can't be that far away from Dixon. I mean, that's.
No, that's, yeah, I can see the top of the anvil. Yeah, for anybody who knows, Roy just spilled the beans. I live in the hometown of Ronald Reagan.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I live in Dixon, Illinois. I live in the hometown of Ronald Reagan. So.
Yeah, so these are definitely moving more east than southeast for sure. And so this cell is probably going to go out of over the Great Lakes as well.
Now, since you said that, there'll probably be 1,000 people now coming to Dixon to join in on the fun with Ronald Reagan. His boyhood home's here. He's got a nice boyhood home. I visited that like a couple years ago. Pretty cool inside there.
Yeah, the purples have come down on that storm. Not as intense, but definitely got a lot of lightning.
Was that Algonquin, Illinois? Getting toward the Evanston area.
Let's see what kind of hell. There's really not much that. I mean, what's actually falling out of the sky is just this one little pocket here. Half inch. I mean, it says ping pong size potential, but what's hitting the surface right now is a half inch.
They just issued a tornado watch, I guess, for the Chicagoland area, just into far northwest Indiana, including Gary and Joliet, Illinois. Gary, Indiana, Joliet, Illinois. The tornado watch goes in effect till 11 o'clock this evening.
Okay, they just issued it, so it's not on my thing yet.
I found a better radar app that's more up in times now on my phone. I thought the laptop one was slow, but this one's faster.
Well, I get the notifications, but it doesn't pop up here until the watches. The warnings are instant. The watches are delayed. Yeah, definitely Chicago. 75-mile-per-hour winds, some 2-inch, some tennis ball size hail potential. Few tornadoes likely. That does encompass the Chicago area down to Lake Holiday, all the way down into Shorewood Forest area.
One county over from where I live. Just one county.
So they're really expecting that southern branch to really form. And it's moving east. So they're really.
I wonder if the one toward the cell toward Chicago and the one over Lake Michigan coming into lower Michigan, I wonder if those will start to be the ones that congeal together.
Okay, so there's the watch. It just popped up. So it's not that much of a delay. But yeah, so there's the watch that just popped up over Chicago. So this is a brand new tornado watch that just got issued for 10 counties in Northeast Illinois. This goes on all the way until about 11 o'clock this evening. So we're just watching convection just to the northwest of there. And I guess we would imagine these are subtle little outflow boundaries here. You see this little gust front?
Yeah. Could be some gusty winds. Maybe, probably not severe.
Well, maybe they're relying on that to new development here. Because
yeah, like I said, the one over Michigan now, Lake Michigan and the Chicago area, those will probably congeal together, and that will be our secondary MCS coming together this evening. I mean, they're not really that far apart, so I could see that.
Yeah, so the map is definitely getting busy now. So I've got all the severe watches out now, the tornado watches out, all the warnings. So everything's really starting to fill in now.
We even got a storm off the Lake Michigan, off the Kenosha area, right in between those two. So yeah, maybe another Boeing segment starting to get together eventually. You're out of power in Beaver Creek, Ohio. Yeah, hopefully you stay safe there. I know a lot of heat's coming, so hopefully you get your power restored quick.
Hey, I'll be back in a second.
All right. Adam, you're from Oswego, Illinois. Yeah, I live in Illinois as well. Hometown of Ronald Reagan. You're looking at the Grand Forks area. Grand Forks. I'm not too familiar with that area. Grand Forks, North Dakota. Is that where you're looking at? Grand Forks, North Dakota. You guys are going to be got some storms well to your west. Those are going to be moving northeast into Canada. Maybe a line of storms actually developing and coming through the area later. Maybe some severe weather getting close to you overnight. But it'll be on a weakening trend as it moves closer to Grand Forks, your area.
Tornado warning?
Yeah, there's not a tornado.
Oh, there is a tornado warning. Yeah, let me take all this off.
There is one?
By northwest Chicago, by Elgin.
Oh, it didn't pop up on my radar. I thought this one was faster.
All right, so we have a new tornado warning over Elgin. This is for Kane County in northeastern Illinois, as well as Cook County. There was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was located over West Dundee area, or over Carpentersville, moving east about 15 miles an hour. So this is a new tornado warning that literally just got issued for this cell that they literally just issued the watch like 2 minutes ago.
Carpentersville, West Dundee, Elgin, and then over towards Schaumburg, and then eventually Palatine. That area is going to get hit.
Yeah, again, it's that southern side. So we're watching this just kind of form. This was not much of anything the last an hour. We had thunderstorms starting to develop. We had a severe thunderstorm warning. They went ahead and issued a tornado watch in this area. Now we have a warning coming out of that cell. It's typically literally always on the south side there, just south of West Dundee. This is the area of concern, why they actually issued the warning as we speak, as this moves eastbound about 15 miles an hour.
Yeah, this is a pretty big population hub around the Chicago metropolitan area. The Chicago area has built up a lot over the years, so a lot of suburbs in this area.
Yeah, we're seeing a pretty good amount of rotation here, just north of Elgin here, south of the Fox River Bluffs area. Are you seeing that?
There's some moderately strong rotation in the mid levels. Not a hook on it though. I mean, there could be a little notch in there, I guess.
Yeah, this is our first, actually our second tornado warning of the day. The first one was just south of Virginia Beach. And now we have another one here into the Illinois area as these storms are continuing to push a lot of lightning in the system. So
okay, that makes sense. That tornado warning is right on the warm front. So this is a storm we really had to watch. Right on the warm front. This is going to ride right along it.
So this is another one that's right on the warm front.
Yep. Maybe just south of the warm front, but very close enough to where there's a chance of possibly even a significant tornado with all the instability.
Well, again, there's nothing to the south. So just like we saw with those other storms, there's not much to stop these things further south. And well, really, it's going to be going over the open waters here shortly, but it's still got a lot of real estate to hit before now and then. It appears Chicago is definitely in the crosshairs with this system. And I mean, you can almost see a boundary, really. I mean, do you actually kind of see that? I mean, it's almost like right here.
Yeah, that's the warm front, or at least an outflow from the storms from the north, maybe.
So what's the temperature in Chicago? So I'm curious. I think it's definitely cooler in Chicago. And I mean, there's probably a big temperature gradient between LaGrange and Chicago.
Chicago proper is 93.
And LaGrange?
I'll look for sure. Chicago. Let me look at my app here. Chicago, Illinois. It's 82 on the lakefront. Feels like 87. Dew point 71.
Okay, 82.
And then LaGrange, you said?
Yes.
LaGrange, I think it's LaGrange Park. Why isn't it showing it? Well, apparently it's not showing it. Is there a city next to LaGrange?
Well, Lyons, Western Springs.
Western Springs. Okay, I'll try that. There we go. Western Springs, Illinois. It's 90. Okay, so there is a big temperature on the lakefront of Chicago. It's 82. Feels like 87. Dew point 71.
Okay.
Western Springs is 90. 105. The heat index is 78 degree dew point.
Wow.
And there is a hook developing back toward West Dundee and Carpentersville.
Okay, so that's an 18-mile spread. That's not that far.
Yeah, there's a pretty gnarly looking hook on that just northwest of Elgin developing. That's pretty significant in a tornado warning. There's pretty strong rotation couplet on there as well. However, there's not an indication of a tornado on the ground yet.
Oh yeah, I see that.
That just developed within the last few runs too. It's getting stronger.
That is definitely intensifying right here. We're watching a developing tornado looking to unfold here, just north of Elgin, south of West Dundee, back towards what would you say, the right north near I-90 here?
Yeah, it's gonna ride right along I-90 toward just north of Streamwood, and then getting toward the Schaumburg area.
Yeah, so there's a sharp gradient in temperature. This is riding right along the warm front. This is on the warm front side. Just north of there, it's a 10-degree drop. So this is essentially kind of riding a thin line of a very convective system right along this warm front. And we're watching, on the south side here, there's not much underneath it. There's not much to really kind of inhibit this thing from maybe even trying to intensify further. There's not much convection at all to the south side of here.
Yeah, this is pointed right at Schaumburg. It's moving slow. It's moving east of probably east-southeast as well, slightly, about 15 miles an hour. But do heed the warning because this is a significant rotation signature.
Yeah, so if you live in the Elgin area, the Streamwood area, the Schaumburg area, you definitely need to be in your safe zone immediately, as this tornadic supercell is trying to form a hook on the south side and could really drop a tornado really at any moment now.
Yeah, this is heading right down I-90. So if you're heading westbound out of Chicago or Evanston area or Schaumburg, the storm is approaching you with that hook, with that tornado potentially developing on that. The last scan of the hook did weaken slightly, but it's still there. It is still there, very defined. Pretty decent hail core with it too.
Yeah, so here's the movement on it. We're watching this come out of just north of the Elgin area. It looks like it's west. It's right over I-90, maybe over the West Dundee area at the moment, near Fox Rivers Bluff, traversing right along that I-90 boundary.
Yeah, it looks like the rotation was the strongest back toward West Dundee, and then it kind of broadened out a little bit so far in the latest scans, but this could recycle, so something to watch. And also to note, 2-inch hail is possible around the Algonquin area and then getting over towards the Palatine area with time. 2-inch hail.
Oh, yes, I do see that. There's that severe thunderstorm warning that has that 2-inch hail potential out of this storm as well. And that's an extension of this severe threat. Some 60-mile-per-hour winds, and that one's actually moving faster at 40 miles an hour. That was located over Inverness or over Barrington, moving east about 40 miles an hour, ahead of the tornado warning supercell.
Yeah, the southern end of this is moving a little slower, and it looks like I wonder if they'll cancel that tornado warning, because it looks like they have that severe polygon kind of taking over right
now. The warning still goes on for 39 more minutes. That's a pretty long tornado warning.
Okay. Well, it's moving pretty slow, about 15, 20 miles an hour.
You have pictures of a tornado. TWC Pittsburgh has pictures of a tornado in West Dundee. I had pictures. Can you put them on Twitter for me, on my Twitter feed?
Was it a tornado on the ground, or was it a funnel cloud?
Or were you looking at a funnel up in the atmosphere? Yeah, if anybody's got any storm pics or anything like that, videos, definitely send them my way. You can find me on Twitter here. You can post the video, tag me on it. I'd love to see it. I mean, I know I've seen several videos so far. People have sent me from storm covers throughout the day.
Maybe Brandon Tropics should wait for this one across the old Lake Michigan.
Where's he at? Oh, okay, he's chasing. He's still going. He's south of Kalamazoo now.
Okay, yeah, he's probably watching this one. It's too far off to the west of him. He's probably gonna wait.
Oh yeah, he's way too far there. But he's waiting on this convection coming off of South Haven.
Slowly but surely, this moderate risk area is going to start to light up this evening.
Yeah, so that's going to be later on this evening.
We got that low-level jet, the rear inflow jet, really starting to kick up this evening, as they do almost every night during the spring and summer severe weather season. You got that strong low-level jet starting to kick in, and boom, you get some big old convection systems that start to develop.
We're just watching this storm come out. Oh, it was a funnel cloud. Okay. Yeah, I could definitely see that a funnel on West Dundee, but no confirmation of it reaching the surface. But yeah, send me a pic if you have it for sure. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, it did tighten up for a while, but there could have been a funnel cloud. I have no doubt, but I don't think it touched the ground. If it touched the ground, it would have. We would have already heard the NWS Chicago would have been all over that, because it's in a pretty big population hub up toward Elgin and West Dundee. There would have been some pretty significant damage. There's a lot of home structures there, a lot of businesses, so there would have been a lot of damage if this thing touched the ground.
All right, so this is still moving east at 15 miles an hour. It was over the Hopin Estates area, moving east at 15 miles an hour.
Yeah, southern end of that's crawling.
Yeah, so this goes on until 6:45.
Yeah, the first storm that crossed through Milwaukee, that one's just about to come on shore here in Wilmer, Michigan here anytime now.
Yep, the leading edge is almost in South Haven. Okay, so there's the Kalamazoo area. Oh, and actually, it's going to be north of that. Yeah, north. Kalamazoo's north of this convection. Gosh.
Yeah, it might drop. Yeah, it's going to drop farther south.
Yeah, look how far south. Remember, it never actually made it to Racine. So if you just draw due east, look how much further south it's gone, crossing the lake.
Yeah, it's dropping more southeast.
You see that? It's definitely taking more southeast turn than versus more east turn, crossing the lake there.
Yeah, so this is heading more towards the Benton Harbor potentially, and then going toward the Paw Paw area, Three Rivers and Portage down that way. Mainly just over Kalamazoo and just south of there, especially.
Yeah, it's got some blues trying to indicate that that's definitely an indication this is really starting to intensify, coming off the lake here.
Is Tinley Park going to get hit? Let me go back. Tinley Park, if I remember where that is. I live in Illinois, but there's a lot of parks in Chicago. You got, LaGrange Park, Tinley Park, let me see. I can't find where. Tinley Park. Where are you?
Is that right? Is that a misprint? How is Ohio has 170,000 people without power now?
No way. Is it really?
How is that possible?
Here, let me look that up because that seems like a really high number. Maybe the winds are really. They were pretty widespread.
That literally went from nothing to 170,000 people.
Let's see. Yeah, almost 171,000. And that's just with that big old convective system.
Wow.
And that's still ripping and roaring across southern Ohio right now.
19,000 out in Kentucky, 11,000 in Tennessee. Now Wisconsin's up to 55,000 people. So we're seeing a lot of power outages happening with these systems.
I'm in Barrington right now. It's super spooky out. Yeah, Barrington, Illinois, you're going to get some pretty strong storms potentially with that tornado warning and that severe thunderstorm warning. Tinley Park, probably the same thing as well. Even though I can't find you, there's a lot of different spots in Chicago. You got Tinley Park, and then you got Waukegan, Evanston. There's so many different suburbs in this area.
Yeah, we're looking at over 250,000 people without power across the United States right now.
Wow. Is this headed towards actual Chicago?
It's going to be a sharp gradient.
Chicago, but maybe turning towards Chicago.
It's going to be really close. I think it's heading that way.
Yeah, the southern end of that wants to turn southeast, but then the main body of the storm wants to head toward Evanston to the north. So.
Well, Chicago might be on more of the rotating side.
Yeah,
yeah, so they literally just extended the tornado warning to include Chicago now.
Did they really?
Yeah, so they definitely extended it. That does include the Chicago area.
Why did they? Is that rotation starting to tighten up? My radar
Well, it's still that south side. I mean, it's by Streamwood there, Schaumburg. It's basically near Schaumburg right now, and it's all diving east southeast.
Yeah, there still is a notch in that. That is this is a pretty mature supercell.
Yeah, so this is another cell. It was moving east, and now this is a noticeable difference, moving east southeast with, and it still shows east, but this is more east southeast. But yeah, there was a tornado that was located over Streamwood, moving east at 30. I mean, radar indicated tornado that was moving over a Streamwood area. But yeah, so if you live in the Chicago area, you are under a tornado warning in Chicago until another hour, until really 7:15 for this.
This thing looks like it's heading towards, Roselle and then back down to the south and east. Yeah, this thing is dropping towards Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago is basically right in the bullseye. Yeah, it's definitely taking a more of a southeast turn here.
I'm still watching if you live in Addison Trail or Villa Park, Roselle, and then down towards even on the outside there of Lombard area, the Lombard Montini type of area down
that way. Yeah, so we're tapping into Brandon's. Let me turn my sorry. Yes, I want to put this on screen as well. So he's watching. This is he's a storm chaser south of Kalamazoo. So he's watching this activity come off South Haven here. So we're going to watch this as well as watching this tornado threat.
Yeah, this thing's trying to go full on Derecho mode. You can see how it's bowing out. It's got that. Yeah, the new tornado warning down in southern Ohio right now.
A new tornado warning. Let me put this up here. Let me put that right there so you can actually see it, everybody.
That does include downtown Chicago.
Okay, so we do have a brand new tornado warning that just got issued.
Just south of Kalamazoo by only a couple miles. I'm about to hit I-94 and blast. Absolutely blast.
This is a brand new tornado warning that was issued at 7:13. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was located over the Kincad Springs area, moving east at 30 miles an hour. Yeah, so we're watching everything really starting to intensify here.
Yeah, these are hitting some pretty major population hubs today.
Okay, so that convection is just about coming offshore here. It's just about to come back over land. And they've got several severe thunderstorm warnings with these 70-mile-per-hour winds, 150, 1.5-inch hail coming out of that system, torrential rains. Yeah, so here's the storm chasers video that we're watching right now.
It's just a straight inflow notch, so it's not. It wants to be rotating, but it's not, which is weird.
And at the same time, we're watching this other developing system coming out of the Schaumburg area of this tornado warning that just got extended heading towards the Chicago area, as this is also now turned southeast. So that's been the indication today is as soon as these storms turn southeast, they turn severe quickly.
All right, I'm intersecting.
How many power outages across the United States?
Yeah,
I mean, we're
storm
we're upwards to about 250,000 right now, 250,000.
Yeah, it's time to buy a backup generator.
Westbound on I-94 right meow. Right meow, guys. Right meow. Holland, Michigan, definitely stay weather aware right now. Honestly,
Yeah, look at the deepening purples coming off that system.
South of Holland, I think the Holland area is safe. Blasted west on I-94.
Yeah, the nasty part's gonna drop south of Kalamazoo.
Yeah, it definitely appears that way. This is all diving southeast. That's why they've got Decatur. Yeah, the Benton Harbor area from this.
Is Northern Kentucky clear for the night? I think so, but I'm not too entirely sure.
We should have a good look at a mean shelf cloud here soon.
Yeah, so he's getting pretty close to the storm here, so he's not that far.
This thing looks like a seahorse on radio. The one moving into lower Michigan.
A seahorse?
That's what it looks like on the bottom end.
All right, so we're watching live storm coverage here across the Chicago area. We're watching another cell coming off the lake here, heading southeast of Kalamazoo. We're watching another cell that's popped up over the Columbus area towards the Chicago. I mean, the Ohio area. Ohio's at 170,000 people without power right now.
It definitely looks very healthy.
So we're just watching all this kind of unfold here as we're getting more towards, you know, a little bit more peak intensity here as we get deeper into the later evening time frame.
Here's how intense the storm is. It is 91 degrees in Aurora, Illinois, about 50 miles north and east. It is only 72.
Yeah, so it's really training along a thin line there. It's gravitating towards, like you said, the higher Cape, the higher heat, and so that's what's pushing it further southeast.
One big thing a lot of people don't think about before big wind events like this is making sure your fuel tank is as topped off as possible. Because if it becomes an extensive damaging wind event, then you might run out of fuel. You might not be able to get to a place that has fuel if it's a large area, an expansive area.
Hey, pal, I live in a trailer and I got to go to sleep soon in northern Kentucky, clear for the night. I can't say 100% certain northern Kentucky's in the clear because these continue to push further off into the southeast, and the SBC has indicated that they may actually have to push some of the watches and warnings further south to include a little bit more of Kentucky. So
I bet you this week's gonna have a gnarly shelf cloud at the very least.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, of course, now that I didn't get rain today. I'm gonna have to water in the morning.
Yeah, that's always disheartening when you waiting on a pretty big healthy storm and you get nothing.
Just a funnel, I think. Yeah, that did not look like a tornado touchdown. With the signature, a funnel, I can believe, though.
Positioning just about to cross the county line, heading towards Paw Paw right now.
Okay, so he's basically on 94. He's heading towards Paw Paw, and he's watching these storms over Culvert. He's watching this supercell over Culvert that's coming off the coast here. Yeah, this one's tracking southeast at 50 miles an hour, and of course he's driving probably 60 miles an hour, so he's catching up to this thing's pretty quick.
The Cincinnati region, they're past the severe weather right now, but I can't say for certain later.
Yeah, here's Cincinnati. So they got glanced at that first initial cell, and then all the activity that's pushed off east southeast of you.
So there was not a tornado trust. I do not believe. I highly suspect there was not one, but a funnel cloud possible with that storm for a time. That would be over northeastern Illinois, northwest of Chicago.
Yeah, to my knowledge, yes, again a funnel, but nowhere close to a touchdown.
Do I see blue sky come? I gotta look out my window now. I think I'm losing my mind. Yeah, it is completely clear here where I live. There is not a cloud to be found.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and that's just this storm is just like an hour and a half east of me, and there's nothing here, not a cloud.
Well, like you said,
sunshine right now.
It's got a sharp gradient. I mean, they're dealing with the sharp gradient from these storms.
Yeah, it feels. The dew point did come down to 78. It was at 83 earlier. Still hot though where I live. It's 91. It feels like 105, 2.7.
Before I get too caught up in the chase, guys, once again, thank you so much to everybody that's donated Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal with me not being monetized through YouTube. My only way to actually make money off of this is through donations. So I sincerely appreciate it because it definitely helps with fuel costs. And
But man, yeah, that storm he's chasing is really intensifying coming off the coast there.
Fuel costs.
Well, it's delayed.
Moving west to Kalamazoo and between Kalamazoo and Paw Paw.
Yeah, it's even got some blues indicating. This thing is really intensifying now.
Which one are you looking at?
The one he's chasing, the Culvert one coming off the coast here.
I'll try and get ahead of it and do a live video on Facebook.
I mean, he's almost at Paw Paw, and it's not. And there's Culvert here, so he's.
Yeah, that thing is taking a direct turn southeast.
Yeah, 28 miles.
Jackson, Maxwell, I don't know. What do you think, Roy?
Which one?
Central Indiana. So I'm around the Indianapolis area, I guess. I'm probably not.
Oh, it would have to be these Chicago storms. I mean, I don't know if they're going to turn that far southeast.
Yeah, I mean, they would have to turn almost directly south right now for that to happen.
Yeah. All right. So, yeah, okay. So you can actually see a little bit of shelf cloud here forming. We're just watching this activity. He's only 28 miles away, so that's actually not that far.
Yeah, you don't want to be in a boat out there, Chris. That is for sure. You don't want to be in a boat with these storms. Otherwise, you're going to have a very
ABRANDON COPICWX.
No, you don't need to be on the boat for sure.
Also access them through my Twitter page. Everybody asking about monetization. There's nothing that anybody else can do. I've been stuck in this loop with YouTube. Not that I've violated any standards or anything, but I've been stuck in this loop of pending with YouTube, so I've not been able to get
Oh, it looks like they did, in fact, issue a severe thunderstorm watch for parts of Kentucky.
Donating, I can't give the option for super chat yet, but if you're willing to donate through PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App,
Yeah, brand new severe thunderstorm watch.
Description of this video as well.
Just waiting for it to pop up here on my app.
Yeah, it was 40 seconds ago. So
indicated 3.75-inch hail about to cross I-94 near the town of Hartford. This has got to be wind-driven, potentially baseball-sized hail. The National Weather Service has issued a dangerous situation for radar indicated, this is per the Weather Service, a destructive storm for Hartford, southern Van Buren County, the hazard of baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
Wow, so baseball-sized hail, that storm is
where does he see that? I'm not seeing that yet, just yet. Ping pong size hail. Okay, there it is. Okay, yep. I just see it now.
We're talking a time.
Yeah, it's 7:28. Severe thunderstorm was located near Hartford, 11 miles south of South Haven, moving southeast at 45 miles an hour. This destructive storm for Hartford and southern Van Buren County could have wind gusts of 70 miles an hour and some baseball-sized hail with this storm that's coming off the shores here. So this is that includes the city of Hartford, Lawrence, Keller, and the Decatur area, into this with the baseball-sized hail potential out of this very destructive storm that we're watching live stream on.
Once again, guys, I'm sorry if I'm not seeing your comments, but thanks so much for the donations.
As this continues to dive southeast.
Never stop chasing, right?
That thing is actually really picking up speed over southern Ohio.
I'm sure you
That
can
thing's going to be actually
south
south of West Virginia.
now.
So it would be southeast about 55 to 60 miles an hour.
Looks like I'm starting to get the visual.
I mean, I guess he wants to run right into that hail core.
Reed Timmerman the other day smashed his windshield up.
I mean, he's going directly into the baseball-sized hail core. I mean, he's past Paw Paw now.
This thing looks absolutely mean.
He's about so we're getting confirmation of pretty significant hail now into let's see where the hail is.
Lightning is intense, guys. This is going to get real in a hurry. This is a violent supercell.
Yeah, look at that. We're hitting the ground now, guys. That's confirmation, 2.5 inch. So we're getting confirmation of tennis ball to baseball size hail hitting the ground into Little Paw Paw Lake area, heading towards Hartford. That is some significant hail, and that's why they do have the destructive warning on this system as this continues to dive southeast.
State Route 51 towards the town of Decatur.
Also, the state of West Virginia is under a new severe thunderstorm watch, so midnight today.
Get closer. Ooh, nice CG. I'd like to get closer, but I don't want to.
You don't want to damage the vehicle. So, yeah, you can definitely see the darkening skies for sure. I mean, Hartford is getting pummeled with tennis ball size hail right now. All right, so he's turning. He's not heading off 94 anymore. He's gonna
be stopping here for fuel. Thanks to your guys' donations so much. Thank you. Oh wow, this shelf thought is beautiful. Gas prices are $5.19 a gallon. That's just downright ridiculous.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, so they went ahead and extended. This is an extension of the severe thunderstorm watch that they literally just issued, and this is for it's for northern Kentucky, eastern Illinois, Indiana, northern Kentucky, and west and southwest Ohio. This goes on until 10 o'clock as these storms continue to expand and intensify further south and southeast. So we could be looking at some 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts in northern Kentucky now. Some larger hail, some 1.5-inch hail stones, maybe a 1 or 2 possible tornadoes. This goes on until 1 o'clock in the morning here. And it looks like there's another severe thunderstorm watch issued for Virginia. So that's definitely popping up everywhere now. And that also goes until 1 o'clock in the morning.
Hello. Yeah. I think a main threat's gonna pass just south of here, though. Thankfully.
Yeah, so this is a pretty nasty storm out here towards the Hartford area.
Yeah, I bet.
Dumping some tennis ball size hail right now out of that hail core that is moving eastbound.
Oh, okay. Yeah, download the Radar Omega app.
So we still have that tornado warning heading off into the southeast towards the Chicago area. That still is tornado warned. It has a producing, rotation at times, but nothing to warrant, any type of circulation that would be a tornado on the ground from this system. But there are indications that this whole area is still rotating. So they do have that severe thunderstorm, that tornado warning that does encompass the Chicago area as these continue to dive southeast. So let's zoom out and give you the real big picture because everything's really starting to come together now. They've issued several tornado watches up here towards Chicago. We've got numerous severe thunderstorm watches, essentially from Madison through southern Michigan here, through Ohio, all the way down southeast heading towards Virginia into the overnight hours. So this could be the developing stages of kind of a nasty squall line that's looking to unfold. We could be looking at several mesoscale convective systems into the evening time frame.
Oh, I'm not either. I'm going to go try and see if I can go destroy my windshield in baseball hail. I could, but the networks pay better when you break your windshield and get video of it. It works better. I don't claim anything. Not when it's storm related. There's no reason to.
I gotta put that down before I forget it. What is it?
What, the app?
Yeah.
Radar Omega.
All right, so we're watching this supercell that he's on right here near Lawrence. Hartford is getting pummeled with tennis ball size hail right now. He's just outside that hail core. And this is all diving southeast towards the Decatur area, coming out of Lawrence.
Oh, you can get it on Omega, and it even has like my live video feed. That's what I'm doing. Yep. No, I get it too. I've got a CDL too. I drove doubles for XPO. Yep. I love having my CDL. Yep. All right. You have a good one.
All right, let me turn that down a little bit.
All right, guys. This core is getting pretty mean. Gonna go intercept. It's coming real fast. Look at that shelf. Had somebody who was very enthusiastic, and I don't like being rude to people. Don't want to be like, hey.
All right, so see if he runs into this hail core here. So he's not that far away, guys. You can see it's definitely raining now.
Last warning was for destructive baseball-sized hail.
Let's see where the hail is now currently.
It is almost here.
Oh, wow. That is really intensified. That's 3¼ inches now, guys.
Try and move the screen here a bit, guys. So you guys
That is easily baseball size hail, even potentially maybe even a little larger. That hail core is nasty.
All right, hold on, guys.
Yeah, so anywhere from tennis ball to baseball size hail coming out of that storm.
Intercept this thing hardcore. Radar that core is.
And this is what's actually hitting the ground right now. 2, 2.5, 3, 3¼ inch hail.
Yep, guys, I'm currently headed south. I'm going to head towards the town of Decatur.
All right, so he's heading south towards Decatur, and all this is drifting south. Look, I mean, look at that update. 3.75. We're talking almost softball size hail now.
Headed south.
And that's basically heading towards the city of Decatur, where he's heading towards. This is all diving southeast. This storm is continuing to intensify as we speak. Yeah, this is a serious supercell unfolding right now south of Hartford and heading towards the Decatur area.
The windshield goes, guys. You guys are going to witness it.
All right, these cloud tops are hitting at 62,000 feet.
Come on, stream. There you are.
This is about as intense as it gets for today. Yeah, all the deepening purples. This continues to intensify. All right, so we'll watch this unfold and see if he runs into some of that hell.
Man, look at the backside of this thing. Wow. Well, let's see how mean she really is. Here comes the wind. Oh, man.
All right, so he's basically driving right into the supercell right now. So he's in the city of Decatur. This is not that far away from here. You can definitely see the outflow from this system.
Here comes the wind. Oh, man.
So he's getting the heavy rain right now, the initial wind, and he should be getting the hail here shortly.
Once I can get through the town of Decatur, I should be all right. I want to take that road that goes a little bit west out of town, but I don't think I'm going to make it.
All right, so we're watching a developing supercell that has destructive winds and some very intense, large, nasty hail towards it. I mean, we've had confirmation of tennis ball to baseball size hail coming out of this system, some very intense rainfall, and he's knocking on the doorstep from this system. He's sitting right in Decatur right now, and this is all heading right towards him. So he's losing the feed every now and then. You can definitely see the higher cloud tops, and this hell core is not that far off. All right, so where we are, this is a developing cell that was located 6 miles southeast of Hartford, or 11 miles southwest of Paw Paw, moving southeast at 50 miles an hour. So this is a destructive tornado. I mean, destructive straight line wind, very large hail. This is for southern Van Buren County. So the cities of Hartford, Decatur, Keller, and Lawrence are in the path of this destructive supercell that's coming out of Michigan here. All right, so he's getting all the heavier rain now.
Tree branches down.
You can hear the rain pounding his windshield. That was going to be make it close. It really did. This is too close. I'm whistling. I'm whistling. I'm whistling. Hey, my lights are flickering.
Yeah, I had to go get some pizza here for dinner.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so Brandon's right almost in that hail core now. We've got numerous confirmation of baseball size hail. I saw up to 3.74 inches.
Wow, almost 4 inch hail.
Almost 4-inch hail in this hail core right here.
That's in Michigan, right?
Right. This is in Hartford, Keller, Michigan.
That is insane.
So he's getting the destructive wind.
Insane.
So we can zoom in. You can see where we're at. He's in the city of Decatur. Right now, the leading edge of that storm is crossed over Fitchburg. So he's literally getting the pounding rain right now. And he should be entering the hail core any moment now.
Let's see here.
Hey, Armando. Yeah, as soon as it starts dropping that big size hail, we're probably going to be seeing it here in the live feed. It's just he's not in the hail core yet, but he's like literally within seconds. I mean, he's almost in the purple.
Yeah, that's pretty significant. We could have up to 4-inch hail.
Yeah, so he's getting the blinding rain right now. Really intense lightning.
I went for supper. Pizzas are amazing. The mom, like 30 with that again. Yeah, that's got some. That is even growing in intensity as well. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's still producing, 2, 3, 3.5-inch hail right now.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's, I mean, it's producing.
I don't even know if anybody can hear me in the chat because it's on speaker, but
Yeah, I know it's getting loud with him too. But yeah, he's not that far away from the hail core here.
he's gonna go right into the core.
I mean, essentially, if you're looking at my map on my screen here, you can actually see where he's at. He's just southwest of Decatur, and this is basically west of Pittsburgh. So he's a minute or two away. I mean, it looks like he's trying to head towards the hail right now. I mean, he's not trying to avoid it. I mean, he's still heading that way off 51.
Yeah, look at all that torrential rain he's in. That's like almost blinding rain.
Yeah, so he's literally on 51 right now, and there's the hail core. Boom! You can have on 84th and 56th Street. So he's about to cross County Road 215. I mean, he's probably getting some little, almost quarter size hail right now, but
Yeah, I was thinking probably marble size or somewhere along those lines.
Okay, so he's continuing to head towards the hell core here. We have cows. Yeah, this hell course, man, it's been 3 inches for a good 15 minutes now. Another cow. All right, so we're watching a storm chaser dive right into this hell core in Michigan, just south of Hartford now. And obviously the news feed's probably going to be intermittent every now and then because of the intensity of the situation. All right, so it just updated. I mean, he might even be getting, and 3.66 inches, guys. 3.78. This is almost the biggest hail of the storm duration so far.
Yeah, there's been up to 4-inch hail. That's a pretty strong hail core right there.
Yeah, he's not that far away, so he's probably getting the hail right now on the live feed.
We're going to be on the Weather Channel tomorrow. How's that?
We're going to be on the Weather Channel. All right, he's got to hit that hail core any moment now. Oh, wow. How's he going to get around that? There's a tree crossing the road.
Well.
He's not going to be able to get around that. Okay, you can hear the hail now. But he can't go any farther because a tree. There's a tree blocking the road.
That's like a large tree too.
Yeah, that's a big piece of the tree that fell. And if he goes too far off road, he might get stuck.
Just drive on over it. It'll be all right.
You can't drive over that. But you can definitely hear the larger hail starting to hit his windshield now.
Yeah, so that's pretty big hail. You can tell it's like at least $1.25 size.
Well, I'm seeing it. It looks like 1.5 inches right now.
Wow, that's All right, he's gonna get a dented windshield just like Reed Timmer.
He's going to turn around. Oh, and there's power lines down.
Man, I think he's stuck everywhere around him. He's in the middle of nowhere. All the stuff coming down.
I mean, he's literally right here. He's getting 1.89 inch hailstones right now. I mean, he was heading right towards the larger hail, and he can't go any further.
Hey, how's the storm in Chicago doing? Is that tornado warning canceled?
Oh, let's zoom out. No, it's still there. The tornado warning is still there. Yeah, even that storm has got some 1 inch hail with it. And Elmwood Park. Yeah, that hail core is actually heading towards Chicago as well. It's got some 1.5 inch hail with it.
Wow, yeah, I think it did say up to 2 inches. So yeah, that's towards Chicago downtown.
Well, it's diving east southeast. Yeah, there you go. It just updated, and yeah, it looks like that's going to be basically maybe on the south side of Elmwood Park, maybe south side of Chicago, towards the University of Illinois area. Well, that's disappointing. I man, you know, what are the odds of that? A tree.
Man, he's hauling. Hopefully he doesn't hydroplane.
Yeah, there's a. You can see the water he's splashing. He's still showing in that intense hailstorm core. All right, so let's go back to the one in Chicago. Yeah, this one's going to be hitting pretty. This one's going to hit Chicago pretty good.
Yeah, still a tornado warning with it.
Yeah, at 6:52, there was that severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was over the Forest Park area or over Maywood, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. So yeah, tornado potential. No, 80 mile per hour winds. 80 mile per hour winds with this system. Yeah, look, I mean, these really have intensified. You got all the deepening of oranges and reds heading over Chicago. And you got all the purples over the Elmwood Park area.
Yeah, there other convective systems are already going to go into West Virginia here in like about another hour or so.
Yeah, the Chicago one, Brett, had 80 miles an hour. Yeah, this one's got 80 mile per hour winds with it. That goes on until 7:15. I think both of them got 80 mile per hour winds. Yeah, he's almost past the hell core now. So let's head south. Look at these systems. Let me take the watches off. Yeah, it looks like it's just rain wrap now.
Wow, that's a huge tree in front of them again. That's not the same one, is it?
There's no tree. I don't see a tree. Okay, so they extended the tornado warning south of Chicago now. Yeah, so it looks like this is going to remain intact here. Wow, this is taking a depth. This is not even going over the lake here. Did you see this? This is taking more of a southeast turn and going to miss the lake altogether.
Yeah, our question about central Indiana might be valid now.
That's almost taking more of a south turn. Yeah, so at 6:57, there was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, was located over North Riverside or the Maywood area, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour.
That's just crazy how these storms they turn when they want to.
Yeah, I'm turning my speakers down so they can.
What's that?
I said I turned my speakers down so it won't be so loud.
Oh.
I mean, everybody else can hear me. I just don't have to hear the. I want to get the visual in case he runs into more.
Was that loud?
Well, no, the video, his live feed video is loud with the. I want to be able to pick it up, but
No electricity for 2 weeks. Lots of damage. Where's that at, Conscious? Conscious living. Supercells like to turn right. Yeah, I like to turn right too, especially when I go to the gas station.
yeah, so 184,000 now without power in Ohio.
Really? That's just such a high number.
That's a pretty significant number.
Yeah, what year was that, Conscious Living? I think I was in that because I was living in Naples, I think, during Hurricane Charlie, I think. I'm not sure. I'll see. What year was that? Snowies, what are you talking about? What do you mean? I'm so confused on your comment there. I sound like Brandon Kopic?
Whoever is driving, he sounds a lot like Weather on the Go.
I sound like Brandon Kopic.
I guess. I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't know. Do I?
So, no, I didn't put that together, but
Yeah, Conscious Living. What year was that? What year did Hurricane Charlie hit? 2004?
yeah, 2004.
Florida.
Yeah, it looks like August 9th through the 15th, 2004.
Yeah, I was living in Naples, Florida during that time. I went right through
Another tree.
That was the one that was strong enough to lift. I was looking out the window and
Yeah, I read that.
mobile homes were tossed in the air.
Yeah, my wife was trying to tell me I didn't know. Yellowstone's completely flooded and closed. Wow. So yes,
Will Hammond, Indiana, be affected?
it looks like he ran into another tree limb on the ground.
That's a surprise.
So he's having a tough time driving on the roads.
Winds out there.
Well, yeah, I mean, you get 80-mile-per-hour winds, tree limbs down. I mean, it'd be expected, right?
This who is it? This lady, right? I don't know if it's a lady or not, but Frog 1812. Will Hammond, Indiana, be affected? Yes, probably by the tornado warning storm pretty soon. It's on the far northwestern edge there of Illinois, Indiana border, just west of Gary. You're probably going to get hit by that storm rather soon.
All right, so they went ahead and extended the watch this warning for Three Rivers into the Burr Oak area into Sturgis for this continuing supercell that's had a history of producing tennis ball and baseball size hail. The hail core has come down a little bit. Now we're probably talking golf ball size hail. but pretty significant as this is going to continue to keep diving southeast for the next 26 minutes or so. Some producing some 70-mile-per-hour winds and some golf ball size hail as these continue to dive southeast.
Pray for you guys. Yeah, you guys are going to get hit, but I don't know if it will be a tornado there in Hammond. I don't know that, but the polygon is pointing your direction.
Yeah, so it's,
I
mean, it's all kind of coming together. So you can definitely see the northern branch by Three Rivers. You got this other development by Benton Harbor, and then you have that new development down towards Chicago going into Oaklawn. All this is all diving southeast. So this is probably all going to merge together on the other side of the lakes here and probably form that squall line that we were talking about into the overnight hours. I mean, what do you think? I mean,
looks like central North Dakota is firing up. Let me zoom out on my radar.
Central North Dakota. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is. There's some severe weather in the Dakotas right now. And even into Wyoming.
Yeah, down in Wyoming. Yeah, 1 1/4 inch hail with those particular cells.
Wow.
Yeah, there must be a boundary here. They're forming.
Cold front coming through that'll stall tomorrow afternoon in the Midwest.
Okay, so there you go.
That's a part of that trough that will get rid of our nasty heat. Well, relatively speaking, until next week.
Oh, so he's got workers trying to move the branch here. I don't know. That's always dangerous putting yourself under those trees, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you've already had a branch fall, so.
Yeah, there's probably sirens going off in Forest Park, Illinois, probably with the tornado warning just as a precaution. I don't think there's a tornado on the ground, though.
Yeah, it doesn't look not really too much to be concerned about with this system, but it is producing some some larger hail as well. We've seen some 1.5 inch hail with this system, some 70-mile-per-hour, maybe even some upwards to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this particular cell as this continues to dive southeast. So Chicago is really getting impacted right now. The University of Illinois, this is all heading down southeast. So they did head and extended the tornado warning for the Oaklawn area into Hammond down to Oak Forest area.
Yeah, this thing's producing some torrential rain. There's actually, did you see that? There's a severe flood advisory for the Chicago area in the north end.
Advisory?
Yeah, flood advisory. It says between 1 and 2 inches of rain has fallen and up to 2 more inches are possible in the next 30 to 60 minutes in parts of that area.
That hasn't popped up yet.
Further up the road, might have some pretty bad damage.
Wow, yeah, I just zoomed out on the radar. Just a classic Ring of Fire pattern.
Oh yeah, we got big time trees down blocking this one. Oh yeah, we got big time trees down blocking this one.
I mean, wouldn't you say this is all, these 3 mesoscale systems are all going to congeal together into one as they move past the lakes and head towards the Fort Wayne area as we get deeper into the evening hours? I mean, that's what it looks like to me.
Which 2?
Well, I mean, the ones in Chicago, the one in Benton Harbor, and the one over the Three Rivers area. These are all diving southeast.
Yeah, they're going to congeal together.
So it looks like they're all going to merge together and head towards the.
I thought you were talking about the one in southern Ohio. I was like, I think that one's a little too
no. I mean that would be the developing derecho if that were to take shape in the evening hours.
Yeah, the ones up near Chicago and over in
Right.
Southwest Michigan. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that is what that's what the moderate risk is outlined for. This right there.
Okay. So it might not even be in Fort Wayne until 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. I mean,
How long you plan on being live?
well, I don't know. I mean, it almost looks like the peak intensity of these storms are going to be like towards the midnight, but like really between like 11 and 4 o'clock in the morning. I mean, that's what it looks like to me, right? I mean, it looks like the big duration of that wind threat, more massive on a massive scale basis. It looks towards maybe after 11 o'clock, into the wee hours of the morning. Right. I mean, that's what it seems like to me.
Yeah, let me look at the HRRR again, the update, and I'll tell you here. Yeah, basically what you said. Yeah, that sums it up. That's what the HRRR is showing. Although I do want to note the HRRR is a little too slow on it, though.
Yeah, I see the slowness. I mean, there's 1 o'clock in the morning.
It shows it's still at like midnight. These storms still pumping out of Michigan. I don't think that's going to. I know.
Yeah, there's 2. I mean, heading towards Cleveland. Yeah, 2 o'clock heading towards Cleveland. Coming out of Detroit. Here's a.
I do want to say anybody in the slight risk area. Let me look at the risk myself for tomorrow along the front into the Midwest with even the new slight risk upgrade is very conditional upon the cat breaking. I mean, some of the models don't have it breaking until well after midnight, and by then the threat might wane a little more. So
yeah, it's still showing. It's still showing Pittsburgh around 4 o'clock in the morning with that nasty squall line coming through.
Ooh, some of these models are nasty for tomorrow even. Hey, Roy.
Yes.
How much money in the bank would you put on the RGEM mesoscale model?
How much money?
Yeah, I mean, how much stock would you put in that model? I mean, is it pretty decent?
I mean, it's a fairly decent model. I mean, for a convective model.
But if it's right, it's actually putting a decent squall line over my area on Wednesday evening. I mean, with cold pool processes all the way like peak heating, 7 o'clock right over northern Illinois. And then we were talking Wednesday could be a significant day. So, I mean, that could be something.
Oh yeah. I feel like Wednesday is going to be the day to watch for sure after today.
Yeah. Tomorrow just looks too, the cap looks like the bigger issue for tomorrow. I don't know if storms will fire until evening.
But man, that cell, it just really continues to hold together. I mean, that's not really dying down at all. That continues to dive southeast. All right, we'll come back to his feed later a little bit. All right, so we're gosh, wow, we're 8 hours in here. Well, that's the thing about these storms and severe weather. I mean, yeah, I mean, it really appears the more intense stuff could be in the overnight hours. Hey, Brett,
Go for at least another 2.
the amplitude of the long waves are impressive for the summer. Hey, shoot. Well, now we've got to get extreme heat now, saying up to 110 degrees heat index or 109. Same thing for this couple of days. Yeah, I mean, the heat index is going to be pretty prevalent. Dew points are going to be well into the 70s, if not 80s, up to 80-degree dew point.
Yeah, I was just done looking at the climate forecasting system model that came out this afternoon. This isn't the only big week. July is going to have some surprises, but that's July.
Yeah, it's still a ways away. It's still another 3 weeks.
Yeah, there's a lot of changes that'll be undergone for that. But in all fairness, the Climate Prediction Center or Climate Forecasting Systems model did nail at least the convective trend for this months ago.
Yeah, it looks like we had a confirmed wind gust at Midway of 69 miles an hour.
Really? Where's that's?
Oh, there was a rotating wall cloud northwest of Marinette Park, Illinois, 3 minutes ago.
3 minutes ago. Probably. Yes, I got a tornado warning. Yeah, it's pouring in Cicero and over towards Chicago right now. Midway Airport, it's pouring or about to pour.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The University of Illinois, it's got deep purples over it. Chicago's being pummeled right now. Yeah, no question. They're getting hit pretty hard right now.
Oh, the University of Illinois at Chicago? Yeah, that place is for Loyola. Is it Loyola?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's pouring. Elmwood Park, just south of Evanston.
Yeah, here's a live cam. Yeah, Erie live cam shots downtown Chicago right now. You know, when they're higher up in the atmosphere above the buildings there, you can see those lowering clouds. It looks more ominous, especially when you're taking pictures from one of those high rises up there.
Yeah, they got like a Sears Tower, or I don't know if they changed the name, Willis Tower, one of the tallest skyscrapers in Chicago.
Oh, yeah. It's, what, 1,300 feet? I mean, it's well up there.
Yeah, I got big old antennas on it.
Okay, so that system down here, that tropical system, 40% now. Huh.
Oh, it updated to 40?
Yeah, this one's updated to 40% chance of development now.
Huh.
I still think it's going to be too close to the coast to have any impact. I mean, if it crosses...
You know what I find interesting?
What?
The Chicago Cubs at Wrigley Field have a delay right now because of these storms.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, the Padres are playing the Cubs today, and it says delayed. I don't know if they'll even play today.
I mean, are they really think they're going to get that game off? I mean, unless they're willing to sit for an hour and a half.
Yeah, because what is it, 30 minutes past the last lightning strike?
Yeah, there's a lot of lightnings. Oh, there's Wrigleyville?
Yeah, Wrigleyville. Wrigley Field should be near there.
Oh, I see. Okay, so there's still, it's the convection south of there, but yeah, lightning strikes are well to the north of there because it's well away from the center. Yeah.
What the regulation is.
Oh, it's at least, yeah, 30 minutes minimum from the last lightning strike. So they're probably a good hour away from playing.
Be a late night.
I mean, I've seen baseball games being delayed as much as 2 hours before they start. So
yeah, I've been to the Cubs game once, and it's a pretty nice field there at Wrigley.
Hey, you're hearing constant thunder now. Oh yeah, you're in Ohio here.
recession by the end of the year? How so, David?
I don't
What do you
know.
figure?
I always like to think positive all the time.
I kind of have a hunch of what he's talking about, but I'm not going to elaborate anymore.
Yeah, so we're just watching all these systems come down southeast here.
Is that a huge? Is that still producing that? It's not producing baseball size anymore, is it? Or was there confirmation of that baseball size?
Oh yeah, the highest I found was 3.74.
Oh, that's well over. That's like softball.
Yeah, that was approaching softball for sure. Let's see. We can look back to that hell core. No, it's definitely subsided. It's pretty substantially here. But I mean, we're still getting an inch. Inch at times.
Yeah, it's starting to shift into kind of a big old cluster now.
But I can go back to the history here. Of course, this is radar indicated, but it'll pull up everything in the last let's say last 6 hours here. All right, so here's the hell core of the last 6 hours. So if you were looking at my screen here, I mean, look at the southeast dive. You can actually see from Madison to Three Rivers of the solid hell core moving southeast.
Yeah, I see that too.
So we had a pocket of that 4-inch hail, radar confirmation, but hitting the ground up to 3.74.
Which website is this? This is YouTube. This is the YouTube live stream.
Yeah, so really we were watching these storms earlier. Remember, I mean, they kind of formed in La Crosse, not much activity at all. And then as soon as they turned southeast into Madison, that's when they really started to turn severe. So they really started blowing up, went over Milwaukee, crossed over the lake, and then crossed back over into South Haven, and then through Decatur, and now they're over near Sturgis. And then
thankfully that one near Madison didn't put a tornado down, because that was looking pretty significant for a while.
And another hell core just, again, kind of formed just off minimal convection. It turned severe, and then it turned tornadic as it started diving southeast again.
Oh, what you were asking what website? I thought you meant YouTube. This is I think he's using Radar Omega.
Yeah, this is the Radar Omega app. And then we're just getting pockets and pockets of
There could be small hail, or at least medium-sized hail in Chicago proper, just south side of town, along the lakefront.
Well, I'm zooming in here. They did actually have it looks like they've had not 1.75. I mean, maybe up to golf ball size hail there. The University of Illinois. But I'm not seeing any hail that actually fell in downtown Chicago. It was all to the south of there. Southwest of Chicago.
Okay, so yeah, it moved kind of west of the city proper then. Okay. Hey, what's the situation in Cincinnati? A lot of people from Cincinnati on this chat. I like that. Cincinnati, you got maybe some showers just north of you and toward Dayton right now. Nothing too significant. Kind of got to watch these storms to the north, though, see if they start dropping south, so you guys know.
Right. All right. All right, so we still got.
You're fine, Snowy. I don't mean you were close. Weather Omega, Radar Omega. It's almost the same thing. I get.
It's called Weather Omega.
That'd be a cooler name.
Hey, it's still weather. Hey, these organized now, and they had a meeting or something. Stopped in Forest Park. Hey, no hail here in downtown Chicago. Yeah, it didn't appear that. It appeared it was southwest of the city was the hail core. A new severe thunderstorm warning for Indiana.
Indiana. Yep, that's it. Oh, is it dropping straight south?
Oh, Fort
Southeast,
Wayne.
but it almost looks like it's dropping straight south almost. The polygon.
Oh, is this one in LaGrange?
That's for just east of Elkhart. Yeah, for LaGrange and then Goshen.
Okay.
Goshen.
Yeah, that's pretty significant to issue that literally due south.
Yeah, it's weird. It says southeast on there, but that's just.
Yeah, so this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Elkhart County in north central Indiana and LaGrange County in northeastern Indiana. So at 8:21, there was another severe thunderstorm over White Pagon, or 9 miles south of Three Rivers, moving southeast at 40 miles an hour. Has some golf ball size hail and some 70-mile-per-hour wind gust associated with that activity, as these are continuing to dive southeast.
Yeah, this storm, the big old complex, past Dayton and Cincinnati earlier, almost into West Virginia toward the Charleston area, almost under a severe thunderstorm warning. A lot of cold cool off with that. I mean, there's temperatures that cooled in Dayton and Cincinnati all the way down into what's the radar plot or the temperature plot here? The lower 70s, even upper 60s.
Really?
Yeah, upper 60s for that area. 69 degrees just to the southwest of Dayton right now, toward the Lebanon area.
Oh, wow.
Ohio. That cooled down to 74 in Chicago, but it's still 90 where I'm at. That's 2 hours west of Chicago.
The updated power outages. Wow, 205,000 now in Ohio.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that complex is holding its own, and it means business this evening.
Well, I mean, there's not even the Derecho forming yet. So imagine if there's already, over 250,000 people without power, what could happen in the overnight hours?
Yeah, we do have a pretty strong low level, jet punching into these storms later this evening. It will be interesting to see how it, develops into something like that later.
Yeah. So, I mean, everybody, you just need to charge your batteries, charge everything you can right now while you have electricity in case you do lose power tonight.
I mean, this is showing all sorts of signs of congealing into a big old cluster or derecho later across, starting now.
I know, it really does. I mean, why couldn't this start at 11 o'clock this morning?
I know, right? It's approaching 8 o'clock and we're just waiting on it.
I know, and it really hasn't even started yet. So, yeah, so we need the second shift come in.
Come on, Jim, get in here.
So, yeah, because the second shift is probably going to be more intense than the first shift.
Yeah.
But I mean, hey, we saw some big storms. Just when we thought it wasn't actually going to come to fruition, because the convective models really weren't helping. We've had the main risk with these things have been the damaging winds that has definitely played a part, and the very significant hail. We've seen numerous reports of very large hail. We've had several tornado warnings. I'm not 100% certain we've had anything touch the ground yet, but we're basically only halfway through this event, and I think the main event is going to be in the overnight hours.
Yeah, so far, on the Storm Prediction Center site, this is preliminary, always is, but Tornado reports so far 0. It says on here right now 59 wind reports, 1 significant, 45 hail reports with 3 significant, with a total of 104 severe weather reports just today.
Yeah, it's always delayed on the tornadoes. They're not going to put one confirmed until they absolutely know 100% certain.
Right. I'm seeing if there's anything significant on any of these storm reports. Just see a lot of big hail and a lot of wind and tree damage.
Yeah, a lot of this is delayed. 66 miles an hour wind speed, 68 mile per hour. Yeah, a lot of the stuff hasn't hit the reports yet. A 72 mile per hour wind gust in Jackson, Ohio. There's a 73 mile per hour wind gust in Michigan, St. Joseph, Michigan.
Wow, yeah, that's like hurricane force pretty much.
But I mean, I think we've had some higher than that. They just not have hit the reports yet. It's just way too soon.
Yeah, by the time we wake up in the morning tomorrow, it's probably going to have like 300 reports or something crazy like that or more in total.
Oh, yeah.
Gary tornado warning. Did they extend it to Gary?
Another extension. Look at that. Yeah, they went ahead and extended it to Gary, Indiana.
Okay, yeah, this has been long-lived, and it is right along that.
Yeah, so this is for northern Porter County and northwestern Indiana, as well as northern Lake County and northwestern Indiana. So at 7:28, there was a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Whiting or near East Chicago, moving southeast at about 40 miles an hour. Still indication of up to 80 mile per hour winds and some quarter-size hail with this supercell as it continues to dive southeast. So this has been tornado warned for 3 areas now. And basically almost missing the lake altogether, really. Most of the highest convection has been over land, not over the lake.
Yeah, it's rounding the southern edge there of Lake Michigan. And I did want to note, too, there's a big surge or a big bulge in the line crossing into northeastern Indiana now toward the Elkhart area, with kind of a little bit of a mini bow echo developing with those warnings there on the Three Rivers, over toward the Sturgis area, and then getting down toward LaGrange, Indiana.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. I mean, you look at the bigger picture, all this is connected now. You see it's all connecting?
Yeah.
On the north side?
What we were worried about.
So, yeah, so as soon as it crosses the lake, I mean, as soon as all this forms, this is going to be a nasty squall line developing.
I mean, I have all intent on this actually probably filling in even more, like this entire line into the later evening hours will probably be lit up with just severe thunderstorm warnings for kind of like the one in southern Ohio has been, kind of like that.
Right. They're going to be issuing these things so fast through the evening hours. These are going to be moving 50, 60 miles an hour and going to be issuing these severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, they're going to have the work cut out for them in the overnight hours, trying to issue all these warnings.
I'm really surprised that they haven't trimmed the severe thunderstorm watch for the Milwaukee area. I mean, I'm really surprised. These storms are, I don't think, of any danger anymore for those folks.
All right, so they'll looks like they'll update again at 8 o'clock.
Okay, it's 25 minutes. Peanut butter jelly time, David. There you go. Eat a peanut butter jelly sandwich. That is a perfect meal.
Oh, yes. I've eaten plenty of those in my lifetime.
I remember eating those for lunch or school. And I'm not kidding you, for 2 years straight, every day for lunch.
I mean, that's what you kind of make, right? I don't know if you're just running late out the door. You're like,
so tired of them by the second year. I was like, why am I doing this? Like I was counting too because I was so curious. Like, how many times in a row can I eat one for lunch? And then I counted like 400 and some days. I was like, oh my gosh.
Really? Oh wow.
Yeah, in a row.
I wasn't that crazy about them, but so
Yeah, I should have went bologna and cheese to kind of throw in a knot a little bit to the lunch menu. Nothing like being in a dead sleep and have that loud warning on your phone. Hey, that's what it's for, Snowies. That's what you need. You got to get that information out, so the phone's gonna annoy you.
yeah, special marine warning for Indiana. Yeah, that's that one that convection over the waters there. Yeah, but the main convection has been essentially really over land here. Heading down through east Chicago now. This continues to dive east southeast, heading towards Gary, Indiana.
What? Gomer pile coming to Indiana. How about that?
Gomer pile.
There's a guy with jokes in the chat, huh? Wow. Somebody's got a sense of humor. I like that.
Yeah, frequent lighting in southeastern Ohio. Winds really beginning to pick up.
Yeah, this thing's crossing in. This Charleston, West Virginia is going to have this complex. It's going to be severe warm in the next half hour. This thing is turning into, I don't know, this thing could be a derecho as well. I mean, we could have 2 derechos today. I mean, this thing has been going for southern Ohio for a while, and this thing into Chicago over to southern Michigan might be going for a while.
Oh yeah, you're right. I haven't looked at this system in a while, but this one's still holding its own. This was basically north of Cincinnati for a while, so it's moved a pretty good ways.
Where did it start, you said?
I mean, it really started, I think it really started around, well, gosh, no, it was north of Indianapolis. This was north of Indianapolis earlier. Remember, we just had some bubbly convection north of Indianapolis, and then it all kind of congealed together. I think it kind of really started turning severe just north of the Cincinnati area. And we were saying, hey, is it ever going to make it to Cincinnati? And it did that and more.
Right.
And then it really started to intensify, and it's still holding its own, moving southeast. But yeah, it's got a pretty big bow signature trying to form.
Let's see. That thing's traveled 270 miles just about now.
All right. So, hey, it's almost fair to say we could even have 2 separate derechos today.
Yeah, this one to the south for sure, because this thing's still, the whole thing's lit up with warnings. 70-mile-an-hour winds on the leading edge, too, as the hazard for that one.
Yeah, the outflow of this storm is something I haven't seen since the 2012 derecho. That was from Leaf in Ohio.
Potentially, yeah. This is. I will put stock and say that we're not done with this stuff yet. I mean, we're not even in summer yet. I mean, it's only June 13th. Summer doesn't even start till next week. So.
That's right. We're talking 118-degree heat index, and we're not even talking summer right now.
Yeah, so we got the rest of June yet. We got all of July, August. Some could argue potentially even some indications are, I'm going way out, but I'm saying early September. Some of the climate models are indicating that, but that'll change.
Indicating what for September?
Yeah, the CFS has just been nuts on that. I can look now again, but September's a long ways away.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're talking about La Nina though, so I mean, it usually brings the warmer weather and even the fall.
Oh, typically this year we're probably going to be getting hundreds well into September.
Right. And like you said, we might have La Nina all the way through the winter months as well. So whoever got all the snow this past winter, Get your shovels.
Well,
ready.
if anything, they expect
the
to.
winter again in the same areas that you had winter this year.
What's
Pretty much.
forecasted is the La Nina is expected to actually even intensify further as we get into winter.
Yeah, so the Ohio Valley, get ready for some 2-foot snowfall again. Yes.
Well, that would be 3 winters in a row. So you can almost say, hey, we're maybe have similar type setup, you know. But of course, that's a long ways.
If it goes to 4 in a row, I will lose my mind.
Okay,
if La Nina goes to 4 years in a row.
It's never happened in recorded history, but hey, you never can say never. But that's, you know, so far fetched, it's so far out of the realm of possibilities right now.
No, it is. I was just wondering what the record was.
3. There's only been 2 3-peats, and this would be number 3. There's never been 4 in a row.
Okay, so now I know if we ever get to 4 in a row, we'll be talking about historics.
Oh, that would be historic. Yeah, I mean, basically, but it would have to be La Nina in the winter. So it would actually have to make it all the way to, you know, not only 2022, 23 winter, but it would have to make it to 23, 24 winter. That's such a long ways away, right?
Snowy says stop with the stop sign. No winter talk. Hey, Snowy, you're getting a 4-foot snowstorm in Ontario in winter. I'm predicting that right now. Just for you.
I know she's trying to thaw out over here.
Snowy, wasn't it just 70? Are you talking 70s is cold up there?
Well, no, I mean I think it's it's been in the 60s. Like, I mean, it hasn't been warm by any stretch of the imagination, but
I feel your pain. I was living in northern Illinois all the way through April, wondering when June was coming. And May came, and we still had 40-degree lows. Roy down there was having a pool party with 80s already in March.
Oh, I was swimming yesterday. Trust me. I mean, the only reason why it felt cool because I was in the pool. So
that's a good way to cool off. I don't think I've ever jumped in a pool in like 2 years. We could stand some snow in Oklahoma. I would hope not in June, but you never know with this climate change. You just never know.
Well, that's obviously not going to happen, but you know.
No, it's not. People say we're coming out of an ice age, so typically when you come out of an ice age, you have a lot of warmer temperatures, a lot of, you know, what they call global warming, if you will. That's kind of what it's pointing to. That's why the Earth is getting warmer per se, because we're coming out of a large scale ice age from a long time ago.
Well, La Nina's as a whole is overall coolness. So even though we've had like extremes, La Nina as a whole, overall cooler conditions. I mean, we've had, what was I think?
Holy crap. I didn't realize how fast that thing was moving.
Which one?
The one in Charleston, they just issued the warning for Charleston, West Virginia. That thing's moving southeast at 70, producing 70-mile-an-hour winds.
Oh, I see that now. Wow.
That thing is going to be on the mid-Atlantic coast tonight if it keeps moving like that. I mean, literally tonight.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, they basically, okay, so they already issued another threat over Charleston. Wow, 70 miles an hour. This is really booking now. I mean, they got three warnings stacked up on top of each other because it's moving so fast. Yeah, you're right. If that thing continues at 70 miles an hour, that's going to be off the coast of Virginia by morning.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's probably going to be 1 or 2 in the morning. That thing's going to be in Norfolk. interesting is the HRRR doesn't even the southern MCS doesn't exist in HRRR history at all today. The northern one does.
Okay, so it's 421 miles from Charleston to Virginia Beach. So it's 70 miles an hour. That's only 6 hours.
Already traveled 270 miles. So if you add another, what was it? 400 what?
Yeah, 421 miles.
Okay, so yeah, that's
All right, 70 miles an hour. That's only 6 hours. I mean, that's
so
that's 2 o'clock in the morning.
In the morning, that thing will be on the beach.
Which right now those models show closer to 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that just seems too. If it keeps moving that fast, I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, it would have to keep it 70 miles an hour for 400 miles.
Although the watch only goes to 1, but sometimes these watches kind of are conservative.
Well, they only, yeah. I mean, they'll extend it. Hey, I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna
All right.
probably get a drink or something.
What are the odds that Pittsburgh takes a hit? Pittsburgh. I could. If Pittsburgh's gonna get hit, it's gonna be from this northern storm from Chicago over to southern, Michigan, and it would probably be in the early overnight hours, like the overnight hours into early tomorrow morning. Why are you laughing, Snowy? It's true. You're gonna get 4 feet of snow in Ontario this winter. Your winter's gonna start early up there. I promise. You got to make a TikTok with snow. Got to show the people what they want to see. They want to see the snow. Yeah, epic, dude. Yeah, 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Both of these MCSs or complexes of storms are both producing pretty much 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds. You're gonna block me, huh? Come on, I'm a nice guy. Why would you do that to somebody like that?
All right, where are we at? We're 13 minutes out from getting the update.
Yeah, that bow echo and moving into kind of a bow echo, moving into the Lagrange area is kind of nasty.
The Lagrange area. Okay.
Far northeast Indiana.
Yeah, that one's moving fairly further south than southeast.
Yeah. Yeah, this is really starting to take linear now. I mean, all these cells that were once discrete or semi-discrete they're coming together. This thing's almost a solid consolidated line.
Yeah, pretty much from Chicago to almost to Ann Arbor here.
Yeah. And there's even some non-severe thunderstorms north towards Green Bay. Those I wouldn't worry about those in Green Bay, Sheboygan, down toward Milwaukee again, Traverse City. Those aren't going to be severe. All the energies, I mean, most of the energy is probably sucked out of the atmosphere at that point. I mean, the atmosphere's worked over up there.
Oh, it's really worked over up there. Yeah, I wouldn't be concerned about those storms.
I mean, those outflow boundaries are probably they're still evident up there. So there's a lot of stable air at the low levels.
I mean, we're not that far away from the Toledo area now.
No. Yeah, that'll be Toledo in an hour or so.
Yeah, we're not really that far away. I mean, it's about to hit the moderate risk. I mean, yeah, this is why they issued that moderate risk. And yes, well, anxious to see what they put out at 8 o'clock here, because everything is more solid now than before. So we're getting just more and more confirmation. Everything's really congealing together, and yeah, as soon as this comes off the lakes here on the other side, I think all this is really going to start to really form all together and then start taking more of a bow segments out.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I wonder. I'm gonna see something real quick. I'm gonna look at the maintenance for this MCS down here towards West Virginia because I'm curious. Is it gonna run out of maintenance parameter, or if this thing is just gonna go all the way to the coast? Because if it runs out of the maintenance parameter for the MCS, this thing's gonna just die off in the next few hours.
All right, see what you find out. Yeah, so we're up to 56,000 now without power in Illinois, 53,000 in Wisconsin, 20,000 in Michigan, another 10,000 in Kentucky, and now 211,000 in Ohio.
Wow, that's insane.
And you've got that other system coming in. I mean, this is going to impact a whole nother area, right? I mean, you got this second mesoscale system going to be impacting Ohio. That's going to hit a different area. So those power outages are only going to be increasing.
Yeah, it's almost going to take a similar path, but maybe a little farther east than the first one. Still kind of looking through this here real quick to see what the maintenance ahead downstream of this MCS and West Virginia looks like. Right now, it will eventually. It looks like it's going to start. It has a lot of maintenance ahead of it all the way through the state of West Virginia, where that severe thunderstorm watch is currently.
Right.
But as it gets into southern Virginia, it's going to start to lose its luster a little bit because it's going to move into a more stable environment.
Okay.
But if it's already producing 70 to 80 mile winds, it's going to take a while to break that down.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Howard, how are you doing? Canton, Ohio. Yeah, so we're just watching all this activity up to the northwest here. And all this is going to be diving southeast into the overnight time frame. So you're probably a couple hours away into Canton, but you are going to get impacted tonight. Hey, that West Virginia storm is moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. Yeah, if not 70. Yeah, this thing is really booking it. Yeah, there's that northern branch moving at 65 miles an hour. And the southern branch is moving at 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's going to be in Charleston rather shortly.
Yeah, it is not that far away from Charleston. You're probably, at 70 miles an hour. You're probably 15 minutes away. And it's got, look at that, nice little outflow forming out ahead of it. That's what
get winds and then more winds in Charleston.
Yeah, you're gonna get that.
You're gonna have calm wind, and then it's just gonna be windy, and then it's gonna get even more windy.
Yeah, that initial gust front gonna hit you not that far. I mean, you're on the doorstep of that gust front right now, and then you're gonna get hit with the blinding rain.
There's a pretty nice swath from eastern Indiana, where the MCS went through, that's in West Virginia, all the way through southern Ohio and northwest West Virginia. It's at least a solid 1 inch of rain, maybe more, in a widespread area.
Yeah.
So there's your lawn mowing for Indiana, Ohio, and West Virginia. There you go. You get some lawn mowing weather.
Some lawn mowing weather.
Or not lawn mowing weather. See, I'm getting loopy. You get some rainfall for your lawn mowing, for your lawns to grow.
Right.
So unless you prefer to mow in 70 mile an hour wind gusts.
Are you mowing lawns tomorrow, or?
Am I? Yeah, I have to, otherwise I'm gonna be like way behind. It'll be fun too, because I I get to do it, almost borderline excessive heat warning criteria weather.
Man, that's yeah, I know. I mean, well, take care of yourself. I mean, drink plenty of water because I mean, I know you try to, hey, I got to get to the next house, got to get to the next house, got to get to the next house, and
No, I'm gonna try to start as early as I can, so hopefully I can get it done by early afternoon.
well, that means that you have to go to bed at a decent time.
What's decent time for me? Like 2 a.m.
Well, hey, I was up early myself. I was up before 5. So I'm not going to be hanging on too much longer. So
Yeah.
I'm just kind of waiting for this update because we know this is going to last all night long for sure.
Yeah. So you plan on coming on tomorrow afternoon? I'm sure people would like to know. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I will. I'm gonna come back on live. I can't tell you the exact time. I'll look at everything tomorrow morning. I'm gonna still do my video in the morning, and then I'll come back on live tomorrow at some point. But I'll have a more concrete answer to that in the morning.
If not for sure, Roy might go live by himself tomorrow. I'm still busy, but for sure Wednesday we might be able to come on your duo again, as Wednesday looks like a more significant day.
Yeah, tomorrow might be for an hour or two, maybe something like that.
Yeah,
and then maybe a longer thread for on Wednesday. That looks to be a more significant threat.
Yeah, more close to home to me as well, so I might hopefully be able to give more insight on that thread.
Let's see. Did
then
it?
Then we wait on the heat for Father's Day weekend. I know I'm going on vacation to Wisconsin, and then I'm coming back Sunday, Father's Day itself, and then enjoying the heat till another severe weather episode comes on through.
Okay, so yeah, the convective models, the 24Z is that'll start at 8 o'clock, so that will be another 45 minutes before that finishes.
All right, yeah. What are your thoughts on the storms for Friday? It's only Monday, man.
Friday. Friday. Is there anything for Friday? I don't think there's anything for Friday.
If anything for Friday, it'll be right along the East Coast, like hugging the
Yeah.
banks of the Carolinas and Virginia. If that's anything, it might not even be that. So Friday's not looking like anything really too bad.
Hey, been watching Pal Ponder, but need a break. Time to watch. Cool. Okay, so Alex sent me some more pictures. That's I-70 facing northeast of Indiana line. Okay, so you can definitely see that mesoscale system, those higher cloud tops here. I appreciate Alex sending me all the photos.
Hi, Patrick Roberts. Hey, I know I'm being a pain. You're not a pain. It's just good questions. But did you mention the odds for Pittsburgh having high winds is relatively low?
Yeah, it looks like Patrick around 4 o'clock in the morning for Pittsburgh. I mean, that's what it looks like to me. It's going to be way in the wee hours of the morning. It'll be this system right here that's in South Bend areas right now. These are going to be diving southeast through the evening time frame. But most of the indications puts it in and around Pittsburgh around 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Where's the storm from Chicago heading? Kind of like what he just said, toward the Pittsburgh area through, northeastern and maybe central Ohio.
Yeah, this is all going to be traveling southeast in the overnight hours.
The next round of storms is going to miss Dayton. I'll let Roy answer, as he has the radar. I'm not looking at it right now.
Okay, Toledo. Like you said,
You might just go north of Dayton.
it's hard to tell how it's gonna fill out. But I'm expecting storms in Dayton. But uh, have they updated yet?
You're welcome, Patrick. We're always here to answer your questions. No questions stupid at all.
All right, so okay, so they have not updated yet. So I'm waiting for the 8 o'clock advisory.
8 o'clock. Yeah, that's probably it'll probably come on at 8:30.
You think so, huh?
Probably just given their luster the last 2 days.
Yeah, it says 8 o'clock, scheduled for 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I was set 12:30 earlier and then come on to like 1:30. I've never seen it that late before. I've seen a 12:30 come out at 1:05, but that thing came out at like 1:15, 1:30 today.
Well, they have more certainty now, so there's definitely more clarity here.
Any chance of severe winds in Danville, Ohio? I'm not sure where that Danville, Ohio is.
Well, Danville, that
Illinois
was there's Dayton. There was raining earlier in Danville, I thought, when we first came on. I'm like you, I'm getting kind of loopy here. Just been looking at this stuff for a while, and everything just kind of blurs together now.
Knox County, Ohio. What do you guys think? I don't even know where that is. What city?
Knox County. Oh, that's a county.
I'll have to look it up on the radar here. Knox County, Ohio. Don't worry, I got your question, Nate. I'll help you out, or at least Roy will as well. Let's see. Knox County, Mount Vernon area, Central Ohio. Yeah, you're gonna get some nasty weather, probably later this evening. For sure, damaging winds, large hail, maybe an isolated tornado. You're in that enhanced or moderate risk zone, so more of the enhanced risk, unless they decide to expand.
No, I would think I would think Dayton gets hit tonight as this all kind of expands and back builds.
Oh, Danville is about an hour northeast of Columbus. Yeah, you guys are probably going to get some storms as well there.
Yeah, there's Mount Vernon and there's Danville.
Yeah, you're welcome, Michelle. No problem. What is Detroit going to see? I think the main threat's already passing past Detroit to the west.
Yeah, Detroit's probably on the iffy side from these systems. I mean, not much convection just north of there. So I think for the most part, Detroit's going to be missing most of the heavy stuff. You're just going to get some lighter or moderate rains.
Thoughts east of Indianapolis? Maybe some stronger storms later towards the Dayton area.
East of Indianapolis. Yeah, so I would say if you're west of Indianapolis, it's going to be rather difficult. But, these are traveling southeast. How much they back build is questionable. I mean, just taking the history on these storms, they've been fairly consistent moving southeast.
Northern West Virginia. That's kind of hard to say. I don't know. You're kind of in the middle of both of complexes. The one near you now is heading into Charleston. That one might go south of you, and if you're in northern West Virginia, and then the other one might hit you potentially later. It just depends.
It looks like they're a possible severe thunderstorm watch in North Dakota. They're looking
a
at,
new one, you say?
yeah, possible. Like they're looking at trying to issue one.
Oh, mesoscale. Okay.
No, I guess there is a watch. Did they just issue it?
There's a pretty okay. So south of Minot, North Dakota. I guess we can jump up here for a second.
Yeah.
If you want. There's a pretty big polygon of severe weather up there. Of 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts up there as well, moving east at 35.
Yeah, so they have, so numerous severe thunderstorm watches issued over here, South Dakota, North Dakota, and the Minot. We've seen several supercells producing some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with these cells. Yeah, right along that little cool front.
Even some tennis ball size hail down here getting in towards south of Rapid City with time coming out of eastern Wyoming.
Oh, wow. Yes, I see that. That's some significant hail down here in South Dakota. Some tennis ball size hail, some 60-mile-per-hour winds.
And they were only, what was the risk? They're in a just a marginal to slight risk.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh.
Yeah, right along this little cool front. It doesn't take much, right? I mean, any instability mechanism to tap into that heat.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah, so these severe watches are really starting to fill in here.
And it's South Dakota and Nebraska have been just 4-inch hail magnets lately.
Yeah, it's almost been like every single night they've been getting,
Pretty much. And it's only under these slight risk days too, which is so weird.
All right, it looks like they have updated. Okay, I'm starting to get signs that they have updated, so it hasn't fully updated yet, but
but it came in.
Yeah, it definitely came in.
Derecho tonight at maybe 1, maybe 2. We'll see. The one down in West Virginia has already traveled half of what it needs to be a derecho.
Yeah, you can almost say that that has already been a derecho, technically. But it's going to be, it's going to be keep moving. Yeah, look at that. It's even extended further southeast. Look at that backfill and see.
Is it in Charleston now?
Yeah, it's in Charleston, and it's actually extended southwest of Charleston down towards Logan.
Gosh.
Yeah, because
it's almost to Virginia already.
Yeah, because of this little outflow boundary that formed. This is pushing it further southwest. Yeah.
Moving southeast still at 70, or I'm seeing even vectors up to 75 miles per hour as a movement.
Yeah, moving southeast at 40 miles an hour, this particular one. That's just off that outflow boundary, though.
Right.
And that's the thing. That's the uncertainty.
Ratio is real slow skep game. Yeah, they're potentially too today.
You don't know where outflow boundaries are going to form. So those can push these storms in different directions. So this is pushing the storm further southwest and elongating the storm further.
Yeah, definitely. So these outflow boundaries keep the storms alive. So as long as that happens.
Yeah, for sure.
This thing appears that Richmond could be in the crosshairs. Not that far off from now.
$73,000 without power in Illinois now.
Oh, probably of the Chicago storm.
Mm-hmm.
So it must have produced either some really decent lightning, damaging winds, or both.
Yeah, 283, 333, 350, 360. Yeah, we're almost up to 400,000 now without power across the U.S.
Wow, it's almost 500,000 people.
All right, so I'm just kind of waiting on this update here.
Oh boy, starting to see some more warnings fill into this convective system. Southern lower Michigan. These storms are starting to congeal ever so slightly more together. I see the one warning here near the Gary area. That one's dropping southeast at 50, so that's starting to pick up speed there, south of Lake Michigan.
All right, I think this is the new update. Yeah, so I think this is filled in. So this is the brand new update from the Storm Prediction Center. They have highlighted. It looks like now they do have the enhanced risk, including Pittsburgh. That was not there earlier, right?
I don't think so. No, for Pittsburgh, yes, it was.
It was. So I'm just trying to figure out if this is the new one or not.
Well, Pittsburgh was on the edge between slight and enhanced. Yeah, that is the new outlook.
Okay, so
they turned back the slight enhanced from Wisconsin.
oh well, sure, because of the movement. I mean, it's further southeast now. Okay, but they do have a pretty big slight risk over Bismarck, Grand Forks. Those are the areas that are getting some 2.5-inch hailstones right now into South Dakota, up towards Minot. And then we still have that moderate risk that is just now coming into play with this activity into this line that's coming out of Chicago area. This is the one that's all going to congeal together tonight. And what I feel is going to be that, pretty big squall line, straight line wind event. Could be that possible derecho we've been talking about forming as this dives southeast into the overnight hours. There's Dayton pretty much on the borderline of that moderate risk area. But this goes all the way into the overnight. I mean, this is going to be an all-night affair, eventually heading towards the Pittsburgh area, probably near about 4 o'clock in the morning time frame. So these storms right now up here are going to be diving southeast and then be in around near Pittsburgh by 4 a.m. That gives you an idea of how this is going to unfold tonight. So this is the next 8 hours or so as they propagate southeast, into the overnight hours. Your main threat, I mean, here's the overall wind risk. That's still going to be the highest. They still have that 45% more certainty with this squall line that's producing some 80-mile-per-hour winds. So they have a 45% chance with that a huge hatched risk area. So pretty big event into the overnight hours for sure. Here's the overall hail threat into the overnight hours. It looks like the hail threat maybe has come down a little bit from what it was earlier. And that's fairly typical. So the main threat is going to be more or less your damaging wind threat as this forms kind of a nastier squall line into the evening time frame. And you never can rule out an isolated spin-up tornado is not out of the question. Like we've seen several tornado warnings. We have not had a confirmed tornado, but we have had several warnings, along this solid line, into the evening hours. But yeah, that's the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. It is about 8:15. We've been on since literally 11 o'clock in the morning. So we're pushing over 9 hours now on this live stream. So Yeah, but it looks like it's definitely going to be forming into at least a squall line, a straight line wind event into the overnight hours. And it could possibly form that derecho if everything really comes together. But we'll get confirmation of that by tomorrow morning if indeed that did happen. So I'm expecting a lot of damage over into the overnight hours. So just have your NOAA weather radios handy into the overnight hours. Have your phones charged. Uh, make sure you got a lot of power on your phone right now before you head to sleep, so you get those warnings in the overnight. And if you happen to do lose power, at least you'll have some charged cell phones before the power does come back on. Because with this straight line wind event, I'm pretty expecting more power outages in the overnight time frame. So all right, guys. Hey, it's been fun. It's been fun, hanging with me and Hunter during the live stream. I appreciate all your help today, Hunter.
Yeah, no problem. And are you doing your analysis tomorrow? And we'll see what Wednesday brings. Maybe in another enhanced risk upgrade here overnight tonight. We'll see, and maybe be back on Wednesday.
Absolutely. All right, y'all. Y'all be safe tonight. Y'all take care. I appreciate it, and we'll see you tomorrow. All right. Bye.